Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this space, a new week and a lot of news to get to. You are watching PEPAGANDA, hosted by yours truly, Pep Talks. Glad you all could join us. We are going to go right into it today. We have a lot of news to get to as far as the Greenland thing. It really did. I mean, for something that was taken as a joke, I took it as a joke when he first started, crowing about this kind of thing. Now it's deadly serious. The Davos conference is happening. The world leaders are now kind of mocking him to his face. We will see what happens. Also got a little bit of economic news that I want to go through at the end of the show, if we can get to it, because it seems that a lot of the good that Trump is doing is it's all a facade. Prime example being the housing market. Apparently, what they did with shutting out Blackstone was just symbolic. He's talking about how mom and pop joints are like they're reevaluating how mom and pop buy houses. So, just to give you some clarification, this guy thinks that when our mom and dads, like my dad, right? My dad was all right. Apparently. His retirement plan was buy 6 or 7 houses, or 6 to 12 houses, because they even said like up to a dozen. Yeah, that's the mom and pop plan. Nothing's changing. So we're going to go into that. But yeah, let's get to it, because as I said, we do have a lot to get to. But before we do that, I have one request. If you guys could hit the like button on the stream, really helps out every creator on this space. And yeah, makes me a happy pep. So I appreciate that. Peer education program. Hey, I like it. Thank you, Global. Yes, definitely hit the like button on your way in. So let me get this going. I have been loving TLDR news, especially the international edition lately. So kind of wanted to give you guys a little exposure to these guys. I highly recommend you following. I will drop the link in the comments here, but let's get the TLDR on what's going on today.
Over the weekend, Trump announced an additional 10% tariff on 8 European countries: France, Germany, the UK, the Netherlands, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Finland, who are apparently getting in the way of his ongoing campaign to acquire Greenland. This was a dramatic escalation in the ongoing transatlantic tiff over the territory. But you'd have been forgiven for expecting a relatively timid response from Europe, given that, well, European leaders have spent the past year or so bending over backwards.
What is this? What is this?
To accommodate Trump. However, the European
Even in business, that would be just like
reaction has, so far, been surprisingly muscular. Denmark's NATO allies have deployed troops to Greenland. The Commission has dusted off the retaliatory tariffs it prepared during trade negotiations last year, and French President Emmanuel Macron is even doing the rounds, trying to convince his European counterparts.
By the way, Trump's big retaliation to France was just like, your wine, you know what? We're going to tariff the crap out of your wine.
To use the EU's so-called trade bazooka. So,
again, this is what they think America is wine, caviar,
in this
and
video,
buying 6 to 7 houses and not being able to afford $10 and just...
We're going to take a look at Europe's surprisingly muscular response to Trump's Greenland threats, what explains this apparent hardening, and what might happen next.
I didn't know that Greenland was a giant Pokemon center.
If you love staying informed and want some of the best reporting on YouTube, then subscribe and ring the bell for more. So let's get straight into it. As we see it, Europe has done, or is in the process of doing, 4 things in reaction to Trump's renewed assault on Greenland. The first is deploying troops. For context, last week, 7 European countries, the same 7 that Trump tariffed minus Denmark, deployed troops to Greenland, and Denmark promised to expand its military footprint on the territory in the future. The numbers involved were small, and the deployment was framed as a way of addressing Trump's stated concerns about Greenland's security rather than as an anti-American deterrence force. Nonetheless, it didn't go down well with Trump, who took to Truth Social to warn that these countries were playing a very dangerous game. The second thing the EU, or rather the European Parliament, has done in reaction to Trump's Greenland threats is to put the EU-US trade deal on hold. For context, while von der Leyen signed off on the deal in July, which involves the EU buying hundreds of billions of dollars of American energy products and other stuff in exchange for a reduced tariff rate of 15% on most goods, it's still yet to be ratified by the European Parliament. Even before this whole Greenland debacle, 3 of the 4 parliamentary groups in von der Leyen's coalition, namely the centre-left Socialists and Democrats, centrist Renew and left-wing Greens, were expressing some hesitation, both because, well, it's a pretty rubbish deal, and because they wanted to withhold its ratification to give the EU some leverage over Trump. The 4th group in the coalition, von der Leyen's own centre-right EPP, were more enthusiastic about just getting the deal done. But since Trump's Greenland tariffs...
Whoa. If I ever get to that point,
the EP...
this guy is the epitome of let it go, dude.
EP's president, Manfred Weber, has come out to say they won't be voting for the deal either, which means it's basically dead. The third thing the EU has done is dust off the retaliatory tariffs it prepared during last year's trade negotiations, but never actually implemented. These tariffs would hit $93 billion worth of US exports to the EU, roughly 30%, and target specific industries including cars, aerospace parts, and agriculture, which has proved a particularly sensitive area for Trump. These haven't been introduced yet.
Yeah, because most of his high money donors, that's what they do.
Yet, but are apparently being considered as a retaliatory measure if Trump goes through with his tariff threats. Fourth and finally, the EU is also apparently considering using its new anti-coercion instrument, or ACI, which was first adopted in 2023. The ACI is explicitly designed to retaliate against other countries that use their markets as a tool for geopolitical blackmail, and widely considered the EU's most potent economic weapon, hence why it's sometimes nicknamed the trade bazooka. The ACI would essentially allow the EU to restrict American companies' access to the European market. But unlike retaliatory tariffs, which would be focused on goods exports, the ACI would be more focused on US service exports to the EU. This would probably do more damage to the US economy, given service exporters would have a harder time finding new markets to replace the EU.
Oh, and it's going to get only harder with the more that we alienate our frickin', our neighbors in Canada and Mexico.
So you get the idea. The EU looks like it's finally taking a tougher stance against Trump. So, and
I'm not sure if they're going to mention this. I have not watched this. It's because now Canada opening their markets to like the EVs from China, that was almost symbolic to say, hey, we're now open for new business here. America F themselves.
Explains this. Well, some of it's just because Trump's demands regarding Greenland are so egregious. He wants to annex a territory that clearly doesn't want...
Watching that kid run in that snowsuit brought back so many memories of the 90s for me.
...to be part of the US, and is threatening...
Looking like the brother from fucking Christmas Story.
...forced to do so. This is a flagrant violation of not only European sovereignty, but the most basic principles of international law. But it's also because European leaders finally seem to be realizing that their strategy of appeasement and distraction just isn't working. Appeasing Trump only seems to invite more pressure later down the line.
Yeah, they finally figured that out. It's kind of the way that like the American media is realizing that CBS capitulating on that lawsuit that they were definitely going to win was a major mistake.
And it's clearly not a sustainable strategy. We're only a year into his term, and he's already escalated from tariffs to threats of annexation. This has given way to a growing sense on the continent that Europe needs to stand up to Trump, and the sooner the better. Furthermore, Trump has less leverage over Europe than he once did. tariffs have had a less catastrophic impact on the European economy than feared. And it's not even
because you had China stepping in and picking up the slack and also being like, hey, you know that thing that they just tariffed you on? We're going to offer you that same thing at a cheaper price
clear
with no tariff.
How tariffs on individual member states would work anyway. Europe is also less reliant on US support in Ukraine. The US stopped sending new weapon systems months ago.
Again, that whole idea of American made is great until you realize that it's like, no, it's already too late with that one.
Europe is now financing Ukraine's war effort
so
with
screwed.
joint debt, and France has mostly replaced the US when it comes to intelligence sharing. Finally, it's worth noting that the domestic politics have shifted in Europe. It's hard to overstate quite how unpopular Trump is on the continent. A recent YouGov survey, for instance, put Trump's net approval rating at an average of about -60 in Western Europe. In lots of European countries, opposition parties have started taking advantage of this, criticizing their governments for not standing up to Trump, giving incumbents an additional reason to do so. So, what happens next? Well, it's very hard to see a mutually acceptable outcome here, given that Trump seems set on actually folding Greenland into the US. Things are made even more difficult by the fact that Trump can't give a clear reason for why he actually wants Greenland.
No, and then he comes out and he says the quiet part out loud that I want Norway to suffer because he doesn't know the difference between Denmark and Norway.
Trump often claims
This is our president, folks.
it's about guaranteeing
Just any time that somebody says I voted for that, it's like you certainly did.
North American security. But America already has an agreement with Denmark allowing it to deploy military assets to the territory. When pressed by the New York Times on why the US couldn't just expand its military presence in Greenland, Trump couldn't come up with a concrete reason, saying, quote, ownership is psychologically needed for success. It gives you things and elements that you can't get from just signing a document. In another letter to the Norwegian Prime Minister last week and published by PBS
You hear that, renters?
on Monday, Trump even implied his assault on Greenland was a retaliation for not getting the Nobel Peace Prize, even
There it
though
is.
obviously the prize isn't awarded by the Norwegian government.
I love how it's just kind of like oh yeah, by the
Clearly,
way.
Trump isn't making sensible complaints about existing arrangements that
But Biden, Sleepy Joe.
Denmark or NATO
Dude, 4 years of that shit in this dude.
might be.
He's acting like a petulant child. Like we always knew he was, but the fact that we just see him consistently shifting global policy just because his fifis got hurt is insane.
Able to remedy, which
And we've gotten it's normal for us now. That's the saddest part, is the fact that we are watching the cratering of the American empire. And there are reasons that the American left is kind of like, whatever, man, y'all did it to yourselves.
makes it difficult to imagine an acceptable middle ground or a sudden improvement in the transatlantic relationship. Now, you're probably looking to follow this story as it develops, but how are you supposed to keep track of which outlets online are actually trustworthy and which are just fabricating a false narrative for you to follow? Well, that's where our sponsor this week, Ground News, comes in. That's because Ground News is a website and
Ground
app
News.
that helps you make sense
We'll give
of the
them that.
complex
They
and
definitely
ever-changing
are,
media
one of the more
landscape left out
beneficial.
of your bubble. You're probably used to being fed the news that the
Okay,
algorithm
saved it for the end. Okay, cool. So stop sharing that. All right. Now, this is going to be heavily focused on Europeans and what they think about us because we need more exposure to just what the world is saying behind our backs, or I don't know, to our faces. I don't know if you guys know this. I haven't watched enough of their stuff on my channel, but in my private time, when I do want to listen to politics, because this is primarily a radio show, I turn on the LBC. So, the LBC I think it was today. Yeah, today had a great breakdown of Trump's petulance and just what this is going to do to the world. This is more opinion based as opposed to what we just watched. So let's get the James O'Brien take, shall we?
So what does Europe do? And I cannot see any scenario currently in which this is not the moment at which you abandon all hope that it's going to change and you act entirely in your own interests. So Europe now needs to
That's what's
come
happening.
out against Donald Trump. Keir Starmer's involvement is probably irrelevant, which is a heartbreaking thing to say. It
Did I see van der Leyen's address
wouldn't
today?
have been without Brexit.
No, I did not.
And just look how quickly the people still clinging to the carcass of Brexit line up
I haven't gotten to that yet.
to amplify the interests of the foreign leader who wishes us harm. You think I'm exaggerating? Wait till you get to the most unhinged headline in history later in today's show. But what else does Europe do now but actually start treating the United States like an enemy and going all in the first instance on a trade war? Because the only language that bullies understand, and this is the closest you're going to get to expertise on a day like today, the only language that bullies understand is aggression. Whether or not we have the leaders, whether we have the people, whether or not we have the will, I do not know. A glance to my right, I see Ursula von der Leyen speaking and under the headline, time to build a new independent Europe. But I've been hearing words a little bit like that ever since it became clear that Trump was going to abandon Ukrainian interests upon the altar of his admiration for Vladimir Putin. Now is the time. Now is the time to act as if, not as if, to act because the United States is our enemy. It's the enemy of Europe. It's the enemy of the United Kingdom. It's the enemy of anything that stands in the way of Donald Trump's insatiable insanity and greed. And I mean, how many times
that's not happening. I'm not watching a 41-minute address. Sorry.
Is that here and said, oh, well, that'll be it. That'll be the deal
They don't have any clips out of it right now, so.
breaker. No one can hang on now. But here we are.
He just broke it down.
That's my question for you. Ed Davey calling this morning for robust response. Yesterday I suggested it's easy to say that in opposition. It's much harder to do it in power. But as I look across the English Channel, as I look to the European Union, and as I listen to Donald Trump's increasingly unhinged, it gets ever more unhinged. It's not going to happen. It's not going to go into reverse. He's not going to be overcome by sanity. It's not going to succumb to the rules of reason and rationality suddenly.
I'm glad that some people see that. Some people really, they hold out for that.
So what do? You've got now to push back.
They keep saying the same thing. Well, the adults, they'll start locking them down. Stephen Miller, he doesn't want the tank. He doesn't want America to just falter. It's like, yeah, he does.
You have to fight fire with fire. You have to.
The more chaos in the streets, the better for him.
Out-bully the bully, don't you? So who's right? That's the way it works as a phone-in, by the way. Keir Starmer still urging European allies not to bring out the bazooka, which is actually a phrase they use for a real trade instrument, while Ed Davey, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, is suggesting that now is the time to get the biggest guns of all out. So, who's right, Ed Davey or Keir Starmer? Is now the time for Europe to stand up?
It is a 41-minute clip. I do an hour show. No.
And tell Donald Trump...
Don't ever tell me what to do.
What's what? To push back, to hurt their own citizens in pursuit of the greater good, economically?
There are no highlights. I just said that.
Or do we...
Sorry, this chatter's kind of starting to piss me off.
Here continuing, as Keir Starmer seems determined to do, hoping that he'll change, hoping that it will happen, hoping that normality will be restored, hoping that tomorrow he won't be quite as mad as he was yesterday.
All righty. I'm already covering the stuff from Europe as it is. For somebody to come in here and be like, did you see XYZ? It's like, dude, I'm already there. I appreciate that. The one thing I can't get over or through is the fact that Stephen Miller would never be elected to any position ever, but our politics means that he has a pathway of participating. Oh, I mean, the fact that he's a shadow president. Hi, Spicy Pep. Yeah, sorry, guys. I do not take kindly. I know that I watched Hawk's thing about talking about his oppositional defiance disorder, and I definitely not only relate to that, but yeah, it kind of made me start thinking where it's like, yeah, no, I don't like when people are like that. So we won't be bullied. We never have. Tell that to France from World War II. I'm not sure where you're from, but if you're talking about Europe as a whole, All right, so I'm gonna load up this quick Newsom clip because Newsom is in Davos, trying to portray like this. Okay, well, you know what? I'm big strong man. LBC is a right wing propaganda outlet. James O'Brien is one of the two token leftist centrists. Yeah, and that's fine, and that's why I watch James O'Brien. And also, I keep forgetting her name, but she's also technically the leftist, even though she's more center. But either way, let's get this quick Newsom clip up here. I'm gonna look for some clips from what's her face, Vander Sluter, whoever. Wait, isn't that? I don't even know. I'm showing my American ignorance right now. So here we go.
Why don't folks do what they say publicly, what they're saying in private? Why don't they just simply do what they know is right? I mean, everybody's talking behind his back. They're laughing at him. Meanwhile, they're sucking up to him. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're modeling behavior for our kids, generations.
You didn't ask if I watched it. You said maybe watch it.
Folks, this is not diplomacy. This is stupidity.
They don't act as this end with military.
This wasn't a misunderstanding. You weren't speaking clearly.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it just... who knows what happens in that respect? But with Donald Trump, you saw what happened in Maduro. You're seeing what's happening on American streets. You saw what happened in the state of California, where he put 700 active duty Marines. He didn't send them overseas. Last year, he sent them to the American city, second largest city in the United States of America. He's got 1,500 active folks, members of the military on
There
call.
we go.
Near Minneapolis. This guy is police.
If it's
You got a
Twitter
guy
to
dressed
actually
up
do
in
this.
SS uniforms.
You're making him
Greg
sound
Bavino.
dangerous.
Dangerous? You seen this guy, Greg Bavino? You seen what's happening with ICE and secret police and masked men, people disappearing? Wake up. Where the hell has everybody been? Stop with this bullshit diplomacy of sort of niceties, and somehow we're all going to figure it out. Stop saying one thing privately and another publicly. Have some spine. Have some goddamn balls.
You say you should stand up, but you're not being clear. I'm not clear.
I'm being crystal clear.
I mean, that he is. He's being crystal clear, but he's also being crystal clear with what his motivations are. All right, to placate to this guy, because apparently I misunderstood. Apologies, but also, I do not take kindly to somebody jumping in chat being like, "Do this." If you're not going to ask nicely, then I'm gonna respond in kind. All right, let's get a quick look at this one.
Arctic security can only be achieved together. And this is why the proposed additional tariffs are a mistake, especially between long-standing allies. The European Union and the United States have agreed to a trade deal last July. And in politics, as in business, a deal is a deal. And when friends shake hands, it must mean something. Arctic security can only be achieved together.
All right, you happy? Obviously, my tolerance for BS chatters has gone down to pretty much zero. But like I was saying, because it's not like I do, any show prep. I know sometimes I can forgive you for thinking that that's not how I do things. But yes, I have my show prepped and pretty much set up by, the minute here, since I have only an hour to get to things. So like I said, hope you're happy. And maybe this will be a lesson on how to address people streaming, because then I don't know, won't be misunderstood. All right, so here's a Midas Touch clip. Not exactly the biggest fan, but this is important, because now we're moving on from the Davos conference, because a lot of conspiracy theorists, they have been focusing specifically on like the Klaus Schwab angle of the Davos conference, which, if you don't know, apparently he's the actual leader of the New World Order, and this is where it's like the kiss the ring thing. They have all these, secret cabal meetings and blah 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 blah. Well, to play to that, let's remind everybody about what's going on with the Epstein files. This was just released today.
Donald Trump is freaking out as his dark past is surfacing, as Donald Trump's efforts to cover up the Epstein files is backfiring in his face. He sent his sycophants to go and make their rounds on the various news programs to say, oh, what's the big deal here? The DOJ is doing their best. And they absolutely got bodied by voices just saying, what the hell are you even talking about? Release the damn files and stop covering up a child sex trafficking ring. Only 1% of the Epstein files have been produced, and all of the documents were due on December 19th, and the redaction report was due 15 days thereafter. Now, yesterday, a few major developments happened.
Yeah, and now they're talking to like Roberts in the courts, just saying, are you going to do anything about this? Because nobody's going to prosecute it. So maybe you need to step in and be like, listen, DOJ, if you want to maintain this idea that we have laws, you might want to fucking step this up.
To try to unearth and bring to light more Donald Trump's dark past, which has him freaking out and talking about Greenland more and his phony peace board where he's invited Vladimir Putin to try.
He's running out of things, though. Trust me, Panama's next.
Divert attention away from his.
They're going to bring back the news, like they're going to bring back the conferences with the victims, and then all of a sudden, I'm invading Panama.
Cover up of a child sex trafficking ring, because the American people are focused on what is going on. One development that happened yesterday, a giant version of the Epstein birthday card that Donald Trump sent, not allegedly, that Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not using superfluous words like allegedly when we know what happened. That Donald Trump sent on Epstein's 50th birthday. That was put on the National Mall. Take a look right here as the New York Times and the
He's a lawyer, so hey,
Washington Post and others write, new protest art on the National Mall takes aim at the Trump and Epstein files. Look at the birthday card that Donald Trump sent. It's like 10 to 15 feet in height, and that was put there. So that was one development. Two, we learned about the following polling data that only
It's the same as like projecting it on the castle. Like that's a good move.
6% of Americans are satisfied with how Donald Trump and his regime are handling the Epstein files. Yeah, because they're covering up a child sex trafficking ring. But the most important development, that the Epstein survivors, Lisa Phillips and Haley Robson, filed blockbuster documents with the federal judges handling the Epstein case, and they joined in Ro Khanna, Congress member, and Thomas Massie, Congress members, letter brief to the court that the federal judges appoint a special master to get involved, have someone independent there to release the Epstein files and force and compel the Trump regime to release the Epstein files. You know, from our reporting over the past 48 to 70.
Trust me. And then they're going to start going after whoever the special counsel is. They did the same thing with Comey.
2 hours that the Trump regime has been filing briefs with the federal judges saying that the Epstein Transparency Act.
The fact that you have a bunch of people that, you know, they went to law school, lots of torts, and then they can't see just like the writing on the wall the way that most like normies do, where it's just like, dude, you're wasting a lot of time.
Actually,
you should already be preparing for what he's going to do. And then every time that he does what we already know he's going to do, they sit there with the shocked Pikachu face.
Means no transparency. The Trump regime claims that there's no private enforcement mechanism and that no judge in this entire country has the ability to do anything under the Epstein Transparency Act. I kid you not. The Trump regime's argument is that Congress did not evince any intent to allow judges to enforce the Transparency Act. That's the exact language that the Trump regime has used before federal judges now that they've been called out by Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. But see, it's not just Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie anymore. It is a group of survivors who have filed briefs now in federal court. Yesterday, those two briefs that I talked to, and Congressmember Khanna announced those briefs. You had Haley Robson, a survivor of Epstein's abuse, filed a letter requesting a federal judge intervene to make the DOJ comply with the Epstein Transparency Act. And then you had Lisa Phillips file. And Lisa Phillips was represented by Michael Popak from Legal AF, who filed that hat tip to Michael Popak. Pause for a moment.
Wait a minute.
If you can, make sure you double check that you're subscribed to our YouTube channel here. You may think you're subscribed, but you may not actually be subscribed. So double check, turn your notifications on, and make sure you're subscribed right now. Let's take a look at Haley Robson's filing. She's survivor of Epstein. You've seen her give speeches on Capitol Hill. She is absolutely incredible. She's a hero of mine. She writes to Judge Berman, and she writes,
I'll be honest, this is why, like, Midas does have its place. Like, I don't like their clickbaity bullshit, and I hate it. I hate whoever their consultant agency is, does them dirty with that one. But when you break it down, like with legal stuff or any of these like motions, they are the ones to go to. They're all lawyers.
It's to Judge Engelmeyer. She writes to both of the judges, and here is what she writes in her letter. Dear Judge Berman, my name is Haley Robson. I'm a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking operation, and I write this letter on behalf of myself and numerous other survivors whose lives were forever challenged by crimes that were enabled, facilitated.
You only know them because of Status Coup? That's weird. Yeah, Midas Touch is like one of those ones that like my mom watched.
And concealed by powerful individuals who have yet to be held accountable. Many of us have spoken publicly. It goes on to say, we know that the Department of Justice has failed to release the most important documents for transparency. The Epstein Transparency Act required the DOJ to release records of Jeffrey Epstein and his criminal enterprise within 30 days. The statutory deadline has long passed. To date, the Department of Justice has failed to comply. When they began releasing documents, they posted hundreds of thousands of pages of documents that have already been publicly available for years. These documents did not provide any of us with transparency and accountability that
Benny Johnson, man, that's something that needs, like, he needs to be reminded about that constantly. It's like, hey man, you remember when you held up that binder? Jack Posobiec, you too.
Congress wanted. As survivors, this failure is not merely procedural.
You guys still care about this Epstein theory? Or are you talking about Greenland?
It is deeply personal. Continued noncompliance perpetuates the same secrecy that allowed these crimes to continue. Each survivor has already paid a tremendous price. Coming forward has required extraordinary courage, exposing ourselves to public scrutiny, retaliation, and lifelong emotional consequences. We did so with the belief in our government and trusting that when Congress passed a law, the executive branch would honor it. Instead, we are met with continued delay, silence, and ongoing protection of identities that should no longer remain hidden. Then the court goes on, and she goes on to say, we ask the court to help ensure that the law is followed as written, that disclosures are complete and not improperly withheld or over-redacted with respect to those who are not survivors, and that continued delays or discretionary non-compliance do not further re-traumatize
Serena, actually, with you in chat.
us.
After this
Oversight would protect the integrity of the process while preserving the
about the race, because I just saw some of the numbers coming out, and
court's authority and ensuring
what I was afraid of with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh seems to be coming to fruition.
Fairness to all parties. We understand the seriousness of requesting judicial intervention and oversight. We do not make this request lightly. And you had Lisa Phillips in her declaration say essentially the same thing. For the reasons outlined in Representative Massey and Khanna's letter to the court, I have no confidence that the Department of Justice, already 30 days late in complying with the act with no end in sight, and with constantly shifting public pronouncements about the volume of documents subject to the act being reviewed, will produce the Epstein files it has represented to this court that it would release, nor the files it is legally required to produce pursuant to the act. Based on my personal experience, the Department of Justice's failure to comply with its statutory obligations.
But then I'm not sure if he's going to mention this. I'll just say it out front. The Department of Justice came out and said, we found a provision in this where you cannot even you can't enforce this. So what are you going to do about it? That's essentially what they did.
Has caused significant emotional distress and re-traumatization, both to me and to other survivors with whom I regularly speak. Horrible, horrible stuff that the Trump regime is inflicting, but powerful that these survivors have come forward to file these documents in federal court. This is what Donald Trump and the DOJ feared. And the big misstep the DOJ made is when they were trying to set up the federal judges and blame them for the delays in the production of the Epstein files. They demanded that these judges amend the protective orders in order for them to produce the Epstein files. And then the DOJ has refused to produce the Epstein files and has tried to blame it on the court and blame it on the federal judges. Ro Khanna was just doing a hit on MS Now. He was speaking, and here is what he had to say. Let's play this clip with Lawrence O'Donnell. Play this first clip.
Lawrence, not only is he violating the law, the Department of Justice had the audacity to brief Judge Engelmeyer and say that the judge has no authority to enforce the law. In their brief, they say, the judge, you can't do anything if we're violating the law. It was almost insulting the court. And that's why I think we saw these enormously courageous survivors, Haley Robson and Lisa Phillips, write to the court saying, this is causing...
What about the judges? Are there going to be any judges within the federal court system that bring this up and maybe fight for the rule of law or their jobs even? Because at what point do we just start seeing them as being completely ineffective? This is going to trickle down to the normal person, by the way. It probably already has, and we just haven't seen the clips.
Us trauma.
I mean, sovereign citizens jump on stuff pretty fast like this.
This is
I would know.
It's not a political football. We have suffered for decades. Please, court, do something so
If you
that
don't know, I've been watching a lot of sovereign citizen clips.
the law is
Like cop
enforced.
videos,
And here he is
those ones,
again. Let's
Those are all right.
play this clip.
We, Thomas
All
Massey
agree
and
they
our
suck.
lawyer tomorrow replies at the request of Judge Engelmeyer, making the case again for the special master and asking the judge, if he's not going to go as far as a special master, which we think would solve the issue, to at least order the release of some of the key documents, the survivors' statements to the FBI, the 302 statements where they implicate other rich and powerful men who raped them. None of those statements have come out. We want the judge to order the release of that. We want the judge to order the release of the prosecution memo, which details the other co-conspirators. And I am confident that Judge Engelmeyer will do something reasonable and thoughtful.
Now, I had the opportunity to interview Lisa Phillips about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Epstein. Here's what she told me. Play this clip.
So I remember being on sitting on the bed with the other young model and talking to her, and then there was a knock at the door, and one of the other young girls walked in and said, Jeffrey's ready for his massage. And at that point, I just looked at the other girl and was like, what's going on? Like, I don't know how to do a massage. And she's like, oh, well, Jeffrey just likes massages. It's kind of what we have to do. I wasn't really expecting for you to do that, but, I guess he likes you, and we're just going to have to go do it. And so I kind of argued with a little bit with her because I just thought it was kind of weird. But I ended up going with her and walked across, the island to where Jeffrey's quarters were and his bedroom. And we walked into that room, and, he was.
This is why I was thinking about covering the Sasha Riley stuff on this space, which I'm going to talk to a few people and see if, because I really do think that we should. I do.
Lying down on a massage table, naked. And
I've watched enough of it, and I've looked enough into his past and his credibility. I think that, it needs to be given more light. It's disturbing as hell, and one thing that I'm seeing a little bit too much of, and this is no criticism on Hawk because I know that he was a victim, but I've seen other creators coming out saying that it is way too heavy for them to cover. It's unfortunately, that discomfort needs to be passed on to other people. I'm sorry. This should not be easy to hear. That's what kind of creates the outrage cycle. And honestly, the proper outrage cycle, the one that makes you when you feel that little bit in your stomach where it's vitriolic, or what you felt with Renee Good, that is proper. That's what you should be feeling. That is not the outrage machine getting you.
And had this little silly grin come in, and
no, it's the fact that most people have been sheltered from this. This is why it's so easy for conservatives right now to do the victims blaming, is because they haven't listened to a single testimony.
It was very playful. The energy shifted a little bit. It was now more personal questions like, do you have a boyfriend? And asking a little sexual things, and did a real massage and taught me some massage techniques, and it was kind of, it was uncomfortable, but at that point it was just a weird, creepy massage. And then he turned over, and that's when things got a little bit dark. His demeanor changed, and I didn't feel really safe anymore, and I didn't really know what was going on. And I kept looking at her, and she was just looking at me like, you need to do this. And so, at that point, that's when he assaulted both of us together in that room. So that's basically what happened on the island, and we kind of just finished up and ran out of there.
And then, where did you leave the next day, or did you go back to where you were before, where the client was?
Well, we had to stay the night there. So,
and then finally, hat tip to our friend and on the Midas Touch Network, Lee McGowan, politics girl. Watch as Scott Jennings.
Yes. Okay, cool. I was going to play this clip separate of this.
The Trump propagandist tries to say, oh, why are we so upset here? Let's not get all angry. And then Lee McGowan's like, let's not get all angry. What are you talking about? Yeah. You're covering up a child sex trafficking.
Yeah, the fact that, and it's not even just covering it up anymore. That attitude, this flippancy of just God, you guys you're trying to just upset the boat here.
That's what you're talking about. Play this clip.
They should follow the law.
Yeah, this guy.
But let's not get our knickers in a
God, look how disgusted she is with him.
Twist here.
Let's not get our knickers in a twist over child rape. Why are you talking like that? It's insane. It's insane. The Epstein Files is a multinational, multi-generational child and woman sex trafficking ring.
God.
So
it's literally if you needed a human definition of smug
attitude right now, you're sort of well, shucks, devil be gone, is just horrifying to me. Mm-hmm. Every woman in the world that is watching this, why are you
You're horrified. You're just hysterical. You're just hysterical.
Acting like you have no idea what's happening here. Scott, this is...
He asked
this
me a
is
question about following
yes,
the law.
and what
I
I'm
said they
saying
should
to you
follow
is
the
your
law.
attitude. Yes, and they're not following the law. They're 30 days late on following the law, and they didn't explain why they redacted the first things in the first place, which they were also supposed to do.
I know.
Listen,
You
at
have a
this
strong
point, this is
opinion
not...
about it, and I
have a strong
respect that.
opinion
No, it's not about strong opinions, dude. It's just objective fact that they're breaking the fucking law.
about it because it is a
But I think they should-
disgusting
I think they
policy
should do it
that
as
they are
fast as
doing
they
this.
can.
They are hiding it. It is not the behavior of innocent people, and everything that is in these files it could bring an entire house down. And if it has to, it has to. If it brings down Democrats, bring them
How dead inside you have to be. Yeah.
down. If it brings down
He knows that this is the character he's supposed to play. Like I say, guys, they don't give a shit about any of this. Any of it.
Republicans, bring them down. If you bring down princes, world leaders, Hollywood people, bring them down. But what it feels like right now is that there's a giant cabal of people that do not have to listen to the law, do not have to oppose the law.
I think he admitted that he sees this as a game. He sees it as just I think he even said WWE, like he's playing the heel.
Supposed to do something, then they didn't do something, and now they're trying to have a new law that says we don't even have to do. And what's really
There you have it, folks.
The thing is, playing the heel is standing up for like real awful things. So, and the thing is also about playing the heel is most wrestlers, they know it's a gimmick. Like this guy, no, he's giving into his baser instincts and just amplifying them.
Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Help us get to 6 million subscribers. We appreciate you. Thanks for watching. Want to stay?
Like he took the wrong lesson of heel school, where it was just like, oh, yeah. You're supposed to take your worst characteristics and just amplify them. God, I can't stand. I'll just say this, like that guy, the Mycelis brothers, the Eager Beaver, because like the way that they did this, where you had the younger one know how to do the YouTube stuff. The middle one, I don't even know why he's there. Like his presentation sucks. You got Ben Mycelis, who actually knows what he's doing. Like he's like the crux of the entire thing. But anyway. He gets to be a monster and get a bag for it. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be honest. That's why, like, my whole faith in a lot of people, like, getting their comeuppance kind of shit, like karma, that's the kind of stuff that really attacks that, is seeing all these horrible people, and I mean, like, the worst of the worst, just get away with everything. Everything. I mean, dude, we're this close to exposing all these billionaires and, like, the industry that we knew since, like, God, the 80s, 70s. I mean, fuck, you could probably go back to, like, ancient times and just be like, yeah, kings in the upper echelons are definitely into some deviant shit. And most, like, citizens would just be like, that's crazy. And the fact is, they're using us. You're literally, like, if you have a teenage daughter, I hope you understand that all they view you as is the ends to a means with that one. Just God forbid they get to her, because for real, man, you've seen how they do this too. And realistically, at some point you'd be like, well, yeah, you should probably go take that job. I mean, that's a really good opportunity. Like, are you going to tell your daughter not to take a job that makes her damn near 100K at a freaking golf club? Like, trust me, man. This is it. This is the game. And we're apparently just like, yeah, we're going to continue to play this till the end of time. We're not going to hold you guys accountable. This is why I look at Rokana and Thomas Massey even. I'm just like, oh my God, they're the only two principled ones. Like, what happened to Garcia? He hasn't gone out there. Like, honest to God, man. The Democrats staying silent on this is going to bite them in the fucking ass. I hope you understand that. So, all right, here's the boring part. Oh, actually, hold on. I just got an update from Davos. Give me 1 second, and I'll pull this up. Also, you know what? I'm going to take this opportunity to say, what up, chat? I'm sorry that I'm in a little bit of a mood. Man, I think that it is just, there's nothing special about it. I just kind of had that, like, I woke up, I was still feeling tired, and I'm just like, reading up on the news, seeing Trump in Davos, and like seeing the markets crash after the tariff threat, all that kind of stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot. But here, you know what? Let's do this. Iced out by world leaders. loses it as the entire world ices him up. Fuck it. Do I want to do 2 of these? Now we'll do here. This is a friend of this space. Although, wait a minute. You know what? We'll do it with like a little less commentary because this has more of the actual substance. So, as much as I like Josiah in Pondering Politics, shout out Pondering Politics. I'll just use the clip. Here we go. All right. So this was just released, like I said. Markets are nervous. Dow drops amid Trump's tariff threat over Greenland.
It's unnecessary. It's the Western Hemisphere is vital for the United States of America. When America shines, the world shines because they all need to make sure America is strong.
Oh, the steak is tonight.
Powerful.
Gonna make that later.
God forbid.
It's hard to ignore how quiet the room got, Ashley, the looks on the faces of the people on stage. Is that a preview of what the president will be facing tomorrow for his speech? And what do you make of what Lutnick said?
Well, again, I would go back to that banning
quote. Hold on. Is Trump live right now? Okay.
It's unnecessary.
Every time that they say like that Trump is live, he's not.
Strategically, although it's less a strategy.
Don't need all the talking head.
Gut instinct.
Parts of this either.
Starts with steps that most people, especially who are not following the news closely, can agree with. So when he violates a norm or a constitutional right or international law, he often starts with some of the more unsavory characters who people don't really want to defend. Is due process a right? Absolutely. But how many people want to stand up and fight vigorously for
cared about was somebody who was going to think about the country's interest over their own. They actually referred to that as classical virtue.
I have a feeling that later, today's stream later is going to be a little
spicy. Putting the community above yourself. And Donald Trump has said repeatedly that he wants to take Greenland because he's upset he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, because he's upset that he is not being treated well, because it's something that he needs for his ego. That's just not something I can actually imagine any other president, even if they thought it, saying out loud.
So Ron, the markets have looked past.
I just realized that like when he actually opens his eyes, like, like a normal person, he looks deranged. So the squinting works for him, I guess.
Donald Trump has done recently, not so much today. I'm looking at the front page.
All right.
We have to fix prosperity in democracies.
What the fuck is he doing with the sunglasses? Did he have like eye surgery or some shit?
And be divided, and even to threaten now with additional tariffs. We can use it.
Which would be a boss ass move to actually do that. It's like, yeah, you get LASIK and then you go on the stage. I mean, permission to look cool, sir.
Is that we can be put in a situation to use the anti-coercion mechanism for the very first time vis-a-vis the US if they put additional tariffs. Can you imagine that? This is crazy.
World leaders assembling right now in Davos, Switzerland for the annual World Economic Forum. President Trump arrives there tomorrow, facing European allies deeply perplexed and very worried by his escalating threats to take over Greenland. This morning on social media, he posted this AI-generated image.
Of course he did.
Of him planting the U.S. flag in Greenland with a sign declaring it a U.S. territory established this year. Overnight, the president added his own baffling twist by leaking this private message from the French president, Emmanuel Macron.
I voted for this.
And I'm quoting now.
Fucking Christ.
My friend, we are totally in line on Syria. We can do great things on Iran. I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland, end quote. And just a short time ago at the forum, Macron criticized President Trump's policies. Listen.
Without collective governance, cooperation gives way to relentless competition. Competition from the United States of America through trade agreements that undermine our export interests, demand maximum concessions, and openly aim to weaken and subordinate Europe, combined with an endless accumulation.
The amount of he's just trolling, he won't do it. I had to endure about our concerns about the threats to Greenland in the first place. Oh, yeah. That's why I'm saying the thing about Panama, where it's like, nah,
fundamentally unacceptable.
That's next.
Even more so when they are used as the leverage against terrorism.
Is he trying to look tough? I don't know. I mean, this is the second time in 1 week that somebody like Kyle Kulinski did this on Piers Morgan.
Sovereignty.
Let's go live right now to CNN's Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Kevin, the president.
The problem with that is if you're not Tim Dillon, or like it's kind of like the Macho Man thing, where it's just like, I mean, I'll do it. When it's part of your persona, then it works a lot better to wear the sunglasses, not be questioned about it. Yeah. But when you it's like if I just started doing my stream like this.
Tomorrow at the Economic Forum,
and not doing the Macho Man voice.
In Davos, Switzerland. Do we know what his message will be?
You know, heading into this summit,
LASIK or hungover? Your guess.
the White House has said that the president would use this address to talk about the.
It's Mr. Man with the secret. He always has super secrets. Look at him. Doesn't he have the face of he's always got some kind of German secret to tell you?
States economic research.
I'm pretty sure that this guy was like the advent of Eric.
In his
view
to talk about this question of affordability, but clearly this entire summit up in the Swiss Alps.
I have super secret chin.
Is now gaining a new degree.
It always looks like I'm just like
of urgency as these European leaders rush to try and get in front of President Trump to talk him down off of these Greenland threats, or at least to gain some sense of understanding of what exactly his ambitions are. And you saw that in that text message from the French President Emmanuel Macron, even inviting President Trump
I am
to Paris for an emergency G7 summit.
Anybody gonna ask about it?
After Davos, to try and get a better understanding of what the president is trying to do here. And you know, those remarks from Macron earlier today were really kind of remarkable. He's talking about a shift towards a world without rules, where international law is trampled underfoot, talking about imperial ambitions. He's not talking necessarily about Russia or China here. He's talking about the United States, a staunch U.S. ally, which I think just gives you a sense of this moment that the president seems to have brought the entire Western alliance to. Now, Macron is not the only leader that has been messaging with Trump to try and talk about this. The president also posted a message from Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, who has spent the entire last year trying to cultivate President Trump. What Rutte said is that he was going to spend his time at Davos talking about President Trump's foreign policy accomplishments, really kind of a sycophantic message, and saying that he was committed to finding a way forward on Greenland. Now, it doesn't seem as any of this is having much of an effect on President Trump. He was out yesterday talking about Greenland, really sort of hardened in his position. He does say that he's committed to a meeting with various parties in Davos to discuss all of this, but he said that he had expressed to everyone, quote, very plainly, that Greenland was an imperative for the entire world's security and that there could be no going back. So as President Trump said yesterday, this is going to be a very interesting Davos. Wolf.
It certainly will be. Kevin Liptak at the White House for us. Thank you very much. And joining us now, the former U.S. ambassador to NATO, Ambassador Kurt Volker. Ambassador, thanks so much for joining us. You're there in Davos. President Trump overnight shared a text message from the French.
I can't get over Wolf Blitzer, just like the
President
it's
Emmanuel
just very
Macron,
stiff demeanor.
that said in part, and I'm quoting him now, "I do not understand what you are doing on Greenland," end quote. What do you make of this latest text message now released by the president, President Trump, and the president of France?
Yeah. Well, first off, President of France can't be very happy that President Trump is sharing his text messages publicly. But that being said, I think President Macron was saying it very genuinely. Talking to Europeans here in Davos and earlier this past 10 days or so in Brussels and in London, people simply don't understand why President Trump thinks he needs to own Greenland. We recognize that Greenland...
Guys, I know this is stupid, but it's because he was told that this would make him like go down in the history books as making a larger land purchase than the Louisiana Purchase.
Greenland is part of Danish territory by treaty. Denmark recognizes that.
What is this timeline? That.
Put any military facility.
This is what happens when you let the billionaires just run rampant. This is why I lost my absolute shit on a chatter yesterday. That was just he kept fighting for the status quo of this system that we live in, and I kept explaining. I'm like, you know, I will allow them to have their riches. Just you got to cap it at some point, and you got to like have them give back you know,
facilities on
but
Greenland that we feel
that would be asking too much. They might weave.
that we need to. We have that agreement with them, and Europeans are prepared to help. They're prepared to provide host nation support, to provide some additional forces or some additional capabilities. So everyone is ready to work with the United States, and yet President Trump is insisting on owning it without having defined specifically what it is that he needs to do.
Oh, Macron had a burst blood vessel in his eye. He can,
Ambassador, let me play for you and for our viewers out there what President Macron of France said this morning. Listen to this.
And conflict has become normalized.
I have been replaced with the T-1000, and people have said that now that I am a liquid metal, I have the ability to go after one Candace Owens.
Hybrid expanding into new domains, space, digital information.
Have you seen? Do you know this boy?
Cyber trade and so on. It's as well a shift towards a world without rules. Where
I can't unsee it now.
International law is trampled underfoot.
How concerning are his comments, you think?
Well, I think he is showing that he is very concerned, and we've heard
Get to the chopper.
comments from President Trump and from Stephen Miller talking about spheres of influence, talking about how there are no laws. It is the law of the powerful, the iron law of force that decides everything. That is very, very concerning to Europeans who have built a relationship of trust with the United States, and where the U.S. has invested for decades in building the largest, freest, most democratic, most prosperous, secure space in the world, this transatlantic area, which is allied with the United States. So to be tearing all that up and saying,
Is there an offering?
President Trump has identified two issues that he says are important. One of them is security
Apologies if the audio is low. I've tried
in
everything.
the Arctic, and only the U.S. can provide that, and the U.S. needs to have unfettered access and do what it needs to do.
I have noticed that this is only an issue on news channels.
That can be done already under the 1951 treaty with Denmark. The second thing he identified is access to mineral resources in Greenland. Again, there is no obstacle to U.S. access to mineral resources.
No, we could have had that
in Greenland. Other than
again, if this was just procedural, like somebody, I brought this up yesterday. They were talking about like Alaska and how this would have been. Did they react this way to Alaska? It's like no, because it was again put through Congress. It was boring. Nobody like. The problem is Trump himself. He can't control himself and not do the fucking performative bit.
than the ice sheet that covers the island. So it is expensive and
Nobody stands in his way more than himself.
difficult, but there's no other impediment, legal or political or otherwise. So if we come up with a formula,
Yeah, but here's where CNN is totally manufacturing consent for the idea of taking over Greenland.
that identifies and specifies the U.S. has these rights to do anything it needs to militarily for security of North America, to access mineral rights there. And we could even go so far as to suggest that the bases that the U.S. has in Greenland, we can have more of them. We used to have 17. We're down to 1. We can build back up again if we want to. And those bases could even be sovereign U.S. territory, but not all of Greenland. And
No. The thing is, now they're going to be more poised to giving it to anyone else but us.
people of Greenland who do not want to be part of the United States.
I love how
In
short-sighted
referring to-
everybody is. Okay, so I'm gonna start wrapping up here, but real quick, with everything going on in Greenland, I wanted to address this real quick. So I know that so Kat Abu Ghazaleh, she was on Hassan yesterday, and this is only gonna take a minute, by the way. So I watched the performance. I thought that she did fine, but as a constituent of the Illinois 9th, I implore all of you to not get too excited about her prospects, because the internal polling of of our district is not looking great for her. Daniel Biss has gone up in noticeability. Apparently, most people in my district are of a certain age, and it's not the age that watches Hassan streams or any of like these mainstream platforms that she's been going on as much. So yeah, I'm a little worried. So I will be covering this on my show, on Pep Talks, on my channel, Pep Talks TV, my show High on Politics. Come and join us at 4:00 for some more details on this one. So with that being said, I appreciate you all hanging out for the Pepaganda. I will see you guys tomorrow for the primetime Pepaganda. But until then, join me at 4:00, but hang around for your old pal Jake, and I will catch you guys tomorrow.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can't Do. Gang, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like I can't do anything right. I was at the location for where a big Southeast Michigan meeting was supposed to be yesterday. Nobody else was there. And then I looked down at where the meeting was scheduled for, and it was not yesterday. Went to that big protest for when Trump got called a pedo protector, or the big protest for when Trump was in Michigan where he got called a pedo protector. And first I went to the wrong building entirely, and then I went to the wrong side of the building, such that I missed a protest full of hundreds and hundreds of people. Missed them entirely. Was walking around thinking I was the only one for a minute. Oh, during that same protest, I managed to injure myself significantly with no outside assistance whatsoever. My point is, take everything I'm going to say today with a grain of salt, let us say. I am often strongly opinionated and rarely correct. But that said, I sure do want to talk about things I got strong opinions about today. I'm going to dunk on our side for a little bit, because in this platform, in this setup, I have the ability to talk to you a little bit more. I've been talking to the right wing a lot. If you're a regular WYCD viewer, if you're part of the Wicked community, you will have seen. I'm talking to the right wing a lot in vertical streams, and I find it fascinating how poorly, how poor of an idea, or how can I put this? How inaccurate of an idea they have about who we are. Not that they hate us. That doesn't surprise me. We wade through hatred from all angles constantly. We're hated by the Democrats. We're hated by the Republicans. We are hated by MAGA. We're hated by ourselves from time to time for our own failures. Hatred doesn't surprise me, but the inaccuracy of their opinion of us, that surprised me. They accuse us of being supporters of people that we would love to see leave politics forever. I don't know if you know this, but that's pretty significant. That's, I think, a possible path to getting out of this, if we can reverse those misconceptions. But we should also be aware of what those misconceptions that they have about us imply about our own information ecosystem. How much do you know that isn't actually accurate? How much are you absolutely sure of that actually is not true? As somebody wiser once said, it's the things you absolutely know that kill you. I don't think, in the broad strokes, we are incorrect about who MAGA is, if I'm being frank with you. I think when we turn over the rock, as somebody else pointed out to me, we're going to find out that if we were wrong about them wanting to put trans people in the gas chambers, it's only going to be because what they actually want to do is put trans people in a giant pit and then fill in the pit with cement. It will be that we were wrong about them in some small ways, in whatever that word that means, semantics, phrasing, I suppose. But when it comes to communicating to them, when it comes to swaying them, when it comes to getting people to support us in numbers that we require to get anything done, those miscommunications add up. So, I want to have a real harsh look at our own side today. I want to look at some leftist media with a critical eye, and in a way that I would not do in a vertical stream, because the vertical stream audience couldn't appreciate this. And even though I'm normally okay with embarrassing ourselves a little bit, I don't want to dishonor ourselves in front of them. There's a difference between those things. A dear friend of mine sent me this earlier today. I'm not even going to play the video. Yeah. Let me try that again. I am going to play the video. But I'm not going to play the audio because I don't actually want to show you this video. I'll summarize it for you. Okay. So here's the supposed leftist that got shared with me earlier today. One moment. So this was a video by this kid. He's got the really nice mic set up in a little studio and all that. Pretty well funded. Good setup here. Really reasonable. Seems like somebody you shouldn't disagree with at all, right? Except the video he's sharing, a neo-Nazi just had his life saved by a black man. Okay, that seems like fodder for us, right? We're, after all, constantly trying to express that, you know, black and brown folks are heroes. Wait, are we? No, we're just trying to express that black and brown folks are human beings. You know, like regular, like the rest of us, like no better, no worse. Okay, well, that a great way to show that is to show that sometimes they can be heroes, like the rest of us, right? Sure, absolutely. Except that for that guy to be a hero, the rest of these people have to be villains. So what happens is this guy right here gets surrounded by a crowd. I assume this is real footage. I'm just going to assume that all this is real. That guy gets surrounded by a crowd, and they're pushing him and yelling because the guy's a neo-Nazi. And the black guy pushes his way through the crowd and drags the neo-Nazi away from the crowd. Says, "Come on," drags him away from the crowd, and the neo-Nazi, in a panic, follows him, abandons his morals of never cooperating with other races, I suppose. And all around, it's a feel-good story. And then, of course, this fresh-faced commentator says, "Oh, how wrong the right wing is about about who we are. Oh, how wrong the right wing is." It sounds like stuff that you would agree with. Every element of that seems like something that would probably reinforce your worldview. Put it together, though. One thing that helps me visualize if I'm dealing with somebody, if I'm dealing with an honest message, is I imagine what the inverse of it would be. Yeah, Donald James X. Why are people more susceptible to right-wing propaganda? I guess commercialism really does work on people's brains, but that's what I'm telling you is I think this is left-wing propaganda, specifically centrist propaganda, and let me show you why. So it makes who seem evil. You've got four groups here. You've got the person who saved the guy that needed, the neo-Nazi that needed saving. The crowd that's trying to smoosh the neo-Nazi, and the commentator talking about it. Who's evil here? Who's depicted as the bad guy? The Nazi, because he's a Nazi, and the crowd, because they're being violent, of course. Who seems reasonable and decent? The black guy and the commentator. They chose to make him the black guy, capital B. That's how they identified it. They are, I think, doing centrist propaganda. What they want out of you is the impression that these crowds are dangerous. Extremism is dangerous. Having a strong opinion about politics this way or that is dangerous. But merely thinking that people ought to have human rights, that's as far as you should go. After all, that's supported by, look at this. This guy was such a hero that he was willing to set down his annoyance with this other guy who spends his life calling him all sorts of horrible things, and save him. Now, let me be clear. I don't know if this video is AI. I don't know if that's a real event. Based on my impression of the character of Black Americans and progressives in general, I would suspect it is true. I would suspect Jake Lang really was going to get his ass whipped. I don't think he was going to be killed, but I could absolutely see him getting an ass whipping. And I think that young man did, in fact, save him from an ass whipping. Again, not being killed, but an ass whipping. What makes me nervous is this freaking guy. Because I gotta tell you, in my heart of hearts, either this guy knew what he was doing. Let's try this again. Oh, this is all terrible, isn't it? All right, we'll go with that. I suppose. Ooh, all right, that'll do. Either this guy knew what he was doing. In which case, you can't trust him. He is unworthy of it. Or he didn't know what he was doing. In which case, you can't trust him. He's unworthy of it. In that very nice studio that I see he's got, in that really crisp, clean studio they got paid for, who knows how, this handsome Joe has made it seem like anybody that is trying to change the way America works is scary and should go away. That's the impression I got from this dude's video. Because he made leftists seem dangerous. He exaggerated the danger being presented by those leftists, even worse. Can you imagine how bad this would have been? And I'm sorry, I'm going to hurt some feelings here, but maybe they need to get hurt from time to time, and we got to have thick skin about it. It's okay. But can you imagine how worse this would have been if in the back row of all this, there was a bunch of jackasses waving around guns? Think before you speak. Think about what happens if my words are interpreted in a way other than I'm imagining they will be interpreted. Can you imagine if a bunch of Al-Qaeda looking motherfuckers were waving around guns while all this was happening? Combine his irresponsible propaganda for the center with our far left irresponsible propaganda, telling people to arm themselves, to goad police into shooting us because deaths will sway opinions. Can you imagine what that combination would do to the social movement that we are risking lives and, in fact, so far sacrificing 4 lives to build? If you don't know, don't talk. Not into a microphone. If you are not capable of being better than that, it is best that you say nothing. I think everybody here is. But you got to think actively about what you're saying and the times you're in, because these are not the times for children. Speaking of children, this guy, I don't know who pays him. I don't know if he has a direct arrangement. But I do know that you don't need a direct arrangement. You never need to be told who's going to bribe you. And you never need to be in a room with the people who are going to bribe you. That's the insidious thing. With YouTube, you are able to simply see what content is more profitable. And companies can purchase ads at will. If you make centrist material, you will find the value of the ads being sold on your time goes up, and people are more free with offers for ads. It's not a conspiracy. It's not insidious. But it remains a fact that the farther right you go, the more money will be offered to you. And that dude in the clean studio with the good microphone, his opinion is not well thought out. The consequences for that video are not well thought out, assuming he's not just straight up lying to the audience. If he truly didn't understand, if he's honest enough that he's just dumb, that he didn't understand the damage he was doing, then good for his soul, but he's still not worth listening to. It is, in fact, manufacturing consent. that was not Adam Mockler, was it? Oh God, I hope not. Look, Adam Mockler and Midas Touch in general, I am more supportive of because they at least know what they're doing. They are responsible opposition, I would say. I would call them centrist content. I don't think centrist content is inherently bad. Let me just be clear. I do not think that. But I think sneaky tactics are bad. And that dude, not Mockler, but this guy, son of a gun. This guy, these are sneaky tactics. He's pretending to praise a race of folks when in fact what he's actually doing is making a creed of folks look despicable, and he's doing so intentionally. I think. I can't say that. I don't know that. I really don't know that. I don't know how you could get this far in a YouTube career and not understand that was the effect that your thumbnail and your presentation of the facts were going to have. And this video was shown to me by a person whose opinion I respect the absolute most. And the points that what they said about the video, I agree with. It's the other stuff that comes with it that I think is actually going to be the average person's main takeaway from the video. The average person's main takeaway, and this is something progressives need to learn because it is how we get killed all the time. The average person's main takeaway will simply be, well, the people who cared enough to go out and protest are too dangerous, and therefore they are wrong. And the person who was trying to rile them up was too dangerous and too evil, and therefore wrong. That's all they're going to get. So here's what you need to understand if you're progressives. Number one, nobody knows as much as you about politics. Don't be a prick about it. Truly do not, because you are going to find out you are humblingly incorrect about most things anyway. Because we're just lied to constantly by everybody. And we're lied to in different ways, sometimes intentionally. Sometimes people think they know, but they don't know. Sometimes people don't know, but they pretend like they definitely do know. We're lied to constantly. We are lied to constantly. But progressives do know more about politics than any other group. That's just facts. Unfortunately, that does not make it easier for us. In U.S. culture, when you don't know something about politics, for whatever reason, the tendency is to just shut up, just not make any commentary at all, or to distract, to try to make the argument or the discussion or the conversation about something that you are prepared to talk about, but never to acknowledge the fact that you don't know, and certainly never to ask questions about it. So, when somebody that doesn't understand the contours of a conversation talks to you, a progressive, I can tell you what's happening. You say a bunch of things, and most of it they ignore. And the stuff they can draw pretty good conclusions about based on their preconceptions of the facts, that's what they address. But they ignore most of what you say. Try to appreciate that. So when you're out there trying to give them the nuance of this guy and that, and but if you go back to Iran-Contra and at the time George W., they're not listening to any of that. They're really not. They know they won't understand, and they think that you're just pretending. Also, when you say a string of facts that come from your actual education. They think it's like what they do. Because what they do is they memorize this stuff like a script, but they don't have any actual understanding because there's nothing to understand because their internal logic for why you would be a right-winger, it's not coherent. It's one big scam. Hey, Pinkerbell. It is truly not coherent. But they don't think it has to be. Again, this is just my impressions. I could be wrong, but my impressions of the folks that I feel we are going to have to work with. We're going to have to convince to vote with us, to get their politicians to vote with us on some things. They don't, let me just, I guess, be quick by saying, repeating, they do not listen to the whole video. They don't look up phrases until they understand what the person's saying, so on and so forth. They make a judgment based on the broad strokes. And the reason that screws you over is that when somebody like you watches that video, when somebody like you checks out this video, you're taking in more information than somebody else. You're listening to all the arguments. You're listening to why the person was there and the background of the person that saved him and the context within the country, et cetera, et cetera. And where we go wrong, I find, is that you, progressives, have a tendency to assume other people are hearing the same thing just because they're listening to the same video, but they're not. Other people aren't listening at all to the words that are being said. In their brains, they're not translating that young lad's sounds into words when he is talking. Because it's confusing, because they don't understand or care to understand the contours of the situation. They think Hamas is left wing, not right wing. That's who these folks are. So again, like I said from the jump, the centrists are going to see a different video in this than you are. You might see this as despite everything. And when I say everything, I mean 400 years of evil. Despite everything, a member of an oppressed minority saved one of the active oppressors from a crowd of people who felt righteous anger. That's how we might see it. The way a centrist will see it, and the way I think this video was meant to appeal, is that people with big political opinions, people with strong desires to change America, are dangerous, and that's it. The worst lies are ones we want to hear. I am seeing people doing everything in their power to try to convince us to arm ourselves, to look scary. To look scary. Now, why is it? Why is it, do you think, that it serves the purposes of the people we disagree with for us to look scary? Why do you reckon? When somebody goes out there and says, arm up, take them to the protests, take them to protests that other people agreed to bring their kids to, take them to the protests. When somebody does that, and that signal, say, gets boosted, maybe the person who says that earnestly believes it's a good idea. I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure the person who says that will earnestly think that's a good idea. dumb fucking idea though it is, when that happens and that signal gets boosted by somebody who does not want us to succeed, why? Why is that effective for them? Well, because it makes us look crazy, because it makes us look vile, dangerous. It's because when you wash this situation of the context, when you look at it as a snapshot, in other words, the only way the average person does look at it, it makes us look unreasonable. It's as simple as that. This is theater for people who cannot chew gum and walk. Every one of these gatherings, every one of these news clips, everything we do until we are victorious is theater for dummies. Every moment of your life has to be a tiny little play that you assume is being watched by a bunch of terrified house spouses. And it has to be communicated at every step of the way that we are providing peace. We are providing an actual plan for fixing the country. We are the reasonable ones. Because you're not going to win an unreasonable fight with these folks. And by the way, if you hate the times we are in, centrism is the thing that got us here. It is a well-funded scam, and it's designed to make anybody who's trying to improve your life seem like they're dangerous to you. What does that sound like? Does that not sound familiar to you? It should. That's the entire Fox News story. Real John Lithium with a great point. Why do they have to be so angry, in quotes? Two reasons that we hear this a lot. Number one is because we are angry. Progressives are, in fact, angry. So there is natural anger that comes up all the time. And number two is it's signal boosted. I'm not trying to say that like a conspiracy theory. It's not that complicated. If you are a centrist advertiser, you're going to put all your money into the centrist product. If you are a centrist political strategist, in this case, a political strategist, the Standard, you're going to put all your money into content that makes the people that disagree with you, in this case, this guy, look bad. It's that simple. With everything that's happening now, how can you not react? Yeah, I'm asking you to be better than a person would naturally be. I'm asking you for a difficult thing here. I'm asking everybody who's watching to set aside your righteously held anger or to use it in a righteous way. I'm asking you to do something unnatural. I'm asking you to do things that you might resent having had to have done for the rest of your life. I'm asking you to carry a weight, to lower your opinion of the human race, to take a little magic out of the world for yourself for the rest of your days. I'm asking you to look at the world, understand that it is nothing but manipulation constantly, and to earnestly, honestly, and with good intentions for others, take part in the game that is being played, whether you're willing to take part in it or not. But basically, I'm asking you all to be agents, spies, a bunch of James Bondses. You're being watched constantly. This is a play that is going on constantly that we didn't even realize was starting. It just sort of came to be around us. These protests, ripe for manipulation. Our own group of talkers, ripe for manipulation. I promise you, in some way that I don't even realize right now, I am being manipulated and used for the ends of some evil thing. All we can do is keep course correcting as we see this stuff. Not be afraid to have earnest conversations with ourselves wherein we disagree. And crucially, have principles. Have a core to your morality that is not based off of a trend, that is not based off of one particular personality or another, but believe what you believe for logical reasons. I do recommend you pick a smart guy. Doesn't really matter whom, as long as people seem to agree that they're smart. And read what they have to say, or listen to what they have to say. Get a Robert Reich or some other economist or some other sociologist or whatever, and do a little bit of reading. And you don't even have to fully understand what you read. The reason being, you should be trying, not necessarily succeeding, but trying to base your decisions off a core of information. Off of, at the very least, a principle that you do sincerely hold. So that when it comes on you to make a decision in unclear times, you can see things through the lens of principles that you do strongly hold. For example, when I saw the headline, "A neo-Nazi just had his life saved by a black man," I was able to see things in terms of the groups represented and the stereotypes that I've learned to be wary of, and I think understand more about the content I was about to see. I'm just saying, for you, we are in possibly the dumbest future that I could have ever imagined. I thought there would be more flying cars, a la Blade Runner. At the very least, I thought I would have a sex bot by this point. Instead, we're getting manipulated. The enemy robots, they're not the T-1000. They're the Tina grade 4. They attack us by being like mean schoolgirls and spreading rumors and manipulating what we said. Yeah, Natchkit, I thought we would have had hoverboards by this point. Absolutely. It didn't seem like that big of an ask. And if you super cool ceramic, you can suspend it. You can make it hover. Yes, JK, never put your trust in a single political personality. They will let you down. Yeah, me too, by the way. You can't, what JK is saying, you cannot put anybody on a pedestal, or yourself for that matter. You should always have doubt, because otherwise you're asking for heartbreak. There's nobody who's going to live up to infinite expectations. Yeah, centrist grifting. And let's talk about grifting in general. Because I went hard on, people that were talking about bringing guns to a protest or whatever. But they're not grifting. I can work with anybody so long as they're not grifting. But there is grifting happening. And you can tell where it's happening based upon where the money is. If they are getting well compensated, it doesn't mean they're grifting, but it does mean there's room for grift. It means a grift can be sustained by this, so it could be happening. I'm trying to express this without sounding insane. I'm instead just going to let you have it with the safety off. But I'm going to rely on your decency to tell me if it is insane. The way countries attack each other these days is via mean girl tactics. Putin is spreading misinformation in America. We're spreading misinformation in other countries. And it's all very dumb. It's very, very dumb. It's just trolling in message boards, but done on a military level. Sorry, I just want to pull my clothes off and wander out into the sea when I think about how stupid our version of all this is. Our grandparents, charged pill boxes on the beach. We're in, yeah. And we're freaking having arguments on the internet. All right. It's 2:00. It's the 2:00 hour. That means today, people walked outside in protest. I should have told you to right at the start of the show. You didn't. I apologize. It's not too late now. If you're watching on your phone, walk outside. See if anybody's poking around. I want to talk more about the way we're getting manipulated, but I feel myself starting to say angry things, so I'm just going to move on. Besides, we got to talk about the 23rd. Today, January 20th at 2 p.m. was the Free America Walkout. It was organized by groups like the Women's March, good for them. And they were protesting basically the state of the Trump administration. They were protesting fascism, violence, racism, xenophobia, and corporate influence in government. Do you know what I like about this? This is an attempt to flex worker power. That is what I like about this. Sorry, I'm just reading private chat. Yeah, it's an attempt to flex worker power. January 23rd, we got another one. January 23rd is a little different, and I want y'all to listen to me carefully. January 23rd is meant for Minneapolis. Minneapolis has said, we are going to stay home today. One day, we're going to stay home. Nobody buy anything. Nobody go to work. And we're doing this to demonstrate that we want ICE out. That's pretty neat. I think that is a good reaction. I would say begin on the 23rd and don't stop till they're all gone. Shut the economy down entirely. But, I'm not there. I am here where it is relatively safe, where even if there's ICE in the streets, the houses are literally farther apart and more difficult to get from one to the other to. It's easier to blah, 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 blah. And ICE could come here later. My point is ICE is here, but they could come in force later. But my point is, right now, they are doing what I think is amongst the only physical things that we are able to do in response to ICE, like effectively able to do in response to ICE. They're using worker power, as we saw during the pandemic. The ominous they still needs us. We are in perhaps the last moment of U.S. history, world history even, where there are enough workers needed for the country to function that those workers can threaten the whole country. Go get them. January 23rd, Minneapolis. Good for you. Here's the thing. I want all of you to do the same thing. January 23rd, take the whole day off. Number one, I want to see, this is a drill. I want to see if at an inconvenient moment to you, in this case, one that I did not tell you about before, now at least very well. At an inconvenient moment to you, are you in a state, is your life prepared in a way that you can take one day off of work? Are you capable? If the answer is no, that is something you're going to have to fix with a quickness. If you're living a lifestyle where you cannot take a single day off of work, that's a problem for a lot of reasons, but selfishly, for my purposes, because I'm going to ask you to take lots of days off of work, strategic days. Try to fix it. Work at fixing it. You might never get there. You might not get there even close to on time for the events that we have got to combat. But as you try to fix this, as you say, open a bank account, a savings account that you add to from time to time, as you learn to grow food, for example, as you do these things, you might have some spare resources that at a crucial moment you can offer other people in conjunctions with others that are offering spare resources so that we have more collectively than we ever could apart. But January 23rd, I bet most of you can take one day off. Good, do so. Tell people why you're doing it. If people at work are angry with you for taking one day off, and you explain why you are doing it, you say, I'm doing this in solidarity with Minneapolis. If they have a problem with that, good. It's good that you know who the rotten people are in your life. It's good that you know who lacks a soul. It's good that you know, that you learn now who you can't go to in an emergency. Because if they don't see the value in this, they're not going to let you stay with them if your house burns down. They're not going to drive you to the hospital if you're having a heart attack. They might call an ambulance, but they won't drive you to the hospital. If you are on fire, they wouldn't piss on you to put you out, in other words. So, practice. January 23rd, all day. Do not buy anything. Do not go to work. And crucially, tell people why. Tell your boss why. Tell people why. Because you want them talking about it, and you want them doing it next time as well. Rep the general strike. I am not going to continue following the general strike alone. I'm not only going to do what their leadership says, in other words. I want to be clear that I'm not wielding their reputation here, but I'm stealing their ideas. But at some point, I'm going to be asking you to participate in coordinated strikes. For example, if the National Guard invades your town, I think that means all commerce should shut down. All commerce should shut down in that town. Don't make it easy for them to snatch up people. Accurate. Accurate, Natchkid. I feel like I've been a ranting and a raving for 50 minutes straight. Feel a little bit bad about that. Who is this guy? Chris Mowry. Let's have a gander. Okay, well, joined YouTube 2024. Nothing in the description except Let's Ride and his other accounts. Let's have a look at the average video. You know what? I think Chris Mowry, I'll at least be willing to say benefit of the doubt for that guy, that he is an earnest actor. Still think he's centrist propaganda. I think we only know about him because it benefits people who own us already, oligarchs. Hey, gang, here's what I've learned from talking with right-wingers. Lately, I've been doing vertical streams, trying to figure out why it is those are so successful. I think most of your assumptions would be correct, but not for the reasons that you think. I do think it's because, for example, a bunch of right-wingers are talking to us, but it's not because right-wingers are more valuable. It's because right now, right-wingers don't talk to us. So what does YouTube consider a right-leaning person who's in my audience? A new watcher. It's high engagement from new watchers. Now, we both know that that engagement that I'm getting is them cursing me out. But apparently YouTube doesn't make that distinction. And interestingly, it shows my horizontal feed to more of you. Isn't that intriguing? But that's not really why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for earnest reasons. I'm actually trying to talk to right-wing folks. And by the way, it doesn't matter if 100,000 people watch my stream every second for the next year. I won't make money on it. Because even if it does very well, then they will find a reason to demonetize it. Because we are not saying the things that get people money. However, there is value in talking to right-wing folks. The main thing I've learned, as I said at the top of the show, that I want to share with you, is that they have a misconception about who we are. They cannot tell the difference between Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Maybe that's too far, but they can't tell the difference between Joe Biden and AOC, let's say. I hope you all help me correct a lot of these things. I will say, if not as converts, two things really help when I'm talking to them. Thing number one is reassuring them that I'm not asking them to believe the things that I'm believing, but simply trying to communicate to them what it is I believe, so that when somebody lies to them about it, they can understand that it's a lie. That's a crucial difference. Also, if I'm not trying to communicate, or if I'm genuinely not trying to convince them to believe what I believe, I can be a lot simpler about my beliefs. I don't necessarily have to go into the nitty-gritty on Medicare for all and how that would work and how it would be funded. I can, I have, and I do sometimes. But it's not necessary. And frankly, people's patience is limited with things that they don't want to hear. And they're not going to want to hear that they're wrong about you. So be quick about it. I find it's very useful to tell them, look, I'm not asking you to agree with me about this being the way the country should be run. I'm just saying this is what I believe, and look what they said I believe. Isn't that effed up? Thing number 2, I can't really tell you what it is they believe, because I just don't know. I don't see a through line. I'm trying to tell you guys what I have learned from this, but like I've learned what we don't know. Let's not dwell too much on this because I'm not sure that it's correct. I don't want you guys walking around repeating this. I'm expressing the frustration of where I stand. What I see when I try to get out of them, their understanding of how the world works. What I see is just a series of memorized excuses for the way things are. I don't see, there's no internal coherence. There's a better phrase for that. Internal logic. When you look at what we believe, there is a broad internal logic. Generally, things are the way they are because since the 1960s, the rich have been paying a smaller and smaller percentage of their total income in taxes. That's been expressed with a bunch of different policies, but the end result is that poorer Americans have to foot the bill for things that America requires because the rich don't pay for them, yada, 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 yada. From that, you can talk about healthcare. You can talk about private prisons. You can There's an internal logic. So one thing leads to another, leads to another. There is not that with the other side. I can't ask them, well, now, wait a minute. You had some principles about small government that I was hearing you say. And here you are saying that the ICE budget should get tripled, quadrupled, septupled, whatever. Yeah, Natchikit, it's scary outside the bubble. But it is necessary. Agreed. Trolls are rich kids. They parrot what their parents say, says Manda the Pivot. That could be. And by the way, Donald James X, thank you for the wonderful compliment. I appreciate it. Jake has been doing a wonderful job handling trolls in his verticals. I'm jotting down notes. I mean, talking to them, I do think is easy. All right, if we're doing notes, let's do broad strokes. Broad strokes, here's how you talk to them. When they insult you, understand that is a defensive mechanism. They are insulting you because they're scared. Don't take it personally in the same way you wouldn't take a dog snarling at you personally. Don't take it literally. They'll say the worst thing they could possibly think of. Treat them like a kid with Tourette's, like an actual child with Tourette's. I mean, don't treat them like a child, but basically ignore the insults. They will do the same thing, but by insulting a group that they know you care about. They will try to insult the Jews or the Indians or the Chinese or the whatever. It's all of that, all that ugliness. It's there to distract you. So never blink in the face of that stuff. Recognize that stuff for what it is. And stay on target. Ask them about the same thing until they answer it. And if they're not answering it, redirect back to the thing. Say, go back to this, though. Yeah, I don't know about that other thing you're saying, but going back to this thing. I do find that's helpful. And again, reassure them often, especially if you're being honest about it, that you're not trying to convince them to believe what you believe, but you're trying to understand what they believe and get them to understand what you believe. This was all the introduction, gang. This was an hour of just intro. That is how much news there is. We have another show now. Thank you for listening. I'm sure I'll have more to say later. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake.
In a world where shared facts, truth, and reality are eroding, are community notes the solution? Or do they just create more confusion? And is that all just by design? I'm Dan from the internet. This is a detour, and I have mostly quit using social media besides being a content creator. There's some level of it that you have to use in order to do it, but I do my best not to scroll in my free time. I have a lot of these timers that are built into my devices to make sure I don't use them too much. I try to spend more time going outside, being in my community, actually helping, doing things that are more fulfilling, such as making and thinking about these videos. I've talked about this in some other videos. I'll link them down below in the description. By the way, please like this video and share it so I can keep making more. I mean all that to say, I've started using X/Twitter again because I was given access to the community notes feature. I can vote on community notes, I can edit community notes, and just to be clear so we're all on the same page, community notes are supposedly a fact-checking system. It's implemented on Twitter, now called X, and is now being rolled out to Meta platforms. So you're seeing them more on Facebook and Instagram and Threads. These sort of crowdsourced fact-checking and information gathering methods are nothing new to the internet. I think Wikipedia is the most famous version of this and the most reputable based on the community culture within Wikipedia and the way that sources are vetted. I think Reddit's a good example of this too, but you can go all the way back to the early forms of what we now know as the internet with Web 2.0, with Yahoo Answers and Ask Jeeves and different online internet forums that were built by hobbyists who really cared about a certain topic, maybe cared a little bit too much. So the internet has a time-honored tradition of letting people jump in with their own expert advice or niche expert advice and try to help people reach solutions and answers to problems. So much so that the artificial intelligence of today is scraping up all this information from the internet and trying to regurgitate it out for us to consume in the modern time. Community notes on X started as Birdwatch on Twitter. It, along with Twitter's vetted and verified badge system, the blue check marks, as they were derisively called at a certain point, were meant to work together to hinder disinformation. If someone had a blue check mark, that meant that they were with a reputable journalistic source, or they're with an institution, a think tank, a college, a university. They were who they say they were. And Twitter, as a company, did the work to verify that. There's some criticisms and qualms about how transparent that is, but I think once we saw Elon Musk buy Twitter, turn it to X, make it so you could buy a tick mark for a few bucks a month, and then made an even higher tier where if you spent $1,000 a month, you got an even specialer gold check mark. That hasn't really stopped the problem of people misrepresenting who they are. It just created a small barrier to entry in the form of a fee for doing so. And because of the right-wing bent that Elon Musk had, trying to correct for a perceived left-wing bias that the old Twitter had, he opened the floodgates and openly started making sure that posts from right-wing conservatives were pushed to people's algorithms, whether they were true or not. And oftentimes they weren't. Meta has also followed this pay-to-play model where anyone with the amount of money for the subscription can have a tick mark next to their profile. The truth is, both social media platforms, most if not all social media platforms, don't really care about truth or authenticity like that. They care about the 3 R's: rage bait, retention, and revenue. Those are the things that keep people using the platform. Those are the things that give that platform relevance. And ultimately, that's what allows them to sell advertising to make these otherwise free platforms incredibly profitable. And they can use your interactions on that site to build profiles of you that follow you everywhere you go onto the internet, to sell you things even when you're not using these social media platforms to begin with. Because these lines of authenticity are being blurred, it's much easier for people with the money and with the means to just buy bot farms or to buy attention or to buy relevance, a boost in these algorithms by having these tick marks by your account. And that's polluted the information ecosystem that once existed on platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, now known as X. Now you might be saying, Dan, you can make community notes now. So maybe there's a way for you to be able to change the tide and for others to be able to change the tide. Well, I'll note that while you can apply to be a part of community notes on X, and by apply, I mean you just tick a button saying that you are interested in being part of it, there doesn't seem to be much of a vetting process. And while I know some people who went through that form and ultimately got access to it, I never filled out the form and I was given access to community notes. So I can see the proposed community notes that regular people can't. And I think there's one great example I can use here to illustrate what the problem is with this feature overall. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani tweeted in response to Trump's kidnapping of the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro and his wife, and his extradition to New York City for a supposed trial. Zoran Mamdani, as the mayor of New York City, had many things to say about this. He gave this statement that I'm going to read right here. I was briefed this morning on the U.S. military capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, as well as their planned imprisonment in federal custody here in New York City. Unilaterally attacking a sovereign nation is an act of war and a violation of federal and international law. This blatant pursuit of regime change doesn't just affect those abroad, it directly impacts New Yorkers, including tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call this city home. My focus is their safety and the safety of every New Yorker, and my administration will continue to monitor the situation and issue relevant guidance. Now, for me, I have the ability to see the proposed community notes behind this. And this happens with a lot of politicians who make claims or statements, but this one was a pretty innocuous one. Mamdani spoke to the Trump administration about the Maduro incident. Mamdani asserts that this is against international law, and Mamdani makes a comment about how he wants to protect all New Yorkers and do what's best for them, and so he'll be monitoring the situation to see what develops, because very clearly the Trump administration is doing whatever it wants to right now with no regard for the law, either nationally or internationally. So you'll see some of these notes here, and you can vote on them. One says, tens of thousands of Venezuelans who call New York home are celebrating the capture of Maduro, and then links to an X post supposedly showing this. Now, we've since learned that a number of people were trying to show videos of Venezuelans celebrating using AI-generated video. More on that in a moment. But the truth is, Venezuelans, like no people, are a monolith. As I spoke about in my longer Power Report video that I'll link to in the description about the actual attack and invasion of Venezuela that happened a couple of days ago at time of recording, Venezuelans are not a monolith. Just as Americans are not a monolith. You have people who supported Maduro, you have people who are against Maduro. It's a mixed bag, but the idea that another country can just unilaterally go in and decide to bomb another country, ostensibly for their natural resources, and ostensibly to do regime change and to put someone who is more favorable to the attacking country, that puts a lot of people at risk. It puts New Yorkers at risk for retaliation. It compounds upon the risks of the Trump administration using immigration agents to snatch people up and send them to countries they're not even from, even when they have legal status in America. So this is just one example of a partisan attempt to shift community notes, this sort of source of truth, into the favor of the regime. Another note, U.S. military intervention to capture Maduro was done with the approval of the legitimately elected leaders of the country. So not an attack, but supporting a friendly nation that needs help and has asked for help. Again, I explained in the other video about how the United States has seen Venezuela as a potential enemy in its sphere with influence in not just the Trump administration, but during the Biden administration as well. But it then links to an article about Maria Corina Machado, someone who Donald Trump has already said is not fit to lead Venezuela. She was an opposition leader in Venezuela who was given the Nobel Peace Prize and said that she was accepting the award in honor of Donald Trump and all of the peace that he's doing. I don't believe there's anywhere that says Machado is the legitimate leader of Venezuela, and I don't think America or the West gets to make that choice for Venezuelans. Here's another one. Zoran Mamdani previously called for regime change by advocating the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. That wouldn't be regime change. That would be arresting Netanyahu for the international war crimes that he has committed. By the way, Donald Trump is tacking on those as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if other countries and other people of conscience around the world start to take that advice from Zohar Mamdani and treat that with our president, Donald Trump. Here's another. Maduro lost the presidential election to Edmundo Gonzalez, but rigged the results to ensure he won. Election observers at the Carter Center confirmed the election did not meet international standards of electoral integrity and cannot be considered democratic. Again, I mentioned this in my past video. International organizations have questioned the legitimacy of Maduro's leadership. They've questioned the legitimacy of the election there. But again, who is the official elected leader? Is it Edmundo Gonzalez? Is it Machado? It seems like the people in community notes don't even know either. It's a perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where people who are the least informed about something overcompensate by insisting that they have the most information, even more than other experts. Experts who have the good sense to know when their actual knowledge is starting to be limited, and so they'll professionally and responsibly hedge a little bit. Again, these are attempts at fact-checking, but they all miss the point of Mamdani's actual post, and instead try to assert that what is being done is actually legal, which is the exact same thing that the people who are responsible for this, Marco Rubio, Pete Kegsbreath, Donald Trump, Dementia Don, these are the justifications that they are putting out. So these fact checkers are essentially trying to pollute the realm of reality by asserting that the state's facts are the real facts. Another post here, again, all using sources either from Twitter itself or straight from the State Department, Trump's State Department. So it's not necessarily an unbiased second opinion here. But it's trying to create another justification, saying the U.S. did not unilaterally attack a sovereign nation. 50 countries, U.S. included, do not recognize Maduro as the head of state. Okay, well, you could look at the number of countries that have condemned Israel for war crimes, mass starvation, even genocide in Gaza, and look at what the international community is doing there. If anything, enabling Netanyahu for doing these same things. These notes continue here, with mostly regurgitating the same points. One says, Maduro is the head of a criminal enterprise and is under indictment. It doesn't implicate Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter. It was a military operation in support of law enforcement and not an act of war, which is an interpretation of the law. And law is often open to interpretations, but the source here is a very biased lawyer who seems to be in the tank for the Trump administration, based on what you could see. For all we know, the source, the person who wrote this community note, is that same guy. Because the factor about community notes is that your profile in community notes is not tied at all to your actual profile on Twitter. So if everyone's anonymous in community notes, you can't source back the credentials or the credibility that one brings to the table when they are writing a community note. So this could be anyone. For all we know, the people writing these community notes could be part of the State Department itself. Then you have a section of community notes that shows notes that have been rated not helpful. Again, you can write community notes, or you can also vote on them, and you can choose why it's helpful, somewhat helpful, or not helpful at all. And there's one post that cites Brianna Wu, which is funny. Another one claiming that independent confirmation from multiple non-US sources of their custody status and planned imprisonment in New York has not yet been publicly verified. The links are not to any news articles, but to the news pages of the AP, Reuters, and Al Jazeera. The AP is also a US source, even though they all have international bureaus. And you have notes explaining why notes are not needed, or NNN. People kind of bring a little bit of reality here to the situation, asking people to not pollute this so-called fact-checking system with their own biased political beliefs. Also, I didn't mention this because it wasn't in this post, but Grok AI, the AI that Elon Musk made on Twitter/X, can also write community notes that people can vote on as well, which is fine, because we all know that AI is accurate. And we all know that Grok AI can be trusted and is safe.
Hey, it's sultry voice, early morning post-production Dan here. And as I was finishing the editing for this video on the 7th of January 2026, Renee Nicole Macklin Good, a 37-year-old woman from Minneapolis, Minnesota, or at least the surrounding area, was shot by an ICE agent as she was being confronted during one of their raids, which was happening in her neighborhood just as she had dropped off her son from school. It sparked lots of protests nationwide, but on community notes, it has also sparked a lot of debate and discussion, even when there's very little up for debate. The state is trying to justify a public execution, and it's clear when you look at the community notes under a post like this from Homeland Security, claiming that Renee Good was a violent rioter who weaponized her vehicle and not someone whose last words were, "I don't hate you, man," to the ICE agent who would shoot her just a second later, with that ICE agent, or at least one of them near her, calling her a fucking bitch as she lost consciousness. You do see a lot of people refuting the evidence here with the video that they can in the community notes. A lot of this language trying to refute ICE is definitely on the politically charged side, even though they're using evidence that is widely believed to be correct, and that this Trump Department of Homeland Security has proven itself to be wrong and unfactual in multiple cases. And then the community notes explaining why notes aren't needed are largely following the DHS's line that this was a law enforcement officer who is using justifiable force in the situation, and therefore there's no need to fact check the Department of Homeland Security or Kristina or JD Vance. Of course, there is a need to fact check Bernie Sanders' post on this, which is not to say that Bernie Sanders is above being fact checked, but you can see the bent that Community Notes has even during a moment like this. Renee Good, who is widely believed to have been trying to flee and not trying to weaponize her vehicle, is being slandered with no way to draw a breath, let alone defend herself. And again, you'll note that the sources that claim the context is needed on the Bernie Sanders post here, which is a largely innocuous statement, comes with armchair legal analysis from someone we don't even know has any sort of legal credibility, essentially trying to argue the government's point here. This is a tragedy and a big challenge against, First Amendment rights, Second Amendment rights, the Constitution as a whole. And I have no feeling that this is going to get better within the Trump administration. Also, to further buttress this point, there's a poll from Data for Progress and Zateo that claims to say 52% of all voters are not believing the ICE officer in Minneapolis was justified in using lethal force, and therefore don't believe the DHS's story in this case. 84% of Democrat and 58% of independent/third-party voters don't believe that the action was justified, versus 68% of Republican voters who do believe it's justified. And I don't necessarily think that polling is the source of truth for a situation that happened. I think the video evidence and what law enforcement officials have said who aren't in DHS, who have analyzed that video evidence, I think what they have to say matters the most. In addition to the, as I mentioned before, the overall context of what the ICE operations are and what the people who are in charge of them are intending for them to be. With people like JD Vance saying he wants ICE agents to go door to door, literally echoing the worst parts of European history in World War II, from a regime that also lied to its people about its military and police actions. But it goes to show how partisan opinion is so strong in the United States of America, and possibly even worldwide. It's so strong now that people who just want to be correct, who want to have the correctiness, to expand upon Stephen Colbert's truthiness, but you have a population of people who want to feel right, and so they're willing to believe things that are just factually not correct. Don't tread on me, my fucking ass. And I don't mean to analyze this too clinically, because this is something that should worry and anger Americans of conscience, regardless of political party or affiliation or lack thereof. But the point here is, even in a very clear example with video with a lot of different angles and the context of who ICE is under the Donald Trump administration and in general, that Community Notes is still a place where reality itself is being debated and you're told to not trust your lying eyes. And at the end of the day, this amount of nonsensical debate means that Community Notes ended up not being under that post overall. And whether that has to do with the relationship that Elon Musk has with the Trump administration, or just the fact that there was so much debate that there wasn't an ability to find consensus, that is still a pollution of the stream of information. And that's where I'm going to go back to the part I'd previously recorded. Rest in power, Renee Good.
By the way, you can help me out for free here by liking this video, leaving a comment, following the Offline Danny page where you'll see more videos like this in the future, and share it out with someone who needs to know about Community Notes. I really appreciate it. But we can put the AI ramifications aside because they're obvious and that could be an entirely other different video. Big tech has a certain approach to knowledge, and it's that it can't really be known. It can't really be discovered. You can't go to people who work at universities, people who are researchers, people with published, vetted, and accredited sources in their history to be able to adjudicate what facts are, especially in fast-moving situations like news events. No, the tech oligarchs believe that that must be decided by the unwashed masses, by the public, in an anonymous and non-transparent way to wash their hands of the entire situation altogether. They have blog posts saying how these notes processes work, but many of them are old and don't include some of the iterations and policy changes that might be happening with these platforms. So I don't really think they can be trusted on the whole to believe that the system is not being infiltrated by state actors, or at the very least, rubes who don't understand what rigorous fact-checking looks like or how it's practiced. And if anything, I can blame fact-checkers at larger outlets like the Washington Post and the New York Times, who have done so badly, even though they have those credentials in the past, that's created this public demand for alternative forms of fact-checking. But fact-checking done by tech oligarchs who lean right-wing anyways is not the answer and it's not the solution. But again, I think this is by design. You've seen it. Tech oligarchs and business people will bend the knee to whoever is in charge. Right now, it's Donald Trump, and right now it's this belief that wokeness is an assault on the world. Elon Musk called it the woke mind virus. And even though the word woke has been bastardized so much from its original intent, these are the marching orders that everyone in Silicon Valley and beyond are using to build not just tools like Community Notes, but tools like AI and other things that are happening. Facial recognition that also exemplifies these biases. Hell, down to who gets hired and who doesn't when it's chosen by AI. Much like democracies around the world are kind of kabuki theater, kayfabe shows that are put on that give people the illusion of choice, Community Notes is the illusion of fact-checking. Community Notes is the illusion of crowdsourced information. It's the illusion of something like Wikipedia, but something far less vetted, far less accountable, far less transparent, and far more dangerous. And did I mention these tech companies are going after Wikipedia as well? And I can paraphrase one of the hardest quotes from one of my favorite movies ever made. If everyone's a fact checker, no one is. That's what oligarchs tech and beyond want, to erode truth and trust so they can replace it with their own reality that suits them and makes them richer and more powerful at the expense of the global proletariat. And to make half of y'all not even worry about that because you think that you can be armchair experts. Not folks in this audience, y'all are good. Again, this is a detour. Please check out the Dan from the Internet channel that you're probably watching this on, but also check out the Offline Danny channel where you'll be seeing more things like this. It's a little bit different from Power Report. It's going to be more of these quicker dives into different topics that are going on, and also things that are a little bit offbeat from politics. You'll see more of that soon. But thank you for watching. Thank you for all the supporters on YouTube, Twitch, and Syndicate23.co who pay a little bit of money to be able to make sure that I'm able to continue doing these things. And also forgive the fact that I've taken a little bit of a break so I can retool myself and get ready to make more videos like this in the future. So I appreciate y'all, and I'll talk to you in the next one. Cheers. In the early morning of the 3rd of January, 2026, the so-called United States Department of War launched strikes on the Venezuelan capital city of Caracas and announced that they had captured Venezuela's leader, Nicolas Maduro. I'm Dan from the Internet. This is your Power Report, a breaking news one that I'm doing early Saturday morning for y'all because this is just insane. We need to break down the real reason of why this is all happening. The manufactured consent machine is going right now. Like, we really need to level set with what's going on, and I think I've developed a pretty good analysis for y'all here. So first of all, I want to show you some more frightening footage. This is from the Turkey bureau chief for Middle East Eye, Rajib Solgu, who was showing this. Remember, this is people going out for Friday night. They're out late, maybe at a bar, maybe at a party or whatever, and they're coming outside running to bombs being dropped on them in a picture that has unfortunately become all too common in these past couple of years, with Western superpowers taking out their military might for their own imperial ambitions onto brown populations everywhere.
¡Uy, nos están invadiendo! ¡Nos están invadiendo! Están bombardeando la base, mamacuevo. ¡Jesús, vámonos!
These attacks were in civilian areas, heavily populated civilian areas. Again, this is the capital city of Venezuela. And there are some early reports that a mausoleum for one of the former leaders of Venezuela was among one of the things that was struck by the United States. Of course, this comes after several months of the United States taking extrajudicial strikes against boats in the Caribbean that the United States alleges that are drug boats coming to smuggle narcotics into the United States. We'll get into that in a moment. A lot of that's been thoroughly debunked, but from what I understand, Nicolas Maduro and his wife are in United States custody, and there's some rumors about where they're going to go to that I'm going to get to in a moment. But just 11 hours earlier, before all this strike happened, it was a pretty busy day for Nicolas Maduro. He was meeting with some foreign dignitaries. Of course, there are New Year's celebrations that were going on, but he filmed in a very YouTuber fashion one of these car style videos directly addressed the United States. Perhaps he knew kind of what was coming or what was about to happen, but I think that it's very chilling to see this, given what we know happened just hours later. And there's a little bit of a translation over this from Telesur. So I'm going to play that now.
To the people of the United States, I even tell you, here you have a friendly government. I know the United States well. I have driven around New York, Boston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, New Jersey, Queens, Manhattan, Washington. I have driven around a lot. I told the President of the United States that I know a lot. I know Constitution Avenue, which is beautiful, Pennsylvania Avenue, where the statue in homage to Bolivar is located, the Lincoln Memorial, which is beautiful, and I have driven there a lot. And the people of the United States should know that they have a friendly, peaceful people here and a friendly government too. They should know that, and that our slogan is very clear. Since that this is a gift I have here for Ramadan, our slogan is very clear. No war, yes, peace.
Not war, yes, peace.
I want to leave that screen grab there for a moment, but please don't forget to like this video, subscribe to not just Stand From the Internet, but the new Power Report channel that we have, to make sure you don't miss some of these deeper breakdowns. But it's also very much worth noting here that Maduro offered Trump oil for peace just as recently as this past fall. There are these escalations, these USS warships that were heading and surrounding Venezuela's coast. They were threatening these sort of strikes this entire past couple of months. And Maduro was even like, listen, for the sake of peace, in the name of peace, we'll make a deal, Trump. We'll give you access to Venezuelan oil, since that seems to be what you want here, really. Let's talk this out. Let's do this. And of course, in a lot of cases, Donald Trump instead chose to go with violence. But I also want to note that Trump, like Biden before him, when it came to the war on Palestine, again, chose war over peace, even though both Biden and Trump had opportunities to de-escalate things in a manner that does not involve this kind of terror, this kind of extrajudicial, against international law kind of actions, because these actions are going to come back around in some way. There's going to be some sort of, cyclical, I don't know if retribution is the right word, but these things have like a, boomerang effect. When we do things in the Middle East or Central Asia, or when we do things anywhere in the world, these things have informed me that Nicolas Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action, look at that euphemism right there, the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for keeping me apprised. Because originally Mike Lee had tweeted, I look forward to figuring out what the constitutional justification for this is, which is, just rich going all around. But as Nathan Kalman Lamb notes, as we all said, international law, such as it is, no longer exists. The United States, following Israel's precedent, considers itself to have the explicit authority to blatantly violate sovereignty anywhere in the world and abduct even leaders of other states. There are no guardrails whatsoever. And the interesting thing by this justification is that you're bombing a city, you're bombing a country that ostensibly we're not at war at. Donald Trump just declared this, emergency war on drugs kind of thing. And it's been known throughout history, even recent history, internationally across the world, that when dictatorial figures start to declare states of emergency, it is usually to try to give themselves some legal cover to expand their power, even when there is no emergency. And that power is usually expanded to commit violence on the global south, violence on poor countries, violence on countries who they think are not going to defend themselves. Already, you already see Claudia Sheinbaum and Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, leaders of Mexico and Brazil, respectively, who are some of the larger, more powerful countries within Central and South America, who are denouncing this. You see Claudia Sheinbaum here saying, Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter of the United Nations states verbatim, quote, the members of the organization in their international relations shall refrain from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Lula continues, the bombings on Venezuelan territory and the capture of its president cross an unacceptable line. These acts represent a most serious affront to Venezuela's sovereignty and yet another extremely dangerous precedent for the entire international community. Attacking countries in flagrant violation of international law is the first step towards a world of violence, chaos, and instability where the law of the strongest prevails over multilateralism. So if you start attacking countries willy-nilly, there is a slippery slope to that. And, Lula da Silva is explaining this here too. The condemnation of the use of force is consistent with the position that Brazil has always adopted in recent situations in other countries and regions. I'm not sure how quick Brazil was to defend Palestine, but I'll leave that for another time because I don't know that top of my head, so I don't want to misinform anyone. The action recalls the worst moments of interference in the politics of Latin America and the Caribbean and threatens the preservation of the region as a zone of peace. Yeah, there's a long storied history I'm not even going to get into right now of the United States during the Cold War, especially using the guise of threats from Russia and China to justify increasing military action in all of these regions. Here's NYC Southpaw, an account on Blue Sky, who says that, former Honduran President Hernandez voluntarily surrendered and was duly extradited, tried, and convicted for drug trafficking, and Trump pardoned him 6 weeks ago. And this morning, Trump illegally attacks Venezuela and abducts its president and his wife, purportedly to try them for drug trafficking. So this is just the very clearest hypocrisy here because We also saw with the Secot deal in El Salvador how Trump made a deal with the El Salvadoran dictator to start to take, kidnap detainees, purported undocumented immigrants to the United States, but some of them were here legally. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is another like famous example of this. But it was reported at the time that there was a deal that the Trump administration had made to allow certain cartel leaders and drug smugglers from El Salvador who were in America and arrested to allow them to go back to El Salvador freely, because everything that the president of El Salvador, I believe it's Nayib Bukele, everything he says about trying to make El Salvador free from violence and all this different stuff, he is just in tune with the cartels as much as a lot of the corruption that he's trying to fight against. And you can see this here, this double standard. We have someone in the Honduran president who we have tried and convicted in a due process kind of way of drug trafficking. Nicolas Maduro, whatever's going on within Venezuela, we have not gone through a trial process, either nationally or internationally, and it should be through international courts in this case, whether Maduro has any sort of role in drug trafficking that happens within his country. Just as much the same as we don't know if Joe Biden has any role or had any role, or Obama had any role, or Trump had any role with drug smuggling in and out of the United States. But I'll actually get to that in a moment. Another funny thing here I want to note, just because Bam, my usual co-host, is not here, and this would be something that he was the first person to actually message me that this interaction was going on. But Southpaw also notes, it appears the Trump administration is planning to bring Maduro to Manhattan in New York City to try him just down the road from the United Nations headquarters. Maybe during the World Cup, who knows? Which would just be a wild thing to do during the World Cup. And I thought that was kind of an interesting thing here. But back onto the subject of why is this happening? What's really the motive here? Because Donald Trump is trying to say, and Pete Hegseth, Pete Kegsbreath, as some like to call him, have been referring to this as this is a war on narco-terrorists. They're trying to bring drugs into our country, and we're going to bomb the boats. And even though footage has been shown to people, legislators within Congress, of the illegal double tap strike on the survivors of one of the boat strikes who were trying to cling on and wave for help, you can't, international law, the Geneva Conventions, says that you cannot engage with enemy combatants, and it's hard to even say whether these are enemy combatants or not. You cannot engage with them if they are trying to surrender, if they pose no danger and no threat. And it seems like Pete Hegseth, who was going to release these and then decided, hey, actually, no, we're not going to release these, might be hiding something pretty egregious like that. But I want to go to some reporting that's been happening. And this is actually a pretty recent story, just from the 30th of December, so just a couple of days ago, before the new year, where, reading from the New Republic, the boats apparently wrecked in the November 6th strike arrived on Colombia's indigenous governed Guajira Peninsula 2 days later with 2 mangled bodies and torched jerry cans. But at least one of the vessels also carried evidence of the drugs it was smuggling on board, emptied packets of marijuana, cannabis. Mind you that the Trump administration just reclassified cannabis, marijuana, weed, whatever you want to call it, as a Schedule 3 substance. It used to be a Schedule 1 substance, so considered to be one of the most dangerous drugs that the United States classifies. Up there with narcotics, up there with certain stimulants. I'm trying to be ad safe here. But the Trump administration itself, following the paths of blue states like California and even other purplish states around the country, that have decided to decriminalize and oftentimes legalize the sale of cannabis for medicinal or recreational purposes. The Trump administration itself says that cannabis is about as dangerous of a drug as cold and flu syrup, cold and flu relief medicine, Tylenol. I'm not going to get started with Trump's Tylenol stuff there, but these are medications that you can get over the counter with or without a prescription that have a very low likelihood towards, chronic addiction symptoms, no pun intended. So yeah, we've also heard other stories. Here's another piece here. One man killed was in a U.S. military strike was Robert Sanchez, a 41-year-old fisherman and skilled boat pilot from a Venezuelan peninsula plagued by poverty. That same coastal area is known as a popular transit hub for different substances to Europe, but not to the United States. So again, are we declaring a war on narcotics because drugs are going to Europe? And if so, why is America getting involved? Why is America First, Donald Trump, getting involved in matters that have to do with Europe? I mean, if anything, it's just going to make it so Donald Trump Jr. And other people in the Trump administration who liked a little bit of that booger sugar want to go snowing up in Europe now. Another man killed in the strike, just for transparency, was considered to be a local crime boss who had been jailed for human trafficking charges, but it's unclear whether or not he was a member of Tren de Aragua or any of these other sort of gangs that are happening. Again, there are realities of Central and South America that because of U.S. imperialism during the Cold War, because of purposeful destabilization of governments, governments that are already, nations and states that are already cash poor, but resource rich, have an even harder time pulling themselves out of the dire straits that they were put in during the latter half of the 20th century and beforehand with colonization. And through any sort of situation like that, you will get an underclass of criminals and people trying to leverage the system. They say that, all these different countries in Central and South America are really dangerous and all these gangs are running around with guns and slinging drugs. Guess where they got the guns? The United States of America, where it's so easy to be able to get them. Guess where they learned a lot of these strategies of how to organize gangs? In United States prisons, in the carceral system, where there is so much chaos going on. There is no real effort to rehabilitate people. So you have organized crime that starts to organize both inside the cell and outside of the cell. These are some of the real reasons behind what you see, the realities that you see in Central and South America. And again, these are wonderful places. This is a small aspect of what actually goes on there. But the pretense behind this, where we're trying to stop drug smuggling, is just a lie. So before we get into the real reasons of why this is happening, we have to absolutely go to some of the ramifications that people in America are just starting to realize, hey, what precedent does this set? What could possibly happen here? Shout out Nikki McCann Ramirez from Rolling Stone, I believe, who gathered this clip from Fox and Friends this morning.
That Trump's message is very clear that, quote, the drug trafficking must stop. And when I hear that, I think, what must Claudia Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, be thinking? What message does this operation potentially set up for her? Now, she has taken to social media seemingly condemning this by simply pointing to Article 2 of the UN Charter, talking about not, infringing on sovereignty rights of another country. We know from our Fox News reporting that actually Mexico has cooperated quite a bit with our federal immigration law enforcement and border patrol and the like. However, it's unclear that President Trump and President Sheinbaum have developed a really good relationship. Do you think that she must be wondering what this all means for her?
100%. I mean, the Mexican president, the Colombian president, I know you had the guest on who's running for Colombian president. And I think that all of those leaders have to be looking over their shoulder as far as what that means and where this goes and tying to the drug cartels.
I mean, I would go even further. Emma Vigeland made this great point a couple days ago on TV, I think, either CNN or MSNBC, I kind of forget. But why not bomb and kidnap? Why not bomb the homes of the Sackler family? Why not kidnap the Sackler family, the folks behind the artist formerly known as Purdue Pharma, who were responsible for the overprescription of OxyContin and, worsening the opioid crisis, the narcotics crisis within the United States, within their borders. Like, in the Midwest was where they're based, if I'm thinking of. Purdue sounds like an Indiana kind of thing. I may need to double check that, but that's within the United States' borders. I believe the Sackler family settled, so that's not like necessarily an admission of guilt, but that's not necessarily an admission of innocence either. And it's not like we have to connect too many dots to figure out this family was connected to this company, and they spread this product, and through lots of different strategies that you can find in other videos elsewhere about the overprescription of these narcotics to people in the hospital, fostered addictions and ruined tons of lives. I have a feeling, though, that wealthy billionaires in the United States are not going to get this kind of treatment. But if you're outside the United States, wealthy or not, president of a country, president of a cartel, or leader of a cartel, or like just anything involved, you now have to worry about the international threat of the United States coming in and meddling with your affairs, meddling with your sovereignty. What if Canada said, hey, we actually don't like the OxyContin thing, so we're going to bomb the Midwest, and we're going to take some billionaires and business leaders, and we're going to try them not in an international court, not in some kind of court that maybe the United States and Canada and Mexico share for some trade agreements, but to Ottawa, or to court in Ontario, right? Like, we're going to do this with Canadian rules and not the rest of the world's rules. That would be insane. But this is what we're doing with America right now. Interestingly enough, I was talking about, and this is going to tie together really quickly, so trust me. We were talking about Nicolas Maduro having a really busy day. One of the things he was doing was actually speaking with a special envoy from China, and they were meeting China and Venezuela, along with a number of other South American nations, countries. They have deep connections and economic ties with China, and this is something that, and I have proof for this in just a moment, this is something the United States really doesn't like. They don't want China or Russia involved in anything, not trying to take over or coup governments, but making economic ties, making trade deals. They don't want to be, the United States are basically sore babies because they don't want to be beaten out of this game with trading and getting trade deals and fostering these partnerships with South American countries the right way. They don't want to negotiate. They want to do regime change. They want to take the natural resources for themselves, whereas, other countries, China and Russia, they're at least treating, at least in general, definitely right now, they are treating these states with much more dignity within the bounds of capitalism than the United States is right now. So here's a little bit of Maduro, who was meeting with that Chinese special envoy. So Maduro's saying, great to see you. You bring back good memories. Happy New Year. This is the year of the horse, right? Talking to the Chinese envoy.
Yo lo conocí a él muy joven, muy joven. Hace 20 años. Hace 20 años, sí, como traductor cuando estaba el presidente Juntao. Ahora es director. Qué increíble, ¿verdad? Para pasar tiempo. Estás igual.
And then Maduro was talking to one of the members of the special envoy. Apparently, they had known each other when both of them were younger. The envoy was just a kid. You know, they're having these like normal relations here. So when we go back to that whole point that we were just hearing on Fox News, that we're naturally starting to get about, okay, well, what does this mean internationally? I think Mehdi Hassan had a really good point here, saying if Xi Jinping invaded Taiwan right now and toppled the president there, on what grounds would the United States object or have any credibility to say anything? So now this precedent is messing up with a bunch of other different interests. United States has interests in, or, you know, says they have interests in maintaining the sovereignty for Taiwan. And China says that Taiwan is within their sphere of influence. It's their country and they can do whatever they want with it. And the United States better buzz off. The whole reason we're trying to say, okay, well, you know, China, don't invade Taiwan. There's an international order. There's like a rule of law. There's a system of these kind of things. You know, we all respect this rule of law, kind of. And we only see rogue actors as the ones who don't do it. Okay, well, you have Russia invading Ukraine. You have Israel colonizing more of Gaza and the West Bank. You have now the United States committing regime change in Venezuela. These are all, you know, massive, powerful countries within the global order. Russia, Israel, United States. Why can't China go, all right, fuck it, Taiwan, we're going into that? And the United States, of course, there's no such thing as, like, you know, hypocrisy is obviously a thing, but no one cares about hypocrisy, especially not in the United States, especially not the Trump administration. But there's no leg to stand on anymore. What little leg there was to stand on is gone. And that's just one of the many ramifications that this attack now has. James Ball, a policy and politics writer, says Marco Rubio is reportedly saying Maduro will stand trial in U.S. courts. This corroborates the thing, you know, we've been hearing in a lot of other different places. It now means that the United States administration's policy, which means it's now the U.S. administration's position that U.S. courts can hold foreign presidents, but not the U.S. president accountable for crimes. Isn't that insane? America is saying the United States president is above the law, but presidents and leaders who live in other countries, who lead other countries, who have only been alleged on the flimsiest of information to be doing anything that could be perceived as negative towards the United States. That's where the United States has jurisdiction, not international courts, the United States. Oh, but don't let the Supreme Court rule on anything, or, like, you know, rule against Trump's unlimited powers, newly found unlimited powers, it seems. Don't let the international criminal courts come in, which I think any Democrat who's running in 2028 has got to at least open the table for that, because that's insane. I do want to go back again here to this post from Southpaw again. Former president of Honduras, Hernandez, voluntarily surrendered and was duly extradited, tried, and convicted for drug trafficking. And Trump pardoned him 6 weeks ago. Trump pardoned a convicted drug trafficker 6 weeks ago. He didn't get the book. He wasn't, you know, locked up in an American jail. He wasn't kidnapped. They went through the process, and Trump decided, you're free to go. So it's not about drugs. It's clearly about regime change, but what do you do after the regime change? Now we get to the part that I've been wanting to show. But of course, not without some notes of manufacturing consent from the New York Times, which I would love to say the failing New York Times, but they actually gained a decent amount of subscribers in 2025. I think around 14 million, and their revenue is up. So that's annoying. But their New York Times briefing. It says, the title says, an operation in Venezuela. President Trump announced that U.S. forces had captured Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, following a, quote, large-scale attack. And Thomas Kennedy writes here, an Argentinian PhD student in sociology, writer, once again, the New York Times is doing stenography for U.S. regime change efforts. No mention in their headline this morning of this being an illegal war or a violation of international law. Instead, it says, an operation in Venezuela. I agree with what he says here to end here. Atrocious journalism. Here's another post captured here. Breaking. Explosions reported in Venezuelan capital. I hate this so much. It was not immediately clear what caused the blast in Caracas. The U.S. has been building pressure on Nicolas Maduro, Venezuela's authoritarian president. It was not immediately clear. 10 Palestinian children lose their lives due to explosions. It's got to go like, who launched the explosions? It's, you know, that's passive language is the thing that it's the reason why people don't trust the New York Times. I mean, there are people who, during any sort of like anti-Trump administration, you're going to have people who are subscribing and the paywall is getting harder and harder to deal with. So for people in the news, I can kind of see that. But they're overall people who don't trust the New York Times to give it to them straight. They go to other news sources for that. This is the New York Times' front page right now. It's a little bit clearer. And you also have their editorial board down here saying Donald Trump's attack on Venezuela is, quote, illegal and unwise. Yeah, no shit. That's from their opinion editorial board. So, you know, that's there. But I promised I would get to you the actual reason. But remember, please like this video, share it, follow the new Power Report with Dan from the Internet channel on YouTube. It is a collaborator on this video right now. That's where you're going to get a lot more of these deeper dive Power Report clips from now to the near future. And make sure you share this and leave a comment below so you can let me know what more you want to hear about, what more I could do better. Should I make these longer or shorter? I really want to hear what you have to say about it. So with that said, I'm going to play a clip from the retired U.S. Southern Command General, Laura Richardson. This clip is from January 2023, and she was speaking to the Atlantic Council, this, you know, big group of Western European and North American sort of like business leaders, military leaders, military contractors, you know, just wonderful, completely trustworthy people. And I want to play here a lot of what she's saying, you know, any movements happening in Central and South America are for. Because like I said earlier, like the context I had just given, and that's why I needed all that time to give that context, to give you the full story there. There is kind of a soft Cold War happening in Central and South America for geopolitical and economic influence between the United States and ostensibly Western Europe, your France, your Germany's, United Kingdom, things like that. That's one group. Then you have Russia as another group, and then you have China as a third group, all vying for influence. You notice that Russia and China aren't necessarily, you know, putting destroyers and aircraft carriers off the coasts of California or Florida or Texas or Louisiana, right? They're going there, like we showed earlier. They're having diplomatic talks. They're making deals. You can go into a lot of the reasons there's problems with these deals. But again, like that's how you deal with things in like a peaceful international order version of the capitalist system. The United States is afraid of losing because they are losing in that battle. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to give any deals. They don't want to give any breaks. What they want is total control and dominance. And they want that through regime change and putting in people who are loyal to the United States and not loyal to the places that they're supposedly supposed to govern. And so you get that refreshingly made clear.
If I talk to my number two adversary in the region, Russia, I mean, I've got, of course, the countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua with Russia relationships. But what I really look at, and 6 other countries, by the way, so a total of 9 that have Russian equipment in them. And we're working to replace that Russian equipment with United States equipment if those countries want to donate it to Ukraine or the cause that's happening, and be able to replace that with U.S. equipment. But is the disinformation and how prevalent it is in the Western Hemisphere. Over 30 million followers with Sputnik Mundo and Russia Today, Espanol. And we see the spikes, especially with upcoming elections and how much is going on with the disinformation. We have it in our own country, but to see it in Latin America and how prevalent it is and how prevalent it is with the younger generation is very concerning.
So again, I'm not going to say that Russian state-run media and their own sort of like harder pushes into gaining influence into Central and South America are, you know, completely moral and just, right? But she kind of gave away the game there. That exists in the United States as well. We have these different things with like, oh, Russia Today and these different outlets that were blamed for causing dissent within America towards the American government, when that dissent was already there. The reason Russia Today was able to exploit that was because it was already there. And now you have these same leaders who are saying, okay, now we have to get rid of TikTok, or now we need US government control over TikTok, because it's getting the young people to be awake to the imperial project of the United States that's actively going on and intensifying. Yes, because the United States is greedy, but also because the United States is losing.
And so we work very hard with our partners to try to strengthen their abilities to counter the disinformation as well. And then, of course, transnational criminal organizations. In my mind, that they sow the insecurity and the instability in the region, which allows the malign state actors such as the PRC in Russia to move in and to flourish. But a $310 billion annual revenue business with the TCOs. In my mind, the insecurity, the instability, causing migration, causing families to be on the move and it's not just with counter narcotics. It's not just with drugs. It's with human trafficking, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, IUUF, illegal logging, illegal mining. This region, why this region matters with all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium is in the lithium triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. You just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude discovered off of Guyana over a year ago. You have Venezuela's resources as well with oil. Copper, gold. China gets 36% of its food source from this region. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have the 31% of the world's fresh water in this region too. I mean, it's just off the charts. But then when you talk about trade is unbelievable. The trade in the region, you know, I talked about all the ties that we have with this hemisphere. But the PRC and a lot of our countries in this region is the #1 trade partner, with the United States #2 in most cases. Not in most cases, I would say in some cases. However, to see the increase in investment in trade from 2002 from China, 18 billion, up to 450 billion now, and on its way, what is predicted to be about 750 billion. In the near future. And so I think we have a lot at stake. We have a lot to be grateful for in terms of the relationships with our partner nations and our hemisphere that we're part of and in the Americas, but we have a lot to do.
So you heard it straight from her, and I didn't mince words the entire time. The United States looks at Central and South America as, in history, there's the scramble for Africa, where the European countries basically decided, okay, whoever can plant a flag down in whatever, you know, spot of land they want to first, they get to claim that as part of their colony, as part of their empire. And little to no mention was given for the sovereignty of the people who sit upon these resources for what they want to do with them and how they want to control them. You have a kind of internationalized neoliberal capitalistic version that's happening right now, where China
Jeff
Hey,
made
it
it.
is.
The last possible moment. Oh my
Hey, man.
God. What a surprise. So this is the first time. It's warm in here. Got the heat on. The first time I've been live in a couple weeks because I've been recovering from, travels, seeing the right wing MAGA folk that I call my parents. But things went okay. Like, it's fine. They didn't go crazy like I thought they would, so that's always good. I think they kind of left me alone. But I have plenty to talk about, and it's all bad. Like, I don't even know where to start, Jeff. Like, I don't know.
I mean, start at the most interesting. First off, how you doing? I guess
Not great.
not
Not
great.
great. No, not great. Like, I feel like I don't know. Well, okay, we're trying to entertain people here. So let's get to some entertainment. Let's start where we're at.
I'm in Atlanta.
You're in Atlanta. How's Verizon treating you?
Oh man. As of right now, I haven't had service since 12:30 in the afternoon. It's what, as of on the Eastern time, as of recording, it is 8:04. So basically, my workday got cut short entirely because of Verizon BS. So that was sort of like what it was. I was lucky. I was with my coworker who does not have Verizon, because it would have taken me a very long time to find my hotel if I didn't have to.
I mean, Ma Bell never let us down like this. They might have had a CIA backdoor into every single phone line, but AT&T would never. And if you're old like me and you know Ma Bell and all your little bells,
All the bells. My dad worked for the Bells. My dad worked for South Central Bell.
Nice.
He
I
was
don't
a
know.
phone guy.
The only bell I ever messed with was GTE in St. Petersburg and Cincinnati Bell. But yeah, that was a fun time where we cared about monopolies and corporate, influence and control. It's like, look, we're gonna break you up, but y'all still get to have your CIA back room, in every single office. So that's the price you got to pay. It was such a quaint time in America.
Also, it doesn't really matter to them if it works or not, like at this point, because they have everything locked down just so perfectly that like they could just have their critical infrastructure, which I would say that that cellular communications at this point, the way it's used in our society is critical infrastructure, can just be shut down for a day.
Mm-hmm.
And they can just sort of like walk away from it, no big deal. And this is, by the way, the second time this has happened to me with Verizon. Last summer, I remember, because it was hot and I had a meeting where I'm trying to turn out workers and I need to call them all and text them all or whatever, and Verizon goes down. It's just like, well, guess we're screwed. Guess I'll die.
I mean, it's not I wouldn't even say it's a Verizon problem. It's a problem of the there's a word for it. And since this will eventually go on WHIV 102.3 FM New Orleans into all wars, the word I can't say because it starts with a naughty FCC word. But I mean, the FCC's woke anyway. We can really just do whatever we wanted. I mean, to be honest, like, the only person who could stop us at this point is Mark Allen Derry. We could draw the line here and just do the new Howard Stern show. And I don't think the FCC's coming, dude. I don't think they're the only thing. Like, if it wasn't, maybe if we had a strong enough following and it was anti-Trump and political, they'd come for us. But if we were just on here just doing farts, like 1990s. Yeah, like, and we had like Hank the Angry Dwarf or whatever. Like, no, the FCC wouldn't care. They wouldn't care at all, and we'd probably be rich. But whatever, it is what it is. Everything's falling apart. The empire's collapsing at an accelerated rate.
Well, not only is it collapsing, it's like lashing out at every conceivable target. Like right now, I mean, Venezuela. Like since we talked about Venezuela in our last call, it's lashing inward when we have cops shooting, a woman twice, and then you have Meal Team 6 out there slipping on the ice, because we all know that fascists do not do good in cold conditions. History bears that out.
That's so funny. Good job. If you're a history nerd, who only reads books about like pop books about war history, yeah, that's a good one. Don't let them say you're not funny. You don't know. Don't ever let them tell you you're not funny, Jeff, and that you don't know your audience. Because that was directly, that hit me right in the funny ha-has.
But then also, like, at the same time, like, you essentially have us pushing for regime change in Iran. And like, this is not me stepping up and saying that the Khamenei and other the supreme rulers over there are good, but like the way that the West just decides that they want to meddle and sort of like use that opportunity, any opportunity, to replace what they view as a unfriendly government and replace, they'll just call it repressive. They'll call Iran repressive, but then they allow Saudi Arabia to exist. Like, that's not a repressive government.
I mean, I honestly, I didn't have on my bingo card of dystopia. I thought we would. I mean, it's still open.
We bombed Iran last year, so I guess it's not that crazy, right?
No, it's not. My point is that the book's not written, so we could go into Mad Max. We could do that. We could do pre-Starfleet Third World War. I think we're leaning towards pre-Starfleet World War III. Is the dystopia, I think. But if we're in one right now, it's a mix between 1984 and also it's cyberpunk 1984, which maybe if Orwell had the vision, he would have made. I mean, kind of 1984 is a cyberpunk world anyway. Big technology's always watching you. Yeah, I'm gonna call it
before cyberpunk.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it. It's cyberpunk. It's cyberpunk before Snow Crash. If you've read that,
cyberpunk, you don't really quite have all the like crazy body augmentations in the same way,
If you've read, and this is your friendly reminder, if you've read Snow Crash or played Shadowrun, you need to have a date with grass. You need to go touch it. Just to let you know, because that's where I'm at. I'm super into that stuff, but. My point is,
so you're talking to yourself. You're saying you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you are. You're deep into the foolishness. When you're talking about Iran, and you touched on it really succinctly, is that the absurdity. It's Salvador Dali levels of absurdity that our own Gestapo is doing crystal knot all over the country. We just they just shot a woman in the face 3 times for nothing. They are trying to investigate somehow her widow for some alleged crime.
I'm sure they'll slip a transvestigation in there somewhere too, probably.
But I'm supposed to believe that the United States is worried about the civil rights and human rights of Mossad-backed protesters in Iran. What world is this, dude?
It is so crazy to see like Donald Trump one day saying like we can shoot anybody that we want on the streets, and then the next day coming out and saying Iran, throw off your oppressors. It's just like wow. It is so like it's just like whiplash. I get whiplash in my neck. My head just starts spinning around, and my eyeballs just start doing that slot machine thing you see in the cartoons. It's like this is just so unbelievably like. And it's designed to be that way. Like it's designed to be so sort of like disharmonious in terms of like just general logic that you just cannot make any kind of sense of it. It makes sense only if you look at it from the actual goal, which is to destabilize not just other countries in the world, but also here. The order of this country is being uprooted and put into a worse version of it.
I just really think that, and you didn't do anything wrong. Like we critique each other all the time whenever we record together. It's like you didn't do anything wrong with like your throat clearing of like, the IRGC is not great. Iran's government and the way they do business over there is not good. But I think we're at a time where it's like when you're talking to me and we're talking to the audience who's listening to this, I completely understand why you do it, because you want to be objective, you want to be fair, you don't want anybody,
it's important to be accurate.
Yeah. But like, to the normal person on the street, to the guy in your office, like there's no reason to even throat clear with that, because I was trying to describe, I had a funny conversation the other day, and how it's kind of, there's two types of people. I think of like the people at my work that's kind of the temperature check on like America, because there's all kinds of it's gender diversity, racial diversity, political diversity. You've got lefties like me who work there. You've got liberals. You've got hard right people. You've got people who claim they're apolitical but they're actually right wing. It's the whole gamut. And I was talking to somebody, because it's getting bad when like the apolitical guys joking around like, man, I should think about leaving America. And I'm like, it's already too late, dog. And he's like, well, where can I go that doesn't have extradition if they try to come for me? I'm like, Iran's a place. He's like, I ain't living in no Iran. And I'm like, bro, let me show you some pictures of Iran, like the north of Iran in the mountains. You would think it was Colorado. I've never been to Iran. The only things I know are through books and documentaries and things I've read. Like, if you want to know more about Iran, I know it's old, but like Rick Steves has a really good, Rick Steves Europe. He has a really good like 2-hour thing about Iran. It's really eye-opening if you don't know anything.
Rick Steves and Anthony Bourdain are like the two probably like most incredible like culture critics of our lifetimes, I will say.
Honestly, yeah, I've had this thought in my head to where I think like Rick Steves should do it as a this is a side thing, and the people who are listening on the radio, people online listening to this will get this. People on the radio will have to be filled in. But I think that Rick Steves should do his last little thing he should do for like travel or whatever. He should do a travel show with I Show Speed. And then at the end, he kind of just like ceremoniously like hands over. He's like, this is yours now. Like, this is your thing to do. Because they've both done the same, like, it's different
the difference
flavors.
Is that like you don't see I Show Speed, like Rick Steves did some epic stuff, but he's not doing like the athletically epic stuff that I Show Speed does. I Show Speed is an amazing athlete.
Yeah, but that's not his lane. My point is that they're both doing the same thing.
They fit in similar cultural lanes, though. 100%.
They're going to places where, like, through jingoism, Western propaganda, we've been told that you'll immediately have your head cut off, and just showing that that's not the truth. That's not it. And like, yeah, Iran's not perfect, but the way I would describe it. And again, I've never been there. I've never lived there. I'd love to talk to I'd love to talk to an Iranian who's like not hopped up on the Shah. I like somebody with like kind of an objective, but in my idea is that Iran is a lot like America. Yeah, there's plenty of places Robert Johnson does not want to run out of gas in America. I do not want to be. And I suspect it's the same in Iran. Iran has the deep South fundamentalism where you do not want to stop for gas. And they have places where it's not like that at all. And it's just, that's the diversity of the country. Yeah. And we don't even have to argue about like, are they good? Are they bad? The things that we know, all we have to do is look at the things that we know for sure. The same rules apply with Maduro. You and station?
WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3 is Good Morning Comrade. Right. And the other thing too, and this is like the key piece, and this is why it really kind of doesn't matter if these protesters in Iran are backed by Mossad or not. Like, it really doesn't matter because
they are. I mean, Israel is bragging about it.
Sure.
So it's not like a conspiracy. We're not doing the JQ. We're not doing, but like, that's not my point. Israel runs the world. It's just the truth.
No, that's not my point though.
All
because the real, like, the outcome of what is going to happen when the United States and Israel gets involved is they're going to make the situation worse, no matter what the reality is. our entire adult lives, the United States has just done regime change after regime change after regime change, and it has never gone in a way that has been like, wow, thanks America for really like, you don't have a whole lot of Afghans that are just like, good job guys, you displaced the Taliban and now they're back in charge, and all we had to do was have a million of us killed over the past 25 years, or like that's just like the other thing too. Like the reality of like what we just discussed is not, I mean, sure, Israel's claiming credit, but like regardless, we're gonna mess some stuff up, and we're gonna kill a lot of people, and we're gonna leave that place worse than we found it, and that's what's important.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. Like you read my mind. I was literally gonna say the exact same thing. Is that it doesn't matter. All those questions don't matter about the things that we can just take the things that we know for sure. The 100% through just the laws of average, there are legitimate what's the word I'm looking for? Legitimate good faith protesters on the ground who are being brutalized by this regime. Also, there's Mossad agents on the ground who are firing live rounds at government officials.
Sure.
And the government officials are firing back. Those are things we know for sure. And the third thing that we know for sure is that doing a kinetic strike, a bombing against Iran is not gonna bring any kind of social democracy to one Iranian. Not one.
We've already done this.
How is that going to do?
We've already done this in Iran in the 1950s.
Exactly. Well, honestly,
we overthrow Mossadegh. We replace him with the Shah, and essentially like just kill so many people. And then less than 2 decades later, you have a revolution in Iran where the Shah gets overthrown, and now we have the regime, and a regime that's been in place for the past 50 years. And love them or lump them, they are an absolutely direct, they're a direct response to American foreign policy, and that's just it. That's what it is.
I mean, to be honest, like there's got to be. I would love to be a fly on the wall or talk to an actual good faith government, IRGC dissident in Iran right now, because from my perspective, sitting here in America, if we had the Good Morning Comrade show in America, in Iran, and we're talking about Iranian issues, and we're talking about how the IRGC needs to go with this like latest uprising, I would be like, I would tell my listeners, do not hit the streets, sit this one out, leave it alone. And the reason why is because what this is looking like to me as somebody who's, hey, I remember current events. This looks like Israel and the United States setting the Iranian people up just like they set the Kurds up in Iraq, where we said the CIA went right into Iraq and said, hey, Kurds, rise up. Get
we got you, don't worry.
Yeah, we got you. As soon as you rise up, we're gonna take out Saddam, and everything's gonna be. You got the backing of the American military and the CIA. And as soon as the Kurds rose up, we were nowhere to be found. And all those Kurds got captured and executed by Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist Party. So it's like these are things that happen in reality. How can you trust the United States? It's to the point.
You left one part out, which is then we can be like, oh wow, look at this atrocity that they did to the Kurds. Now we can be even more bellicose going forward.
100%. The Iranian people are being sent to the slaughter. If we're to the point, honestly, it's that if the United States, and this is, it gets joked about, people who are on the max left like us, we always get accused of being like, oh, everything America does is bad. That's all you guys think. America bad. But if you're on the ground in Iran and you're a dissident and America is backing your uprising, I would want nothing to do with it.
Right.
I would be like, oh, that's a wrap, boys. If America says it's good, then it's obviously bad. It's obviously bad for us. And that's all that needs to be said. Like, this is just history just keeps repeating itself over and over again with just more extreme intensity every time we do this cycle. This boom and this, I shouldn't say boom and bust, this bust and bust and bust and bust cycle over and over.
Bloodbath after bloodbath after bloodbath after bloodbath. It's just like, I mean, again, there's actually, I mean, you know, Howard Zinn, the author of like the People's History of the United States. He actually did a graphic novel a number of years ago of I think it was called The People's History of the American Empire. I had it somewhere. I know I had it before I moved, but it just basically had illustrations of every American imperial atrocity since the Spanish-American War. You know, it's just like, yeah, I mean, it's
so
from,
gross.
you know, from I believe it starts there, and then it just sort of like jumps up to Iran, Vietnam, you know, all the way through like Iraq and Afghanistan.
I mean, can you give me one American military action that was not cynical, self-serving, and ultimately destructive on whatever peoples that we targeted to? And don't say World War II. You cannot say that. That's the Soviets. That the Soviets can't.
Well, they were definitely ones that brought that baby home. I mean, like the whole reason there was a race to Berlin was because they didn't want the Soviets to beat them there.
Right. So yeah, you can't say that. Like, we have never been right. Like
just to kind of like stay on the Eastern Front for just a minute, because like Americans don't know a damn thing about the Eastern Front of the Second World War. Like thousands of miles where there were thousands of battles and just so many people were just absolutely slaughtered on either side. The idea, the mere the notion that you could invade Russia and make your way all the way through the frozen like tundras of Russia to get to Moscow is just ridiculous, especially in the winter when it gets cold and you got Nazis out there walking around in like, you know, linen. They ain't ready for that. They can't do it. They can't do it. They're too bitch made.
It's not even that they were bitch made. It's that
they were bitch made.
They were bitch made, but it's just like, you are not going to get involved in a land. What did it say? Fazzini and Princess Bride, like, don't get involved in a land war in Asia,
and never go in against the Sicilian when death is on the line.
Oh God, Wallace, that guy's so awesome, Wallace Shawn or whatever. He's so cool. I was just watching one of my.
Amazing actor.
I'm in my fugue state. Yeah, I'm in my fugue state of like how I'm not crashing out right now, and I'm just been rewatching Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the like revolutionary Star Trek, and I've just been I've probably watched it in the last month like 3 times from first season to last, because I just have it on when I'm doing stuff. And yeah, like, that's a really good show if you want to watch about like revolution and taking on fascism and so forth. But that's how he's so good in that show.
Well, but I've never watched Deep Space Nine, so I guess.
Oh, he's the de facto president of Ferenginar, which is like, he's the Grand Nagus, which is the Ferengi like president, and
the big dog.
We want to talk about some anti-Semitism. The whole Ferengi race are just like the worst stereotypes of Jews, super anti-Semitic, and Deep Space Nine like saves them because the writing's so good. Like they steer away from that. Yeah, because they're like hyper capitalists. They're always trying to like swindle you. It's that kind of deal. You know, like, oh, if you're not Ferengi, then we're gonna take every dime. We're gonna leave you with shoestrings hanging up your, you know, because Ferengis are we've got the lobes, and it's like they've got big like Semitic features, and it's like, this is so bad. But then they saved the whole thing to where like Wallace Shawn like stops being the president and like retires and hands it over to the leftist guy who's just like he's a Ferengi, but he's a bad Ferengi because he organized the union at where he works, and he literally quotes Marx, and he does radical stuff like he allows women to wear clothes outside, because the whole idea is like they don't want women in the workforce, so that's why women like by law have to be naked everywhere. And so he's like, that's stupid. He's like, women are workers too. He literally says in the show, I'll have to send you the clip, when they're organizing the bar, he says, workers of the world, it's like you have nothing to lose but your chains.
That's awesome.
It's so good, dude. Yeah, he's like such a hero. But yeah, that's what I've been doing to try to keep sane. But yeah, it's like there's no U.S. intervention that's gonna, if you feel some type of way about the Iranian people, if you feel some type of way about Maduro in Venezuela, there's no American at its best. If we had the absolute best intentions, let's say we were like the world's good cop on the beat, right? And we had the absolute best intentions, there's no U.S. intervention that's going to bring a solution which is going to satisfy the material needs of the people of both those nations. And to say that again, while we're going through Crystal Knock I took my little walk around New Orleans today, which I do at lunch. There's just National Guard everywhere for no reason on every street, just looking stupid.
Yeah. What is it, Operation Catahoula or whatever?
Something, but apparently
Catahoula Crunch or whatever.
Like ICE is pulled. No, they're not even ICE anymore, because ICE didn't get the slave catchers didn't succeed here. We're too sparse. They didn't get the body count they wanted. They didn't get their nice little highlight reel. They didn't get a chance to like shoot somebody in the mag dump in a poor woman's face. So they actually pulled out and they got sent to Minnesota. So all we're left with now, I saw a state trooper walking around with an AR for some ungodly reason next to Jackson Square, and just 19-year-old National Guard kids just standing there stupid with tactical gear on, with their hands in their pockets, doing God knows what. Like the amount of unsafe I feel with all this on the street is just I feel.
You don't like Proud Boys walking the streets heavily armed?
My God, dude. My God. The way I feel for them, because they're just kids. But at the end of the day, I'm like, everybody's got choices. You could choose not to report, dog. I'm sorry. Like you could. I know I would at this point. I know. I mean, I can say this because I've always been a rabble rouser and a troll. I'm like, this is just not the way. When I was in the Marine Corps, like I would never do something like this. I would have done my time. I would have got dishonorably discharged and got out. I would have just went to prison, because it's like I'm not reporting for this. This is not what I signed up for. And no part of the recruitment video was this a thing. And so I feel for them, but at the end of the day, they're just cogs in the fascist machine, and they have to make a choice. And,
and not to excuse them, because I'm not doing that, but like, maybe the people might get in turn like perceive it that way. I'm not making any kind of moral like statement here, but like there will always be people in the society that are poor enough that you can bribe into doing these positions, and
I was one of them
into doing these positions. So like if you're just not going to make an assessment of these like individuals at all, society will always have people who can essentially be either willingly jump into this spot, which is obviously worse, but then also people who could be like, well, I want to go to college, I want to have health care, I'd like to have a stable job for a certain amount of time. Well, I guess I could join the military, whatever they make me do.
That's me. Well, it wasn't that. Like, for me,
by the way, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3.
For me, the reason why I went to the deferred entry program at 17 years old and joined the Marine Corps was that here was my mindset. My mindset was like, okay, we haven't been in any kind of conflict since the Gulf War. And since we haven't been in any kind of conflict from the Gulf War, like, yeah, America's done a lot of bad stuff. I was I was at least a liberal as a child, right? And I was still interested in history the same way I am now. I didn't really just wake up one morning.
I want to put it like this: you did not have developed politics that you were committed to when you were a child.
No. Here's my thinking: is that we hadn't been in any kind of armed conflict since the Gulf War, and the Gulf War was sold as like, oh, we're protecting Kuwait. which, okay, I mean, they did invade Kuwait, blah, blah, blah. Like, so that was the thing that happened. And that, look, the reason we haven't been in any armed conflict since the Gulf War is because we're not doing any more Vietnams. We're not lying. We're done with that. Yeah, our empire's locked in, but we're not trying to increase it.
They literally called it Vietnam syndrome.
Yeah.
Remember? Yeah, they called it the sort of like, we're not doing that again, the Vietnam syndrome, and now we do it every couple of months.
We do it all the time.
Anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
No, and so my thought was like, if we do get into another conflict, it'll be something righteous because we haven't gotten in any conflicts in 20 years, and I get to travel the world. That was my mindset, and I get to like get out of here, because my parents aren't paying for college. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, I already see what's ahead of me. It's just like guys, working some, dicking around at some pizza delivery job, going to St. Petersburg Junior College for 30 years. And I'm like, it can't be me, dog. Like, I gotta go, And so that's what I did. And luckily, like I was never called on to do anything crazy. I got out pretty much right after 9/11. But I was always like, but the more I was in, the more I started learning, because I would take things like the thing that the Marine Corps has over any other service is because they're so like up their own ass about history, about like we're the Marines and we are different. And it's like, we are. Like, it's the most like elite, it's the most elite unit fighting force in America that you can walk in the door and get in, right? Yeah, without being tapped. Something like Delta or Force Recon in the Marine Corps or Pararescue or something like that. Like, you're a Marine, like you're doing stuff that like other services do not train for. And so,
in terms of like the broad branches, like Army, Navy, Air Force.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, you're
Force.
yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, it's like, I don't know. It's nothing to be proud of, but it's just something that does set you apart. It's just like, okay, Marine Corps marksmanship. You're hitting, they train you how to put a rifle round, a 5.56 NATO ball through a man's chest from 5 football fields away. And you cannot be a Marine until you get that down with iron sights, no optics, right? So it's like the rest of the military is not, the other branches aren't doing that. My point is that, so they talk about Marine Corps history, from the halls of Montezuma to the swords of Tripoli, we'll fight our country's battles, land, air, sea.
Yeah.
And they talk about, I can name Marine Corps generals from, almost 100 years ago because they pump that stuff in your brain. And instead of just like letting that kind of stuff go, be like, okay, that was a weird, that's a tidbit that they made me memorize. I'm like, let's learn about, Chesty Puller. Let's learn about, I don't know, blah, blah, just other Marine Corps generals. Let's learn about General Smedley D. Butler.
I knew you were going to go there.
We don't talk about him? Why is that?
Oops.
He wrote a book? What's this book? It's called War's a Racket. Okay. Because like that's the knowledge you get of General Butler. Is like, yeah, he was a guy who was in the Marine Corps, and you learned nothing else. Why?
He was a guy.
I'm showing my age because you're always training for the last war. I'm sure at Parris Island and I'm sure at Marine Corps Depot, San Diego, all the training is now based on Afghanistan. But when I was in boot camp in 99, all the training's based on Vietnam. So it's like we go to like, okay, we're out here in the South Carolina woods, but we're camping out at, Way City tonight. And in the morning, we're going to go to the rifle range. And they're all named like these different battles that Marines were in Vietnam. And I'm like, let me take a look at the Vietnam War. We were the bad guys. Okay. Cool. I didn't. And so it's like, it was weird that what radicalized me was just an actual interest in like, I kind of unbrainwashed myself.
Yeah.
And
I'm not,
effect,
doesn't it?
What's that?
Information, knowledge has that effect of sort of like clarifying analysis.
And I'm not alone.
Why they don't teach about this kind of stuff in school.
Yeah.
They don't teach about like actual contextual history. They sort of like remove everything from it. That's why they don't talk about unions in school.
Right.
Because they don't want anybody to know about these parts of our history that are like outside of what they want,
And I'm not alone. There's hundreds of thousands of guys just like me who were the same way, that they just, you know, it's how they came in. They couldn't kill the liberal inside of me. You know, they have a saying that like Marine Corps boot camp is 3 months, and there's a saying that 3 months can't fix 18 years. And I mean, I guess it's true. Because 100%. if you're a dirtbag going in, you're going to be a dirtbag, you know, with an Eagle Globe and Anchor on. If you're a decent person going in, you're going to be a decent person. And they didn't kill the liberal inside of me. All they did was like create a leftist. But yeah, I mean, you see how it happens. So I feel for these kids, but you know, I'm walking down the street, taking my little lunchtime walk with my, you know, don't F with me face on Canal Street. And these kids, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, are walking towards me in like a line of 4. And I'm just like staring this one kid right. And I'm like, I'm trying to communicate with my eyes. I am not moving. We're about to clash, because I'll be damned. I'll be damned if I take one step to the side to let American military pass on my American street. I'm sorry, that's that old vet. The stuff that I did take from the vet. It's like, I am that crunchy old vet who's just like, what is this? I'm like, this is the kind of stuff that I supposedly gave up my liberty, my constitutional rights for a contracted amount of time that is never supposed to happen. You know, you've got unarmed jump out boys, again, murdering innocent women. What are we talking? You got the kid who is just talking his God-given American right of just talking disrespectfully, talking ish to these goons. They grab him from his workplace at Target for no reason except that their penises are small and their feelings are hurt. They beat him, torture him, beat him to a pulp, and then dump him in a Walmart parking lot because they figured, oh, he's actually an American citizen, so it'd be too inconvenient to take him in. Oh, is this the West Bank, dog? I guess it is. I guess it is. And on that point, I'm checking in with you, my enlightened friend, because to that point, I'm like, if this is the West Bank, then I guess I'm joining the Lion's Den. I'm not a young lion, but I guess I'm joining the Lion's Den. My wife, my lovely pacifist wife saw a sign for Pontchartrain gun show this weekend. She goes, we're going. She said, we're going to that. She goes, it's time. I got to get over this. That's where we're at. And I'm like, I all I can say to her is like, yeah, you're right. You're right. Because it's not like, oh, we can't get violent or they're going to turn up the intensity. They're killing you anyway.
Yeah.
So from my history, the only thing that I've ever seen is that I've seen a woman get her face shot off for no reason. I've seen people black bag and abducted. I see these dudes trying to get in fights with people with inflatable frog costumes.
It's pepper spraying
right?
up the
pepper spraying people in inflatable frog costumes. On one end, all were peaceful, all were exercising their constitutional rights, all were nonviolent. I've seen them be abused. I've seen them be killed, murdered in the most horrific fashion. On the other hand, I look at videos and I see the new Black Panther Party who have their safety sticks on them. And then all of a sudden, these goons start rethinking their life choices. All of a sudden, their riot line starts backing up. When in Louisiana or wherever it is, and you've got open carry, all of a sudden you've got 100 people armed with their safety weapons. All of a sudden, the cops are like, oh, I guess we should do some police work. I guess we should follow the law. And I don't even want to call them cops. They're not even cops. That's the thing. These aren't even federal agents. They're barely federal.
Military.
They're federal agents in the worst. It's Crystal Knot. They're Gestapo. They're brown shirts. But all of a sudden, when they see that you're armed and they're armed, all of a sudden they get their minds right. All of a sudden they don't want to play no more. That's what I'm saying. And you can come at me, and I don't mean you personally. Any liberal can be like, I would say the same thing if we swapped you out right now with Noam Chomsky, who Noam Chomsky would sit up here with his Epstein Island ass talking about, well, I always knew he was a Fed anyway, talking that foolishness about, oh, well, the state has a monopoly on violence, and if you escalate, that's all the reason they need. And I'm like, we're not living in the same reality. I can show you my theory of change. I can show you in 4K video where my logic is coming from. You are living in a cartoon world, and you're probably a Fed.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously the Epstein stuff as well. Even if he's right about some of that other stuff, which I'm not saying he is, Epstein stuff got him. The shame it took him until he was like 98 years old to get busted on that, but whatever. Yeah, and you're seeing people get popped in the streets. You're seeing them like going after kids at school, like that. What people don't realize, or a lot of people don't realize, that video of Jesse Ventura like walking up in Minnesota and talking about how everything is crazy is because, and they ended up closing schools in Minnesota and Minneapolis because of this, because ICE agents are going after kids at like when they let school out. And they had confrontations with them, and I believe that they like tear gassed a school in Minneapolis, and it's just like, and they have kids doing walkouts. Kids get it, and they're doing it the right way too. It's just that, like, what are we doing here when you can't even have a kid go to school without having to have his head on a swivel,
right?
Then how are you supposed to do anything? You're treating kids like they're criminals and going all the way up. And it's all based off of this stupid idea that because you were born somewhere else does mean you don't belong here. Which, by the way, and I'm not Mr. like America, but like that's historically like a very anti-American position. And I think this is an important thing too. Because like we talk about like we hate America or whatever, or we are critical of America and all this other stuff. These people literally hate the history of America and the people that live here. That's the difference, I think. They hate the people who live here. They want it to be changed. Because I mean, obviously I'm not trying to make any argument that America does not have a history of like white supremacy and domination and all this other stuff. But like every single part of American history that's good comes from the diversity of the people that live here or move here or immigrate here or build the buildings or dig the ditches. They're all, for the most part, some of them are, but for the most part, they're all coming here from other places. And that's a part of that history that we're trying to erase.
I just had a discussion with a guy who's, I mean, I want to call him a light leftist. I don't want to call him out, by name, but like his job is leftist by name. Let's put it, he's an organizer, put it this way. And like, organizer. Yeah, he organized. And he was like, well, what I don't like is, people, come to this country and then they want to talk bad about it. And I'm like, well, brother, like, show me on the map these people you're talking about from which country, and I'll show you how America hollowed out their country. Yeah. And he's like, well, but still. And I'm like, bro, if we're living across the street and you come burn my house down, don't get mad when I come live at yours and then spit in your eye. Like that's, I mean, I don't understand. Like, and obviously like talking ish about the country is literally written into the laws. And even if it wasn't, I could care less. Like it's the correct thing to do when we're doing evil. So what are we talking about? And we never stop doing evil. So you will have a lifetime of content to farm with the evil that we do. And it's just like, I went to a resistance meeting the other night. I don't want to call them out either because I don't want to, and these people are not liberals, but they also want to play nice, with people. And I'm like, the time has ended for that, to where it was about Venezuela. And it was one of those, like, I swear these guys might have been feds. There's like a 0 chance. And they wanted to start talking about, well, if you're anti-war, then like we're Venezuelan. And if you're anti-war, then you should be for Maduro. And I'm like, bro, you sound like a fed. This is record behavior. I didn't know people like you actually existed. It was like a memes.tv skit with Venezuela. Like, when me and my parents, we fled from Venezuela, from our family's slave plantation. And I'm like, people like you actually exist? And I'm like, either you're a Fed or I want you to go back to Venezuela so they can do what needs to be done to you. How about that? And I'm just like, and these poor people, on the left, they're leftists, they're social, they're dyed in the wood red socialists, and they're just trying to be chill. And I'm said, and they're just getting like more and more and they're like, well, let's go outside. And I just said, look, bro, I go, I'm tired. I said, I'm not with these people, so I can speak for myself. I'm tired. I didn't come here to sit I don't want to be sitting here in a meeting on a Tuesday night. Everybody here is working people. I'm tired. These people are trying to de-escalate. I'm not trying to de-escalate. I'm trying to escalate. So we can go outside and bang it out because that's going to get my energies out. And they shut up. And then they finally kicked them out or whatever. But I'm just like, even in leftist spaces, like, it seems like people aren't meeting the mark. And I'm not saying people need to like tonight go and do something crazy. Like, everybody has a role to play. What I'm trying to say is like, okay, I had another conversation. I know I'm talking in circles, but I had another conversation with a woman who's like, man, I'm sorry, I can't do more, blah, 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 a woman I know. And I'm like, you have 2 daughters. Your job is to raise these kids. That is your role. And if something happens to me or anybody else tell your daughters our story. That's what you need to do. I go, my role is different. Whatever that is. But it's like, don't feel bad, but it's like the way people are not understanding the moment. Like, the way people are still just being like, well, if we do this, then Trump will do that. I wonder what they don't need excuses. They're shooting white women in the face. I know that sounds crazy.
No, it's not.
When you
It's literally
sit
what
down
happened.
with it and unpack it, you need to understand where we are at.
Mhm.
And we're not voting our way out of this. And please push back. But the Democrat, I went to a protest the other day, and these little old ladies, God bless them, because they're doing more. They're libs, but they're doing more than 99% of the people. But I'm just looking at their little signs, being like, the midterms are coming up, and I'm just like, I have to rationalize in my head. It's like, the reason why I'm out here is to protect people like this, because people like this are the people like, Miss Good, the people who are getting preyed on. So if I'm out here and putting my body in between these liberals who think that voting is going to save us, then, that's my role. But I'm like, I feel so bad for y'all. And it's like, it's a combination of just like, I'm a little old lady. What am I going to do? And I don't expect much from them, but people our age, and the people in my quote unquote leftist circles who are still just yapping on Facebook, being like, well, Donald Trump is a poopy McPoopy head. And I'm just like, delete your whole account. Like, just delete your whole account, because this is a waste of everybody's time. You need to be getting organized, whatever that means to you. You need to stop talking like a Fed. I'm talking like a Fed now because it's too late for me. I was in the Marine Corps. I was a cop. My DNA is literally in the system. I'm leaving for Costa Rica supposedly in like a month from now. I'm pretty sure at a minimum, I'm not going to get the return flight back in from if we're not coming in New Orleans, which we're not doing a direct in New Orleans. Wherever it is, I'm gonna be there all day with Homeland. I'm almost positive of it. If not, then wow, I'll be shocked. But I've already thought about, I'm gonna do like dead drop mess. When I say dead drop, I'm telling people, I'm gonna tell my boss, I'm telling my parents, I'm telling anybody who I feel is responsible. If I do not check in with you by midnight on this day, you need to start banging the gong, figuring out where I'm at. Because that's where we're at. We're here. We're not heading towards fascism. I saw, God bless them too. I watched Sam Cedar, Unc, and Ken Klippenstein of all people talking about, what if, if the Democrats and they can get a bill passed that, that makes it so ICE can't wear their masks. And I'm just like, what are y'all talking about? Y'all are living again in a cartoon world. They don't care about that. You got the city of Minnesota talking about how they're going to sue. They're going to sue border enforcement or whatever, border patrol and ICE. They don't care about your lawsuits, dog. They don't care about none of that. The lawless does not care about laws. You're seeing this. They blasted that woman in the face. They're snatching people off the streets. They're snatching American citizens off the streets. The lawless don't care about laws. So you should not have no mercy for the merciless. Whatever that means to you is whatever it means.
Yeah, I'm trying to just sort of like think of like what can actually get this off, because in a like I'm not gonna try and make the Chomsky argument of like state monopoly on violence or anything like that, but like what does a victory in this situation even look like? Like in Minnesota,
Honestly,
right now,
I think it's general strike, dude. I think it's general strike.
How do we get to that point?
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the question. And that's the question I want to ask these organizer kids the next time I meet them. I'm like, okay, let's say you get your dream. I didn't mean to cut you off, but like, I'll get this out and you got the rest of the time. Let's say you get your dream and you get millions of people in the streets mobilized against anti-war. No war in Iran, no war in Venezuela, ICE out everywhere, abolish ICE, right? Let's say you get that. That's your wet dream. I'm old enough to remember we did that for the Iraq war, and it was meaningless. They didn't care about it because we didn't shut anything down. Go ahead, Jeff. I'm sorry.
So I guess that's sort of like the question, because as of right now, the working class in this country, while workers do have power, workers are not organized to the capacity that it would take to do a general strike. But I guess that's not to say that no victory is possible. I'm just sort of thinking about, like, okay, if ICE pulls out of Minnesota, that would be at least a victory in the short term, right? How do you get that to happen? And I'm just sort of like thinking in terms of like benchmarks of at least on the ground in front of us, looking at the things that we can do, putting one foot in front of the other to actually move this ball forward. Because that's the big question for me is, if the goal or if the demand is like, in the short term, get ICE out of all these American cities, how do you do that? What's the way you do that to make that happen? And I do think, to at least a certain extent, and it really does suck that it took, that lady getting popped twice in the face, 3 times in the face, and dying for the community to mobilize around it. But now they want them out. You see other white ladies, probably because they sort of see at least themselves that could have been at the other end of that, the end of that gun, that are going out there and wilding out. And that is something. And I'm definitely not trying to be gloom and doom about this. I'm trying to think about this as soberly as possible and as a way to sort of develop a strategy to at least make some progress, to at least.
So what I would say as an answer to that, with the time we have left, with an answer to that in Minnesota, and I don't mean to poo-poo any organizer that's on the ground in Minnesota. You're doing God's work. You're doing the best you possibly can. But what I would do if I could press a button, I had motion like that there, I would stop protesting ICE. I would pull out. I would no more ICE protests. Get that out of the street. What we do is we take all the people who are protesting ICE and we go to we go to the governor's mansion, and you go to Minneapolis City Hall. And you demand 2 things, because these liberals actually do care about protests. You got to go where it's actually effective. And you demand 2 things from the city council and from the mayor of Minneapolis. You want the police, the Minneapolis PD, on the street in between you and ICE, protecting their citizens against ICE, ready to arrest or use lethal force to protect their citizens. And from Tim Walz, the coward, I can't stand this guy. I understand why he got I understand not why he got back pocketed. I understand why he was even picked to be VP. It's because he was fronting the whole time. But what you do is you go to the governor's mansion and you protest there, and you demand that Tim Walz mobilizes the National Guard against ICE. That's what you do. That's why I think you could actually move things. They would actually. And there is,
while that is, I mean, maybe it's on the table, maybe that's behind the scenes or whatever. There is actually a call for a shutdown of Minneapolis on the 23rd of January.
Okay.
I don't know if you had heard about that.
No, not at all. This is hope. This is hope core.
Yeah. So just reading from In These Times. Following the ICE murder of Renee Gold and an assault on state by federal immigration forces, the Labor Community Coalition is calling for residents to refuse work, shop, or go to school on January 23rd. Quote, this is from a rideshare driver. We're facing a tsunami of hate from our own federal government, said Abdi Karim Kasim. Sorry, Abdi Karim, for butchering your name. Who's a rideshare driver. He told to a crowd, we're going to shut it down on the 23rd. We're going to overcome this. Janae Bates Amari, representative of the church, of a church in there, says, quote, a day when every single Minnesotan who loves this state, who loves the idea of truth and freedom, will refuse to work, shop, and go to school. We're asking every single person, every single family member, every teacher, every bus driver, every child care worker to come together, to be in community, and to stand with each other. So we got the Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 1005, SEIU, Local 26, Unite Here, Local 17, CWA, Local 7250, and the St. Paul Federation of Teachers, Local 28. People from all of those people from groups are, signing on to do a part of this. While it will be I want to sort of manage expectations on this, because if you expect that would be awesome if the entire city of Minneapolis was actually shut down. But what you will see is a significant downtick in economic activity. You'll see definitely a significant downtick in people going to school. And that is, at least in this short term, because that's, 9 days from now.
As a cynical SOB, it's not something. It's not just something. As a cynical SOB, I'm not kidding. That's hope core. That's the kind of actions that need to be taken. There's only two things that fascists care about. They care about you messing with their safety, and they care about you messing with their money. That's it. Everything else is nonsense and noise. So no, I'm fully behind this. If there was some kind of way to hopefully this will be effective, and it can be transferred to other cities. If we could set up nationwide some kind of a general fund that we all donate to, and then to help people out. So if they have to shut it down, they shut it down for a week, a month, 6 months, a year, that we can donate and help people who are not going to work to make ends meet. I'm completely behind this. I'm completely behind nonviolent action.
And again, regardless of the success of this, or at least the full success, at least it's good to see people thinking about this and moving towards action in that direction. You're never going to get to the point where you can actually shut everything down entirely without, one, having the unions on board, and there were a significant number of unions on there, and two, doing these kinds of things. First time you try something, it's never going to be perfect. But if you keep doing it, you're going to build that capacity, build that power, and move it forward. We got to get out of here.
We got to go, though. It's good times.
Thanks for listening to Good Morning Comrade. This is WHIV LP New Orleans, this space, and we love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh boy, hello. I am tired. I know what you're all thinking, Kristina, you look like shit. Yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch for 90 hours to raise money for rent so I don't get evicted this week. And it shows. But anyway, welcome to the Kristina's Corner of Kristina's Corner. I still have my Christmas decorations up. Don't worry, they're gonna be going away on Saturday. It's about damn time. Yeah, I am running on very little sleep. I've been running on Ghost Energy. Not sponsored, but it's worked. It's worked. It's worked. It's worked. So anyway, a lot has happened. I took a little nap. Apparently Trump and my general hospital got preempted and it's getting really good. And I'm really mad that I have to wait till tomorrow to see it because Trump thinks that he'll get more people watching him if he does a press conference during the day and not during prime time. So there's that. JD Vance somehow got his wife pregnant again for the 4th time. How did that happen? I thought that dude fucks couches. And what else is happening? There's a lot of stuff happening. I've been in other stuff on my mind. But also there's some Barry Weiss drama as usual. Also there's some drama with Dave Rubin and Candace Owens. Let me I need to show y'all what the hell. Okay, first of all, do I have Dave Rubin blocked? I need to see what this is about. Do I have? No, I don't have him. Do I have him? I'm pretty sure I have him blocked. No, I don't. I don't have. Oh yeah. Oh, he blocked me. Oh, what? Sorry, I'm sorry, but like, what? What did I say to him? I don't know. Let's see. What did he say? Okay. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, I haven't said it publicly before, but it's fine with mentioning. The last time I saw Candace at my house in 2022, all she talked about was for how much she hated Charlie. I remember vividly because the other 2 people she was ranting against that night were Ivanka and Jared, whom we had just met and had dinner with a few days before, who couldn't have been kinder, more decent people. Yes, this is 100% true. And when she claims this didn't happen, or it's a sign, ask her like if she enjoyed the chicken parm. A cast iron chicken parm. Okay. But so that's a little drama. But okay. Do I have Candace Owens blocked? I feel like I have her blocked. I don't have her blocked. She's nowhere in my algorithm. That's Elon. You are slacking. Okay. So here's what she had to say about. I just love when the girlies are fighting. This is completely and utterly made up, LOL, sheer fiction. You guys are so positively desperate to rewrite Charlie's history that we are moving to fantasy. But says the internet is now interested. If it's cool, I like to now share the story about why I decided to stop being friends with you after you bizarrely opened up to me about how you hired a young Christian male who used to work on my show at PragerU. You told me his parents were overbearing Christians who were concerned about him moving to Miami to work for a gay couple. Sure enough, the next time we saw you, you told us a story about how you and your husband just knew that he wasn't shy and that he was more likely secretly gay, and how you were encouraging him to experiment with guys and explore his sex life. Oh. You told me and George that you then encouraged him to go on a date and then to have his first kiss with a man. Shortly thereafter, he quit your show and moved from Miami. I was positively sickened by the story because I knew this kid, and yes, he was shy. And the fact that you questioned him about his virginity and dating life and encouraged him to kiss a boy makes you a groomer in my book. Should we get into what you told me about your night in Hawaii with Peter Thiel, or is the above enough perversion for one morning? What? There's a lot to unpack here that I don't think my mind can do it. But anyway, the girlies are fighting, rightfully so, and I, for one, am very happy, very pleased. I love when the right wing girlies are fighting because it's just entertainment. It's fun to watch. It's fun to watch. Can't even blame us. The next CEO of Disney is expected to reveal next month. Oh God, please don't let it be David Ellison. So anyway, there's that's going on. So there's that. I am so I don't like the fact that Polymarket, the betting site, has now become like a news source. I don't know if you guys know this, but a bunch of like right wingers, like I don't know who the clavicle guy is, but Nick Fuentes, Nico, and Andrew Tate. Break-in again, Polymarket breaking. Miami club fires multiple employees for playing Heil Hitler at the press of clavicle killer, whatever his name is. I say clavicle because Nick Fuentes, Nico, and Myron. Your name is Myron. You have a Jewish name, and you're supporting. Never mind. You know what? Whatever. Who have been banned from nearly every club in Miami? Guys, I cannot deal with these people. Like it's amusing to me. It's amusing to me. I mean, it's like trending news on Twitter right now. Also, right wingers are complaining about the algorithm and not getting enough traction on Twitter. And Elon Musk's like, yeah, the algorithm's messed up. And I'm like, you own the fucking algorithm, dude. You own Twitter. You fix it. I guess all the mass blockings and people who block, right wingers it's kind of deboasting them or whatever, and they're not getting all the attention that they need or want. Story of my life. I mean, I think it's crazy that they're bitching about this. Huh. So has anyone seen the new 28 Years Later movie, The Bone Temple? I did. I saw it, and I did not dress up as Jimmy Savile, whatever his name is. So I saw it. Go see if you have it. It's really good. I don't know where the marketing was for this movie, but it was really good. It's my favorite movie in the entire 28 blank later franchise. It's really good. I highly recommend it. I mean, if I had a nickel for every time Jack O'Connell played a cult leader who likes to sing and dance, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's funny it's happened twice in a span of like less than a year. So that's interesting. I'm looking forward to talking about that later whenever we do end up talking about it, like later on, because we're kind of booked for Moonlight Extravaganza on Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Most random time. We're gonna have Adam McKay on, a director of films we all know and love, like the Anchorman movies, Step Brothers, the other guys, Vice, Don't Look Up. Just to name a few. Just to name a few. I'm excited, and then we're gonna have Josh Olson on, so that should be great. So looking forward to that. Hopefully, I would have slept by then. I'm hoping I would have slept by then. I mean, it'd be nice. Like I said, everyone's doing those like 2016, 20. I don't know. I no offense to Gen Z, but why are you guys nostalgic for 26? I mean, get it. It was good. It was okay. It was an okay year. I was happier, money, but I was very stressed out over the fact that Trump could become president, and he did. A lot of celebrities died, and there was even an article saying, yes, 2016 was the worst year ever. And everyone's doing like their photos like before and after, and this is what I looked like in 2016. No offense, I kind of look the same. I mean, minus the acne, I think I look the same. So, I mean, not right now where I'm not all dolled up or whatever the hell, but I mean, was that a car selfie? The light, I don't know. My eyebrows look very different. And then, of course, me recently. Yeah. So much better. Oh my God, I gotta do something about my eyebrows look so much better there. Anyway, so yeah. I don't feel like digging back into all my 2016 photos because I just don't. I'm too lazy to do all that. That's just me. I'm too lazy. I post so many photos and stuff. I can't do it. I cannot do it. I can't do it, guys. That's just me. Ugh. So apparently, wait, what? How is this forbidden? God damn it! I'm wanting to. Why can I not click on news articles? Are you freaking kidding me right now? I literally am trying to click on news articles and it's saying 404 forbidden. Except for Jezebel. Wow, just leave the Jezebel. The place that reported on the Etsy witches who cursed Charlie Kirk. Okay. I'm so disorganized right now. So, Gayle King reportedly too expensive for new CBS News. Longtime CBS morning show host could be relegated to a correspondent role. It's been a few days since we last checked in on CBS News under Barry Weiss, and they were only threatened with one lawsuit that we know of from the Trump administration. Man, she's trying so hard. The New York Times reported on Saturday that after Tony DeCoppolis, whatever, interviewed with President Trump last week, Vice Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt threatened before cameras stopped rolling that Trump would sue CBS again if the interview was cut or edited at all. CBS News told New York Times that it made an independent decision to do just that. Right. But because this is CBS News in 2026, plenty has happened since. A news story published today in Variety details more of the internal friction between the CBS staff that has come to define the Weiss era. Of particular interest are the reported options for longtime CBS employee Gayle King, whose future at the network has been the subject of speculation basically since she and Katy Perry came back to Earth last year. Okay. Variety reports King is believed to earn around $15 million per year for the network, and that figure is no longer affordable. Hey, I wonder why that is, Barry Weiss. No one's liking the changes he made. Maybe that's why. There are multiple ways this could go. According to the trade, King could stay on for another year at a lower salary, or could step into a correspondent role, appearing on CBS less regularly. This comes amid speculation that Weiss could overhaul the news division streaming service, potentially relying more on talk-heavy podcast. According to the reporting of Brian Steinberg, oh my God, CBS is going to turn into a podcasting network. Oh my Lord. Oh man. Oh God, kill me now. Kill me now. No. I mean, we knew this. I mean, again, I know people who are like, yes, Barry Weiss was my most listened to podcast of 2025. And I'm like, you were 20 years old and a centrist. That is something to not boast about, my friend. Like, they're like, oh, abolishing ICE is a bad idea. I'm like, what? I'm like, how old are you and what era of Democratic third way politics do you belong to? We have to imagine that the constant threat of lawsuits, plus the Ellison spending $150 million on Weiss's The Free Press, plus the tens of billions they're putting up in an attempt to buy Warner Brothers Discovery, have tightened belts around CBS. Indeed, many other less famous people than Gayle King have already lost their jobs since David Ellison took over the company last year. Advertisers have also been somewhat hesitant to throw their money behind things like Weiss's Town Hall with Erica Kirk, a format which he plans to have more of in the future. Also on the radar, CBS and Paramount is, as affirmed by a longtime profile Weiss's career published this week in the New Yorker, are more layoffs. Yay. I mean, again, guys, this is, and Forrest and I have discussed this on the absurdity space, but this is why David Ellison wants Warner Brothers, because he wants to control, not only wants to control CBS, but having CNN in his back pocket would be a huge thing for him. I mean, it's not, I mean, I gotta be honest, we do not have enough pro-Trump news networks that are mainstream. We don't. We need more. We need 10 more, apparently. I cannot begin to describe how awful this is gonna be. I mean, the Ellisons are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they can get Warner Brothers Discovery. I mean, they keep saying like, oh, with Paramount, you know, we're gonna release movies in the theaters and not be like the Netflix dude, even though they've already blocking certain movies from being released. It's like, okay, that was a lie. That clearly was a lie. You know, I don't know what else to say. Hmm. Well, it's not that they're different. They own the Discovery channels. That Warner Brothers Discovery is one brand now. See, back it is on the same page. The thing is, David Zaslav, when he became CEO of Warner Brothers, he decided to also buy Discovery. It became Warner Brothers Discovery, and a lot of people were like, "That's a stupid idea." And then they decided to separate both brands again eventually, but now they're back together. It's a whole thing. But CNN is a Time Warner property. So that means CNN is a big player when you know, so that's why Ellison wants to buy Warner Brothers. A lot of people are saying, you know, Warner Brothers had one good year, now it's the time to buy. And it's like, no, you cannot, just because Warner Brothers is back and they did so well last year with all these film releases and made a bunch of money, that doesn't mean they're going to have the same success this year or the year after. You have to test the waters before you want to buy. But also too, it's kind of ridiculous that we're going to have another freaking, you know, conglomerate being owned. It's just, I don't, it's just, I hate it because Warner Bros. Is like one of my favorite studios. You know, it's one of my favorite, it's probably, I mean, I like most of the Warner Bros. Probably I like the Looney Tunes. I like Scooby-Doo. I like, you know, Cartoon Network. I like, you know, the DC stuff. So, so there's a lot, you know, there's that, but it's funny because the CEO of Netflix like, well, we're going to keep movies open in theaters for 45 days. I'm like, that's not even a month and a half, dude. He's like, we want to win at the box office. I'm like, okay, have the window open for 90 days, not 45. I mean, my God, there's some movies that are slow to hit the box office. Plus, it's also not like will Netflix shell out the money to promote these movies in theaters? I don't think so. Like the CEO of Netflix said that Barbenheimer would have been better and more successful on Netflix than in theaters. And I'm like, I'm not dressed up as Barbie or Oppenheimer just to go to my living room and watch on my 32-inch TV. Sorry, I'm not. That's not how this works. So that's that. Oh man, now that I'm done streaming, I could watch the new Game of Thrones show. Yay! I forgot. So yeesh. But yeah, someone who loves movies and TV and all that, I hate when I'm hearing stuff like, oh, so and so's gonna buy this studio. And it's like, nope. This is not what Douglas Fairbanks Sr. wanted, you know? It's not what I want. So, but we got some baby news. I mean, it's not just Caroline Levitt, who apparently is drinking like margaritas at the Mexican restaurant while pregnant. I've never been pregnant, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to drink alcoholic beverages when pregnant. That's what I've heard, apparently. But speaking of baby news, The couch fucker has ejaculated into a female vagina. Good for him. Justin Usha Vance announced she is pregnant with 4th child. I hate this. Is so funny to me. U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance, second right in front, whatever. Second lady Usha Vance left, and their 3 children are agreed upon, whatever. Second lady Usha Vance announced on Tuesday that she and Vice President J.D. Vance are expecting their 4th child. Why? We're very excited to share the news that Usha is pregnant with their 4th child. A boy. Oh, Jesus. A boy. Yay. The Vances wrote in a public statement, Usha and the baby are doing well, and we are looking forward to welcoming him in late July. Well, it's not a baby, it's a fetus. I mean, it ain't a baby until you push it out. The couple said they are grateful for the military doctors who have seen to their care, as well as their staff, who ensure they enjoy a wonderful life during an exciting, hectic time in the White House. How wonderful and exciting for you. Hectic for the rest of us, right? During this exciting, hectic time, we are particularly grateful for the military doctors who take excellent care of our family and the staff members who do so, much to ensure that we can serve the country while enjoying a wonderful life with our children, they wrote. Yeah. Poor woman. She's just, whatever. JD Vance, 41, Usha, 40. You're 40 and having kids? Girl, chill out, man. They share 3 children, Ewan, Vivek. Oh my God, they have a son named Vivek Ramaswamy? Wow. And Maribel. What type of, who range from ages 3 to 8? So, I mean, Maribel, these are some. I feel like Usha was like, let me give him one like Indian. Let's have one Indian name for these kids. Okay, Vivek. There we go. Let's go. I don't want to hear about that. So that's happening. You know what's funny about that is a lot of people are like, oh, Elon Musk, he fucks. No, he does not. I don't think that man has ever been inside a woman before, ever. He just, does it in a tube and gives it off to, whoever does the nurse does the, artificial insemination. You know what's interesting though is, that Ashley St. Clair chick, who again, a lot of, with all that's been going on Twitter with Grok and AI, I'm surprised it took this long for men, basically predators and pedophiles, making CSAM content on Twitter with Grok. I'm surprised they didn't start doing that right away. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be almost impossible to sue Elon over this because he's doing it himself. He thinks it's funny. Like, it's ridiculous. I do not understand, like what, I mean, the people who think that pepperoni pizza means some weird child sex trafficking slang, they think that, but then they hear about Donald Trump and the Epstein files, and they're like, Marco Polo, I'm blind, I can't see what's right in front of me, literally. But these are the same people who are producing CSAM on Twitter. Like, there's no other way to put it. And it's infuriating that, people think it's funny. And I was watching a video about this from Bryony Claire. She's like a Australian YouTuber. She did a thing like, it's like she was saying that, because we are on the internet, that means we consent to people doing what they want with our image, which is not true. And also Taylor Lorenz did an interview with Ashley St. Clair, which, I mean, Taylor's a friend. She's great. I feel like she did not go hard enough on Ashley St. Clair's like previous, conservative views and her bullshit. But whatever, that's not the point. But the point is that it's like, people think that just because you're on the internet, that means that you consent to, letting people do stuff to your image for funsies. And that is not true at all. We're going up in a time where technology is evolving way too fast and people are just not keeping up with it, or they're not wanting to keep up with it and they just don't want to deal with it. I mean, that's why I feel like millennials, we were lucky to have boomer parents because the boomers had to learn with us when we were growing up in the age of the internet. So boomers learned about parental blockings on the internet, on cable, on this, on that. Meanwhile, Gen X, no offense to Gen X, but I feel like you guys are kind of responsible for all this nonsense, are raising Gen Z and Gen Alpha kids and just giving them an iPad and not thinking, you have the power to make sure that your child is protected when they're on the internet, when they're on streaming service. Because a lot of people, so many parents are like, I can't believe that my Disney Plus is showing some X-rated show to my kids. I hate to tell you this, but there's a setting. Yo, parent, there is a setting in your Disney Plus so that your child has a kids account. YouTube, same thing. All Paramount, same thing. All these streaming acts, Netflix has kids account. So your kids don't get exposed to content you don't want them to see, but you're too lazy and you'd rather bitch and sue streaming services and sue social media over the fact that you failed as a parent. I'm sorry. I'm seeing all these ads where it's like, did your child develop bulimia for scrolling on Instagram? You have the right to sue. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You know why? Because that is the parent's fault for that. That is not, I'm sorry. My hot take is that it's not social media's fault for why your kid is suicidal and no. It is the fault of the parent for not protecting the kids and monitoring their online activity. Because again, I have to say this as a millennial, but like, we didn't really have, I wasn't allowed on chat rooms, on AOL chat rooms. If I was in an AOL chat room with adults, my Uma, who was like the main account, would get word. Actually, my internet activity was monitored, that she would get an email of my monthly activity of what shit I was on. So, yeah. Great. So there was a lot of, your daughter was on Broadway.com, BroadwayWorld.com, fanfiction.net. Good thing she didn't see what I was reading on that site. But like, it's just so funny where it's like, you're scrolling on TikTok, ruining your 12-year-old's life. Here's how you can sue them. It all starts with the parent handing the technology to the kid in the first place. Like, it drives me nuts. I'm like, you mean to tell, like. It's just so funny because like it's amazing to me that like you can a lot of people talk about frivolous lawsuits, but I feel like these are frivolous lawsuits because again, all this could be prevented if you actually just try to protect your kid on the internet. Like there's a limit to the free speech and like protecting people on the internet, protecting children on the internet, but the way big tech is going about it is mostly just about censorship and not actually protecting kids or anyone on the internet. Because Taylor Lorenz has been doing a lot of reporting on this, and like the UK, like banning, having people not be like you can't get a social media account until you're 16 years old. I'm sorry, that's a stupid idea. That's stupid. That is stupid. That's stupid. Because to be honest, our brains are constantly evolving. And also too, again, I had a flip phone. My first phone was a flip phone when I was like 13. I still have the same telephone number. Or 20. I'm like, oh my God, I got my first phone like 20 years ago. What? Okay, anyway. So it's fascinating to me that a lot of parents are like, I'm just gonna, let my kid have an account on Roblox and not monitor what they're doing. When you should be, there are so many things that you can be doing as a parent that can protect your kid from being exploited. And it's just fascinating to me. It's fascinating to me. Like I just don't know how we're gonna fight this because all the solutions are not feasible in my opinion. I'm sorry. But you can't just ban a kid from having a social media account until they turn 16. You can't. Like it makes no sense. It's like we've reached a point where it's like, when people were blaming rap and metal and video games and movies for like gun violence or whatever, or satanic bullshit. We're at that point where it's like we can use that, but actually do something about it in the worst way possible. And that's where we're at. So I don't know, guys. It's getting to the point where every time I see parents bitching about something that they could have easily prevented and fixed themselves, I mean, I'm always debating conservatives on Facebook, like they're who bitch about stuff like this. I'm like, you have the power to control that, though. Don't think that Disney and Netflix is pushing sex on your kid when you can have your kid have a kid's profile to make sure they don't see any of that. But you rather bitch and moan. So I don't know what I will say, boomers get a lot of shit, but like boomers who ended up having millennial kids, we had to learn together in a time where technology was new for both of us. So, but we're not seeing that now with parents learning about the dangers of like AI for their kids. No one's doing their homework anymore. And that's why I think some people should not be having kids. It's like same thing with the measles outbreak. I mean, hopefully, again, I'm probably gonna be moving back up to Jersey later this year, and I'm gonna be so relieved because I'll have rights as a woman. I won't have to deal with maybe catching measles, even though I'm vaccinated. Like, it's so crazy that like parents are like exposing their kids to measles. They don't care. They're like, it'll be fine if they expose to measles. It's just a rash. No, it's not. It's not a rash. You're confusing with chickenpox. I'm like, if I was president of the United States, right, and measles outbreak, I would be charging parents for child neglect and abuse. Why not flee the country? Do I could get evicted this week. I don't have money to flee the country. Okay, that's that in my opinion, that's a privileged take. That's when people are like, oh, just leave the country. That's a very privileged take. Very few people can afford to leave the country right now. And some are not even allowed to. I'd rather, like, I'm just saying, like, that's my opinion. Like, when people say, oh, just leave the country. How? I wish I could. I mean, I would move to Denmark or Greenland, but apparently that's out of the question. Can't do that. Can't do that, unfortunately. By the way, what was Trump's press conference? Was it about, are we invading Greenland? I was taking a nap. But anyway, I'm looking forward to moving back up to Jersey. That means next time we have Sam Cedar on Moving Extravaganza, I'm going to tell him, good news! I'm going to be cleaning the Majority Report studio soon. I told him that. I put him on the spot on one of the shows that he was on. I told him, like, I'm going to clean Majority Report studio. And he's like, do you know how dirty that studio is? I'm like, I don't care, dude. I've cleaned worse. What's a little dust among friends, Oh. Oh boy. So, I lost my train of thought. This is what happens when I've been streaming for like 90 hours and I've gotten like 4 hours of sleep between them since Friday. Yeah, I did Alphaba Wicked cosplay. I'm amazed that I managed to get all that makeup off of me, y'all. Like it was also putting on that makeup was ugh. Wait, actually let me show you. Let me see if I can find a photo. Did I upload a photo on Twitter? Oh, boom. Honestly, I mean, the makeup could have been better. Boom, boom. That makeup could have been a little bit more green, but I feel like I would get in trouble with Warner Brothers and MGM if I went pure like green grease paint emerald, But I mean, but anyway, I did my best. When we go over Wicked for Good in February for Moon Extravaganza, my friend Julian Linger, who's been on Jubilee and she's been on like TV shows and AMC and all that, acting and stuff like that. She's gonna be Glinda. I told her, I'm like, get your Glinda cosplay ready. I told Forrest, wear a burlap or a fur coat, and Conan's got the silver with the red bolas tie ready for the Tin Man. It's gonna be a fun show. But yeah, I kind of look like the Wicked logo. I just need a Glinda to like whisper into like my ear, you know, and oh man, that makeup was yeah, I put like paint in my ears. Like I just, you know, you have to like cover up the whole, like I was putting paint down here, and I bought like specific brushes because it's hard to remove like green, like colored paint and foundation out of brushes. So I bought separate brushes, like a set for like that look. It was not fun. It was, I mean, I don't know. It was very, very difficult to. I mean, actually, it wasn't as difficult. I mean, it's just I used micellar water and then a cleansing balm just to like double, triple decker cleanse, because when I remember back in my last Halloween that I ever did trick or treating, I did do a Wicked an Elphaba costume, and I had like paint on my arms and my hands and like and I thought I washed it all off, but the next day everyone's like, you're green. Like, yeah, I'm like, wait, what? I'm still green. I was like, oh no. I'm like, they're like, are you sick? And I'm like, yeah, that is it. I'm sick. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened to me. It was funny though. The funny part is that when I was doing my makeup, I think it was Saturday, I did the cosplay. I put on my makeup, and so many people were like, "Yo, Kristina, you're in your bra," and I'm like, "I know, I have eyes, I can see, I can look down and see my cleavage. I get it." Like people were like, "What?" Like, I mean, what am I supposed to wear? Like, it didn't soak into my skin. I just did not have a good cleanser back then. I look it looked like I had a fake tanner on, looking splotchy as hell. But like, it was so funny. Like people in chat were like, "Whoa, you're wearing a bra," and I'm like, "I know what? What do you expect me to not wear like a bra?" Like people think I was. We gonna think I was gonna wear a t-shirt. I had to paint up here too, guys. Like, come on now. I'm just saying. Oh, funny. So there's that. Also, too, I had these gloves. You know what? I think my best, and these nails are a pain. I mean, my mom's like, "You're not gonna be able to wear these for too long." I'm like, "I know, I can't do it. I can't do it." My best bet is next time when we go over Wicked for Good, I'm just gonna paint my hands and just put on press-on nails. That's it. That is it. I cannot. This was a pain in the ass to do. I couldn't do it. Like, nope. So again, reminder, have y'all seen 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple? If you haven't, go see it, please, because Jack O'Connell, my man, is he's so good. Also, Ray Fiennes channel Lord Voldemort near the end of that movie. I was like, oh, the Dark Lord is here. What's going on? Literally, I mean, he's old Nick. But so anyway, for those who don't know, in 28 Years Later, the movie that came out like last year, Jack O'Connell is introduced as a guy who dresses funny. I mean, and rocks hard, loves the Teletubbies, and we only see that because everyone's like, because the one thing a lot of people didn't like about the first 28 Years Later movies, like they're like, that ending is so weird. I'm like, well, it's gonna be a trilogy. We get more of his character in this movie. And for those who were from the UK, immediately recognized who Jack O'Connell's character look was based off of. Now we have Mr. Rogers. Thankfully, we have Mr. Rogers, and thankfully nothing bad has come out about him. That man was a good man through and through. But for the UK, they had Jimmy Savile. Jimmy Savile was a radio DJ. He was basically the Mr. Rogers in a weird way for the UK. Okay. And okay. Turn off the ad blocker. So there has been, and the thing is, we touched on this discourse when we covered the first 20 Years Later movie, because a lot of people were like, what's with the tracksuit and the shaggy blonde hair and the tiara and what's going on here? So in the beginning of the movie, 20 years later, we see a young Jack O'Connor's character, Jimmy, watching the Teletubbies, and when the rage virus infection happens, you're isolated. You grow up in a world where you don't find out that Jimmy Savile was a pedophile. You don't find out that the Teletubbies got canceled by PBS. And, like, you don't live in this world that we know. And so to Sir Lord Jimmy Crystal, Jimmy Savile is still like this beloved, cherished child icon that he could hold on to, right? And a lot of people have issue with that for some reason. Everyone's like, how dare they model this character after a pedophile? I'm like, but guys, you gotta understand. He doesn't know. They don't. If you're living on an isolated island where there's a rage virus and there's no internet, no contact with the outside world, you're not gonna know the truth. All right. So, oh my God, Parade, what is with all these fucking ads? So, some people have issue, but also to even know what happened was this guy was a beloved icon for kids for generations, and then as soon as he died, it got revealed that he had thousands upon thousands of abuse allegations from children to elderly. He ran charities where he can like harm people. Margaret Thatcher was warned not to be too close to him. Johnny Rotten got canceled by the BBC over talking shit about Jimmy Savile, like back in like 78. Like, it's a whole thing. So 20 years later, the Bone Temple revisits one of the most infamous celebrity scandals in modern history. The critically acclaimed new horror film unearths one of the most gut-wrenching cases in the mainstream entertainment industry. So debuting theaters on January 16, 20 years later, the Bone Temple has already become one of the most talked about movie releases of 2026 yet. An immediate follow-up to this similarly well-received 20 years later, the Bone Temple once again serves as a fresh and terrifying addition to the overarching 28 Days franchise, with particular praise aimed at its writing, main narrative, and the performance of Jack O'Connell's deranged cult leader, Sir Lord Jimmy Crystal. While O'Connell's performance as the film's disquieting antagonist has garnered continuous renown, many viewers were also quick to compliment the Bone Temple for unearthing one of the most notorious celebrity scandals in British pop culture, a topic that comes up in the form of the sinister Jimmy cult at the heart of the film. As reported by Variety, the eccentric Fingers gang, also known as the Jimmies, directly modeled themselves after the popular British media personality Jimmy Savile, a visually striking DJ known for his long white hair, colorful tracksuits, and eye-catching jewelry. Savile was among the most popular celebrities in late 20th century Britain, even earning a knighthood in 1990 for his work in various charity organizations. Right? Upon his death in 2011, at 84 years old, however, various media outlets found that Savile had allegedly been involved in numerous sex crimes for approximately 6 decades. In the wake of his passing, hundreds of allegations against Savile made British headlines, with many of his accusers ranging from young children to elderly victims. Rather than modeling their lead villain after the disturbing allegations surrounding Savile, 20 Days Later's creators incorporated the disgraced celebrity as a way to analyze the difference between our cultural perception of idyllic past against the disturbing truth of a hidden reality. That's what I was alluding to. Most notably, this idea comes into play when a young Jimmy O'Connell is shown watching children's television in the opening moments of 28 Years Later, years before Savile's allegations came to the surface. There's a world that ends in 2001, and for a character like Jimmy, whose life is destroyed in such an intense way, he uses these images and perverts them, and that was really important to us. Director Nia DeCosta told Varieties about Savile's influence on the film. So, with that being said, a lot of, like Gen Zers and Gen Alphas on TikTok, Or like, I can't believe they're modeling this character after a notorious pedophile who did such harm to me. And it's like, you guys don't understand. The first 20 years later movie shows why he's clinging on to this. He doesn't. They don't know what actually ends up happening to him after the man dies. Like, I mean, how's that? You know, sorry, that's something they say a lot in the movie. But it's like, it's interesting to me that media literacy is dead. Media literacy is dead. It's like okay. How do I put this in a weird way? Imagine you're growing up in the late 60s, right? And the rage virus hits you. What time does the knitting start? I don't know. So imagine you grew up in the late 60s, right? Or early 70s, and there's a rage virus, and you look up to Jim Jones as a figure, right? And you don't know that Jonestown became a thing that happened because you're isolated from the world and there's no media or whatever. And you model your look after Jim Jones, jet black hair, sunglasses, the suit, whatever. Like it's like the same thing, you know? So it's interesting to talk about this whole situation because so many kids don't know why this character is basing his look off of this notorious, once beloved person in British culture. That being said, apparently to this day, a lot of people said, yeah, people still dress up as Jimmy Savile for Halloween year out there because it's such an iconic, well-known look. And it's like, I don't know. That's a little odd. Knowing what he did. Like, I'm like, oh man. So, but once we did touch on Movie Night Extravaganza when we did cover the first 28 years later movie, but in England, I doubt it. What do you mean in England? No, people in England still dress up as that man. Because guess what? Not many people outside the United States know who, like outside the British, know who he is. Like seriously, like it wasn't until like 28 years later movies that people figure out who this guy was. Like again, there are still people in the UK who are like, yeah, I dressed up as Jimmy for Halloween. So what? Whatever. Okay, but you're one person from England. I know people from England, and again, the average American. Yeah, just because you specifically haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not happening. Well, but also too, again, most people outside the UK don't know who this guy is. But I'm just saying. So, with the 28 years later movies, a lot of Americans are having think pieces about this guy that they really did not know a whole lot about. So, there's that. Okay, dude, don't be pissing me off right now. I'm not really in a good mood to be arguing about this. Who the hell is that? Okay, just kidding. But yeah, again, there are people who still, for some other reason, dress up as him for Halloween in the UK, and it's like, why? I don't get it. But anyway. Sorry, I'm hearing something. Oh, nightclub. Yeah, nightclub events. Yeah, they think they could be like underground or whatever. I guess. I don't know. But yeah, but it's just, it is kind of funny though, seeing people going to the theater dressing up in like velour colored tracksuits and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh no, what are y'all doing? Okay. You know, so it's all separate from the character from the person they're based off of. I don't know. But I will say, Jack O'Connell, again, if I had a nickel for every time that man played a cult leader who loved to sing and dance, I've have 2 nickels. Right? 2 nickels. Which is not a lot, but it's funny it's happened twice. we gotta watch out for that guy. If he's good at playing like cult leaders like this, the cult of Jack, I join it. Also, him being outside in front of a burning like barn or a club, done it twice too. So interesting. Oh, I can't wait to eat dinner and then crash after this. Hey guys, did you see Anna Kasparian being like, I'm sorry, I was wrong about Trump, even though I should have known better. I purposely was ignorant and downplayed his fascist tendencies. Never forgive, never forget. I do not accept your apology. As most of us in the left media should not accept your apology. We should not be accepting TYT back into the fold because they had the brains to know better and they chose to be ignorant and sell out. That's my whole take on this on that. So I had someone in my Instagram message saying, you don't know Anna, but I'm like, bitch, I was friends with her for 10 years. Okay, I was friends with her 10 years. I know so much that you don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like the fact that like I was like, girl, you can't be saying like transphobic stuff and downplaying like, you know, Trump being a wanting fascism and shit like that. Like, it's crazy how much, I tried to, a lot of us did at least, and then most of us are not friends with her anymore. And this person's like, well, it's fine to have disagreements on the show. I'm like, yeah, but with Anna, she's insulting John Anarola to his face and saying how dumb and stupid he is for having a simple disagreement with her. And that's not professional, in my opinion. I don't care. Like, that's just rude. So yeah, I don't know all the British slang, but I guess tracksuits. Yeah, that's what we call them over here in America. Whatever. But yeah. Anyway, oh man, David Lynch's birthday was today. Oh man. Is it kind of sad that like Brett Ratner gets Melania's movie in theaters, but like fucking Martin Scorsese and David Lynch films get like streamed to Netflix or whatever? That makes me mad. Also, don't forget Brett Ratner is like a rapist and stuff, so the fact that he's getting a career resurgence because of Trump is really making me mad. So that's funny to me. Oh my god. I wish I was more organized, but once again, I did not get any sleep, really. I was too busy trying to raise funds for rent and make sure that I don't get evicted this week. So why is no one including the clowns in their 2016 nostalgia? Yeah, that's interesting. I'm surprised no one's thought of that. That is weird. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was doing everything. I was streaming. I was getting some naps. Was not enough though, because I kept getting interrupted because of my cats. So there's that. And just a reminder, guys, tomorrow, Absurdity Space, 6 p.m. Forrest and I are going to go over Greenland, Josh Shapiro, more Jimmy Savile stuff. I mean, we've been more focused on the Adam McKay thing that's happening later this week. So hopefully I will be refreshed and not so sleepy. Yeah. God, I gotta clean my room. But I'm getting my hair trimmed tomorrow because my hair has like no life in it right now. So anyway, I hear the microwave beeping, which means dinner is done. Alex is gonna come in and do his thing. And sorry, I've seemed very out of it and sleepy, but I have other things on my mind. And I will see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. for the Absurdity Space. See ya. Bye.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space where I talk about movies, music, video games, TV, and whatever else I want to talk about. Folks, it's a new day, it's a new year, and I saw some new movies, and I want to talk about them. They're movies that are being talked about for award season. Everyone's excited. Movies talked about for having strong socio-political themes and heralded as like revolutionary and whatnot. And I want to talk about them. This first is my channel. And I'm not going to make a video. I don't think I'll make a video talking about these two movies for my channel. This is a This Space exclusive, folks. But these two movies are Eddington and One Battle After Another. And let's get into it a little bit. Eddington is written and directed by Ari Aster. One Battle After Another is written and directed by Paul Thomas Anderson and Thomas Pynchon. I don't know who that is. When it comes to the oeuvre of both of these gentlemen, I have seen Ari Aster has 4 movies that I'm aware of: Hereditary, Midsommar, Beau is Afraid, and this movie, Eddington. Paul Thomas Anderson has several movies. And let's take a look here, because I don't even know what his... Like, I know he did There Will Be Blood, and I know he did The Master. So let's take a look here. But what else did he make? Oh, he did Punch Drunk Love and Inherent Vice, Licorice Pizza. Okay. I have not seen... He did a lot of music videos. Haim. Oh, that's why that Haim girl is in all these movies. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. But yeah, I've never seen Punch Drunk Love, because why would I want to see Adam Sandler not be silly and goofy? I had the same thing with Jim Carrey. But I've heard Uncut Gems is great, so I'm going to be watching that this week. Maybe I'll talk about that again. Looks like he was on Saturday Night Live a little bit. Boogie Nights. I've also never seen Boogie Nights, so... hands up, don't shoot. And coffee and cigarettes, or cigarettes and coffee, I feel like I've seen. Well, Coffee and Cigarettes is a movie, so I guess that's not him. Okay. The Master and There Will Be Blood, I fell asleep. Both. Well, There Will Be Blood was like my parents rented it, and I was sick, so I was on the couch and just at the whim of whatever they were watching, and I passed out. So fell asleep during that. Matt the Letterhead says Magnolia. I have also not seen Magnolia. Was that Tom Cruise? So I passed out with There Will Be Blood. That's another one where I'm like, okay, let me watch that and judge that on its own by watching it. And being able to evaluate this thing while having not fallen asleep. And The Master. Now, The Master was Joaquin Phoenix and Philip Seymour Hoffman, and I also fell asleep during that movie. Now, I wasn't sick during that movie. I actually decided to watch that on my own. Hey, it's getting all this Oscar buzz. Let me watch this. It's a criticism of Scientology. I know about Scientology. I watch South Park. So let me check this out. And I was just bored. So I passed out. And yeah, it did make me pass out, man. And this movie, Eddington, well, no. This movie, One Battle After Another, so was I guess the first movie, I watched it today, earlier, was the first Paul Thomas Anderson movie I sat down and watched all the way through, and holy shit, what a terrible fucking movie. It reminds me of Green Book or Crash. If you don't know these two movies, these were also very Oscar baity movies, won awards, and were about racism, written by and mostly starring and about a straight white dude. I remember when Green Book won, I think that was the year that Spike Lee made Black Klansman and he walked out of the Oscars. And I think a Black Klansman, while also having a white character who is almost the main character, if not co-lead. He's a co-lead because the main character is the black guy. But Black Klansman, I think, does, while also being fantastical and taking liberties and doing historical fiction, did a better job of getting its point across and telling a good story and being interesting. One Battle After Another is the story of, very loosely, father and daughter. Father needs to go rescue daughter. And that's the tension throughout the whole movie. And then at the end, okay, spoilers, finds her, tension resolved. And it wasn't that much tension because you feel like she's very capable. You feel like the people that she's in danger of don't want to kill her, really, or not yet, at least. So a lot of the tension is just following Leonardo DiCaprio's character, which is all over the goddamn place. Why am I supposed to like him? Because I don't. Am I supposed to think he's a capable resistance soldier? I don't. Also, the framework of this is MAGA soldiers hunting down not, I was gonna say Antifa, but not Antifa. Hunting down a 60s radical militant group, which don't really exist anymore. The Black Panthers are out there and they're doing good work, but they're, not blowing up bank. All they do in this movie is blow up banks. This didn't need to be their resistance fighters or trying to start a revolution. They keep talking about a revolution. They're not doing anything but blowing up banks and presumably stealing the money and leaving. They could just be bank robbers and they could just be running from and have an antagonist in the police. But instead, it's like this, I guess it is the military, and it's Sean Penn, who's doing his best Trey Gowdy impression with his haircut. Let me see if I can find a picture. Sean Penn, one battle. Yeah, dude. So a lot of people I've seen been calling him, saying he looks like Greg Bovino, the ICE director, and I can see that. But I see this haircut and I think Trey Gowdy. Like I don't know if you remember Trey Gowdy from the Benghazi trials, but I do. This dude. And it's first of all, I mean, FD Signifier has a great video on this, and I did watch it before I watched the movie, so I was like paying attention, but it is flabbergasting to me why he decided in the opening of the movie, this is like setting the stage, so not really spoiling that much. Not Dan Bongino, Dan Bovino. Two awful Dans, pieces of shit Dans, but slightly different people. Only slightly. Why that in the beginning of this movie, it sets up Tiana Taylor, who is this woman. Where is she? Is she even here? Yeah. Okay. Tiana Taylor, who is a singer. She's been on a couple songs that I've reacted to on my channel. I do album reactions. And this is like her breakout movie. And I know she's in the TV show All Things with Kim Kardashian because I've watched some reviews of that show. And apparently it's terrible. And I'm like, ha ha ha. I knew jumping off the Ryan Murphy train early was a good idea with the American Horror Story. But they have her in the beginning of this movie as this leader within the organization or the leader of the entire organization. She seems like one of the leaders of, again, a radical leftist revolutionary group that is primarily robbing and bombing banks. They do one thing that's like, oh, you're trying to save people, and they go like rescue migrants from a detention center that looks like those photos we got in, what was it, 2018-19, of like the kids in cages with the tinfoil blankets. It's like this movie was conceived then and then only made now. They rescue them at the beginning of the movie to establish like they are helping people. Okay. And she goes into like the officer station and runs into Sean Penn's character, who's called Stephen Lockjaw, because he needs to have a cool villain name. And she's like, stand up. And he goes to like stand on his feet. And she's like, no, I don't want to see you stand up. I want you to see him stand up at his, wang. And so he, without moving his hands, just gets hard looking at her. By the way, she is with Leonardo DiCaprio's character. We've seen her basically, like, again, FD's video kind of put the idea in my head of like, this is the archetype of a Jezebel, which is like basically a slut, but specifically a black slut, and how bad that is, and a whore, and that archetype of a character and a storytelling device. She gets off, seemingly, from what I'm seeing in the movie, on the violence and chaos that they cause. Like whenever they're in a shootout or they're blowing up buildings, she wants to have sex with Leonardo DiCaprio. And then in this moment, she's just like, I'm kind of into forcing you to get hard, I guess, for whatever reason. Then goes, also like she captures him and brings him out with the rest of the group. and is like, yeah, fuck you guys. We're freeing these people from this detention center. But this guy is like, this is a moment for him. So he is following her now, and we're seeing other exploits of this group called the French 75, which I don't know. That's probably some generic hodgepodge of like real resistance groups. I don't know. But she, he's following her around and not intervening and just kind of looking at her, right? And we get these shots of her butt and like her body and stuff. And it's super weird. It's kind of painting. I mean, dude, there's another character in this like gang, and her name is Jungle Pussy. Okay, that's the like level of respect that we have for black women in this movie. Regina Hall plays another character, Deandra, and later in the movie she becomes more important, but then also kind of just goes away. Spoilers for this movie. Tiana Taylor's character, what is it? Perfida has a baby. And then we cut to like and she runs away from responsibility and goes to Mexico. And then we cut to like 16 years later. And it's about Leonardo DiCaprio raising this daughter on his own in hiding, because before she left, the way she eventually gets captured. And Lockjaw's like, you can either go to prison for 40 years or I can put you in witness protection. But like, you know what I'm going to want. And she's in a witness protection house. So we know that she gave up the other members of the crew because they put out like a warning broadcast, and we see people get rounded up and killed and like running away and scattering. And then she then leaves and goes to Mexico. So she didn't know if Leo would get out with the daughter, and seemingly didn't give that much of a shit because she doesn't show up for the rest of the movie. And then for no reason, because it's not even really hinted at that much, because we see Lockjaw, like after she's put in witness protection, Lockjaw goes to the house with like flowers, basically like, this is okay, time to cash in on like what I did, and pulling strings. And she's gone and had run away and went to Mexico. But a big theme out of nowhere becomes, whose daughter is she actually? Because she's mixed race. It could be Sean Penn or Leo DiCaprio. And Sean Penn captures the daughter, does a DNA test so that we as the audience, and he knows that it is his daughter. And he's trying to get into like the KKK Illuminati, basically. And they're very strict about you can't have ever been in an interracial relationship or had sex or, especially not having a daughter. And they find out and they send like the senator or congressperson or whatever who recruited him in the first place to go clean up the mess. It is so weird and gross to have her lust over the enemy, right? The oppressor, have that even be a thing. And then again, she's not a character. She just is the events that she sets the events in motion of the movie. It's very, and again, they didn't need to be revolutionaries, and they didn't need to be the army or like ICE or Porter, whatever they are, because that's what they are, right? They're ICE. It's very, you watch this movie, it's very like Minneapolis and what's happening now in the country. But there was no reason for that. And it was also not touched upon other than like the revolutionaries are the good guys and these guys are the bad guys. That's it. No. I mean, dude, the movie Machete by Robert Rodriguez was a more nuanced and more, I don't know, it had something to say that like immigration police, ICE are bad. ICE is fucking bad, and they're murderers and they're lunatics. And in this, it's just like, well, it's this one guy and like this faction controlled by like the white supremacist overlord billionaire people, and that's it. Or is it the whole system that's broken? What are you saying? Because we don't even get, and this is very important for a movie, we don't get like scenes with regular people. It's only really scenes with revolutionary characters or the bad guy ICE characters. There is no like, what does the world look like? What does the city look like? I've seen it happen in low budget movies and big budget Oscar movies like this, where I have no frame of reference for what reality is supposed to look like in this world. And whenever you're creating a movie, it is its own world, even if it's based on real life and it's supposed to be like, you know, a drama in real life, not like Middle Earth or Star Wars or whatever, you know, Marvel universe. It is still operating on its own rules. And that brings me to Eddington, which I guess, because I watched that one yesterday, I guess I feel a little bit better about Eddington than I do One Battle After Another, but not much better. The thing about Eddington, I guess, that I don't know, kind of makes me feel a little bit less icky, even though it did make me feel icky when I was watching it, was Ari Aster made this. And Ari Aster only makes, that I have seen, fairy tale movies, or what I'll call a fairy tale movie, which is, it might take place on Earth, you know, in a real city or with human beings and whatever. But you have to look at it like a stage play, again, it's its own world and runs on its own rules. Hereditary ran on its own rules. The little girl at the party eating the peanuts and then is suffocating and it gets her head knocked off, and the dollhouse motifs and the mom crawling over the walls, like all of these things make sense within the context of that movie. And it's bleak. He has a bleak outlook on all of his movies. Midsommar as well is a movie about a woman and her life spiraling out of control, much like Hereditary was, much like Beau is Afraid is about a man played by Joaquin Phoenix and his life spiraling out of control. This is a movie about a man also played by Joaquin Phoenix and his life spirals out of control. It's just, in this movie, Joaquin Phoenix plays a sheriff in the fictional town of Eddington, New Mexico, in May of 2020, when COVID and masks and quarantining was happening. We get some scenes that, again, I feel like could have worked in a movie made by someone else with more intention. If you wanted to do this, like, let's look back 4 years ago. Remember that? That was crazy. And do a whole like social commentary thing about that. You could have, but that's not what this movie is about. And so I'm left saying, well, why is it here at all then? You could have made this about anything else, and not incorporated that shit to say nothing about it. Like, that's my problem with both of these movies. You incorporate these like real life themes, real life events. I mean, in editing, it's literally like, this is May of 2020 and everyone's got the mask. People are, someone gets kicked out of a grocery store for not wearing a mask or not allowed entry. The sheriff is like, come on, man. Like, this is a small town. We know everybody. Let him in. Like, let Fred in. It's fine. Let him get his groceries. You know, it's hard to breathe in his mask and blah, blah, blah. And the sheriff has asthma, so he sympathizes and he's trying to do the right thing. And there's cringy moments like them getting kicked out and then people filming the sheriff doing this, like trying to stop them from kicking him out, film the guy not wearing a mask and fighting his way in. Social media plays a heavy role in this movie, as it does in real life. But again, not really saying anything other than social media bad, and kind of edges people towards their worst instincts. People can scroll till they find something that reconfirms what they already want to believe or want to espouse, and then they'll go act upon it. Maybe I'm reaching. So he's pissed that the mayor, who's played by Pedro Pascal, is, enforcing this policy. Again, he's the sheriff. There's 2 deputies. So there's 3 cops in this town. And one of the deputies is black, and that'll be important in a minute. Pedro Pascal is like, hey man, the governor said this, it's above my pay grade, and also like it's public health, it's public safety, relax, stop, he needs to wear a mask and go in the store. And so he decides he's going to run for mayor against Pedro Pascal. And a lot of the reason I'm interpreting this, that he's doing this, is because his wife, is played by Emma Stone, was once years ago rumored to have been dating Pedro Pascal's character. And Pedro Pascal dumped her. Like, that's the town lore, is that Pedro Pascal dumped her and like maybe made her get an abortion, or she got an abortion at some point. And then Joaquin Phoenix married her. So everyone looks at him as kind of like a cuck, or like, a loser and whatever. And he's insecure. And like, that's this movie. That's what this movie's about. This movie's about this insecure man doing things he thinks will make people see him as more macho, more of a man, taking charge. And it just kind of ruins his life and makes everything worse and doesn't change anything. Very nihilistic as well. Her mother lives in the house with them. She's domineering and constantly compares him to her father, who died, and apparently he was on the job with her father. It's implied throughout the movie that maybe like she doesn't have sex with him, and we never get any indication they've ever had sex. And she doesn't like to be touched. And so like he's an incel, like we're getting that layer too. And then eventually her mother's a conspiracy theorist, and she finds this like guru, like Jared Leto kind of guy, played by Austin Butler, who is this dude. Where's Austin Butler? This guy who played Elvis. Who's also in Yoga Hosers, which is a Kevin Smith movie, and it's not great, but it's funny that that's like one of his first movies. Kevin Smith touches a lot of the Hollywood world when it comes to his productions, but this guy is just like an internet conspiracy theorist guy. Like it could be Tim Pool, it could be Jared Leto, like I said, it could be an RFK guy, but he's talking about like pedophiles. Like, I was abused, I escaped a pedophile ring, and my parents were the trafficker, and like wove this whole story, and basically just showed up once the mother-in-law gets her into it, and she's trying to get her into it the whole beginning of the movie, finally does. Then the daughter, Emma Stone makes contact, I guess, and this guy shows up to the house, has dinner, kind of interrupts everything. She then, like, we barely see her, but each time we see her, she is somehow more distant from Joaquin Phoenix, even though she's already distant at the beginning. That's this movie. She eventually leaves and like, and then he's just stuck at the house with the mother-in-law. And again, this movie also has Black Lives Matter happens, right? George Floyd dies, and then this like local girl called Sarah is like the social justice warrior in the town. One of the boys, there's two like boy characters. Brian, who is the friend of Eric, and Eric is the son of the mayor, Pedro Pascal. So they go to like a party, a social distance party in the woods. And Brian likes the girl. Eric, who is Pedro Pascal's son, so a little Hispanic, actually goes up and talks to her and flirts with her. She seemingly likes him, but this guy, Brian, is like looking at her Instagram to try and impress her, sees she's reading Angela Davis, looks up Angela Davis, has a line about it, and then Eric comes over after and is like, what did he say to you to try to get you to talk to him? Like, oh my God. Starts like making fun of him to her, creating a bond there. That's a lot of douchebag guys will do that. And this guy, Brian, just, okay, I'm going to try and outplay him by starting a local BLM chapter and like posting how much I care about this stuff. And creates like a protest. And then people around the town are like, oh my God, we're having riots in Eddington, but this thing happened all the way over there in Minneapolis. Why is any of this in the movie? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And what it also does is kind of just go, they're all dumb. They're all dumb. Anyone doing BLM is doing it for personal reasons, selfish reasons. The girl isn't that big of a fighter because at one point she's accused of a crime and then just disappears from the movie and just, I don't know, she left with her parent. I don't know what happened to her. She was so integral. It also shows, so the thing in this movie that I say, it's a man going through, like, causing all this, like, turmoil for this town because it eventually becomes, like, under siege by Antifa super soldiers, literally. And I'm like, okay, so are the Antifa super soldiers real did Sarah text real Antifa super soldiers to come to the town? Or this data company that Pedro Pascal was trying to get, you know, hey, we're going to build this tech center and it's going to create jobs and blah, 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 and do clean energy and whatever. By the end of the movie, the government is different, right? The local town, now Joaquin, spoilers, is the mayor, under the circumstances of which you'll have to watch the movie to find out. But it's like, now it's a Republican mayor, and it's like MAGA, like the town is MAGA now. And they're opening the data center. Like the data center's been open. They flash forward like a year. So like the vaccines are coming out and they're like, okay, don't get the vaccine because like this data center will help protect you from the activators when the 5G wave goes and activates the vaccine in your blood. Basically, the movie was like, it doesn't matter if you have a socially conscious, you know, environmentalist, nice, caring Pedro Pascal as the mayor, or crazy Republican, you know, Marjorie Taylor Greene adjacent, Kyle Rittenhouse embracing lunatics. You're still going to get that data center. It's happening because the tech overlords are here. And is it because they sent those Antifa super soldiers that they were just mercenaries and they were wearing that regalia to do a false flag? Because another false flag kind of happens in the movie anyway, with featuring, you know, Joaquin's character. Both of these movies are not as revolutionary as Andor. Watch all of Andor and watch Rogue One if you want your revolutionary art. Art. This is content, and this is fucking slop. Garbage. Again, Eddington, a little bit more interesting because of the fairy tale nature of the way Ari Aster makes movies and portrays these characters. But you're going to be pissed off because, again, you could have made up a fake scenario that wasn't literally COVID or whatever. It's COVID, but we're not I don't know. It was just so weird. And so like, it felt like a paint job on a story he already had. You didn't need to bring George Floyd into this. You didn't need to bring like MAGA into this even. Like, it would have been more interesting if it was about something else. But I don't know. That's my rant on those two fucking movies. And yeah, I didn't know it was going to be that long, but I did want to touch on that. So now I want to move on to my next thing I want to talk about today. And that is punk. My wife is a punk and a goth. And I have been listening to a lot more of that kind of music with her and music in general. I'm not really a music guy. Like I was for a bit. I've had periods in my life where I was a music guy, kinda, and always adjacent. Most music that I like is because I saw it in a movie or a TV show, or I did a little bit of like exploratory. Let me listen to this on my own. I saw this tweet and I had to share it with my wife because I knew she'd love it. Because her favorite band ever is Sex Pistols, and Sid Vicious in particular, but the Sex Pistols, and they have a glaring problem, which is Johnny Rotten here, the lead singer. But we have tickets to actually see them when they're coming to America, and they were supposed to come in September, but this dude, I believe Glenn Matlock, the bassist, broke his wrist, and so they've been delayed indefinitely. I'm hoping they'll come back. We're going to go to fucking Philadelphia to see them. So I'm predicting they're coming back. Like, you don't announce a tour and then, oops, I got to like take a break and then we're not doing it ever again. But the Sex Pistols have a new lead singer called Frankie. And they have that because Johnny Rotten is a MAGA piece of shit. Apparently, my wife told me to tell you this. She said, when Johnny Rotten's wife died, the other Sex Pistols didn't reach out to him to offer condolences. And that's because for the past 50, 60 years, he's been a fucking asshole to them and to the whole community by being a right-wing, fucking money-grubbing, selfish lunatic. There was a TV show that I wanted to watch. My wife didn't want to watch it. She didn't like that kind of media about the Sex Pistols. That's fine. I wanted to watch it, called Pistol on FX. Came out a couple years ago, but guess what? You can't watch it. It was on Hulu. You can't watch it. You know why? Because Johnny Rotten sued, even though it was based on Glenn Matlock's book. Why does Johnny Rotten have more right than Glenn Matlock to sue for like likeness and whatever? Fucking bullshit. But this headline was out saying MAGA punks have the wrong end of the stick, says Sex Pistol. Glenn Matlock, 69, said Trump supporting punks have forgotten the anti-fascist roots of the movement, and Kneecap are some of the only true punks left. The Sex Pistols bassist said contemporary punks have got the wrong end of the stick as he bemoaned how many now support Donald Trump. Kneecap, the Irish punk rap group, who is constantly getting banned from countries after their Glastonbury performance last year, was actually banned on the official channel that was broadcasting the festival. But someone in the crowd recorded it or was live streaming it, and that became the official version of their performance. And they've been like in legal trouble with the British government and whatnot. They're very anti-fascist. Well, Glenn is way fucking sounder than Johnny Rotten anyway, right? So they're saying like, hey, thanks for the love, Johnny. That's great. That's awesome. And yeah, you can't be punk and also racist, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic. It's impossible. You grow up listening to punk and hip hop and still end up a bootlicker. And there's this video that I saw recommended to me that I wanted to share with y'all. And I watched a little bit of, but that's all I needed to watch to get the idea. And this guy, if you don't know him, because I didn't know him, is just a metal YouTuber, a metal reviewer. Seemingly, you talk about like MTV is gone. Does anyone care? I think that's an interesting question, and I'd like to watch that video later. But yeah, this is like album reactions, music reactions. He talks about hip hop a little bit. That's cool. I want to see that. But yeah, and this is his video that he put out. MAGA, metal, punk, and goth fans are delusional, and I would also include hip hop and rap.
Hi everyone, it's me, your boy, Uncle Melty, the host of the Metal Meltdown. Please hold your applause. Am I the only one who's just kind of tired of this? Am I the only one? Sometimes it feels like I'm the only one. I don't think I am. I'm probably not. But sometimes it feels that way. Like, oh, woke ruined metal. Oh, I can't listen to this because it's woke. The woke agenda. Oh, they're trying to make everyone gay and trans. Oh, they're trying to make everyone.
Yeah, so you get the idea. And I've, again, scrolled through this video, and it is just him talking to the camera. Okay. And yeah, I think this is an example to me of the MAGA agenda actually getting through and piercing parts of the culture, parts of consciousness of the zeitgeist that I don't think they were expecting. And they definitely don't want this kind of reaction to. Like I've been saying on this channel, they all subscribe to Andrew Breitbart's philosophy that politics is downstream from culture. So if they can change the culture and make it cool to hate gay people, make it cool to be racist, cool to be anti-Semitic, then people will vote for their policies more so and have faith in it, like believe in it, like a religion. And the Christian right has been doing a great job of that for the last couple hundred years. But it's been relegated to Christians. And as the world has gotten more secular and the country has gotten more secular, they lose their grip on like calling Disney sinful or devilry to make, Wizards and Wardrobes, like whatever that Mickey movie was, Fantasia. And they look ridiculous. So now Gamergate was an inroad. Now we can say, hey, they're ruining video games. Don't you hate that you can choose to be a woman character in Assassin's Creed now? Don't you hate that? Isn't it ruining Assassin's Creed? Isn't it ruining Grand Theft Auto that they're going to have a female as one of the co-leads of the story in GTA 6? The sixth installment of only the 3D version. There was a 2D GTA before Grand Theft Auto 3, by the way. Isn't it woke and gay? Isn't it making GTA 6 bad? Also, the fact that you kill police. I mean, who was it? I think it was Elon Musk who said, I played GTA once. I tried it, but I didn't like that you could kill police officers. It's like, what a fucking loot. You can kill everybody in that game. What are you talking about? But that was an inroad, a secular inroad, especially for young men who they want, because they want soldiers to feel like they're something that they like is being taken away. Now, this also comes from the side that now that they feel like they've gotten these young men on their side, they feel secure, which is good because they aren't. That now they can bemoan, oh, men aren't getting jobs because they have free healthcare. So they're just sitting playing video games all the time. You shouldn't sit and play video games all the time. You should join ICE. You should go to school board meetings. You should do a Nick Shirley and knock on daycare centers and try to get in and film kids because you're a lunatic. And we'll put you on Fox News and give you a job. If you fail a test, you can say it's because you're Christian and the teacher was trans and they hate you, and you can go on Fox News and get a job. Or get a job with the Daily Wire, get a job with the Daily Caller. You can lose a swimming race and come in 5th, tied with a trans person, and say, I lost because it's the trans person in this race, and you will have a career. Likewise, they are trying to do the same with hip hop, rap, rock, metal, have been saying supporting Donald Trump is the new punk rock. You got comedians supporting Donald Trump. Say Andrew Schultz, who I know personally, and I can say from the limited amount of times I've met him, I don't think gives a shit one way or another who the president is, but will do or say whatever for money and clout. And he's good at it. Like I've seen him do, the crowd work videos that again get a lot of play on TikTok and the internet and kind of bolster a would-be middling comedian's career. He is good at that. You have to be quick-witted. I'm not taking that away. I'm saying he said it himself. I like Bill Clinton because he fucks. I like Donald Trump because he fucks. Both of these men are sexual assaulters. Notwithstanding, that's how simple they think it is. It's against the establishment. Now the establishment is woke because Obama is black and also gay marriage. And so being punk rock actually is against this. I'm raging against that machine, the deep state machine. Never mind that conservatism largely still holds sway over the world and this country. Our puritanical ideas of sex work and like healthcare and pull yourself up by your bootstraps is all conservatism. So they're still winning, but how do they get new recruits or keep people from leaving the flock is to keep saying they're under attack, which Christians have been doing forever. So have Jews. So every religion says they're the ones who are under attack. So, it's a fucking recruiting tool is what I'm saying. But yeah, let's continue in this dude's video a little bit later where literally I just played the most replayed part and I'll let him lead into it here.
110 million% align with the man or the movement. It's so pathetic and hypocritical too, because these guys will happily hyperfixate on.
And he's talking about like Tim Pool kind of people, again, skater culture. I've been watching skateboard videos again recently because my wife is interested. And I'm like, I didn't know you were interested in skateboarding. I love playing Tony Hawk all the time. Why didn't you mention this for the last 3 years? Let's watch skate videos. So we have been. And like, it is inherent to be anti-cop if you're a skateboarder because they're the ones who are trying to stop you from skateboarding all the time. And so it goes with punk rock, metal, hip hop, rap, street culture. There's a great video by Sia Sade, I think, about like the hole that Eminem left in white America of like this outlet. It was talking about Eminem, but it was also talking about the larger like rock and metal. Where are these new bands now that kind of channel this frustration, this suburban angst of white people into like a creative endeavor? Now it's being taken up by Andrew Tate, Sneeko, these idiots who are literally just this past weekend here hanging out together. I will not play the song that they're playing. One, it's copyrighted. Two, it's Kanye West's song called Heil Hitler. But yeah, this is Nick Fuentes hanging out with fucking Andrew Tate. The fact that Andrew Tate looks embarrassed to be here is really funny to me. Like, this face is really funny. And this is Clavicular, who's like the looks maxing guy. Sneeko, here's another streamer who's an idiot like Aiden Ross. And yeah, they're just like at the club listening to this Kanye song about Nazis and just thinking they're awesome. And again, there's a reason you're seeing this. There's a reason they're doing this shit. They're trying to make their ideology cool, hip with the youngins. Never mind, these are all fucking losers that everyone recognizes as losers, which again makes it funny, but not funny because they're in charge now.
Blue-haired they-them liberals on TikTok getting mad at them, but when Nazis or bigots infiltrate the fucking scene, it's pure fucking silence. Suddenly, there's this burden put on these aforementioned blue-haired they-them liberals on TikTok who are so hypersensitive and unreasonable, according to these people, to accept and tolerate extreme ideologies. Woke is ruining metal. It's an extreme ideology, but this other extreme ideology, which is literally the most violent that politics can get, that's awesome. That's fine. We just have to deal with it. We have to accept it. You can't have it.
So much for the tolerant left, right? Have you heard that one? So much for the tolerant left. Look at me out here being a Nazi, and you're going to call me a Nazi? What? How could you use that word? It's a bad word to use. You call me racist? That's just a bad word. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't have any significant meaning or systemic meaning. It's just a bad word. You just called me a jerk. I'll call you a jerk. And now we're even. I'm lowering what offense you should take by being called a Nazi or a racist. What's that meme? Everything I disagree with is Nazism, right? It goes the other way. Everything I disagree with is socialism, except it works on that level because they do call everything woke or socialist or communist or whatever. We call things Nazism when it's directly Nazi fucking behavior.
Both ways, folks. You cannot sit here and try to tell me that woke is an extreme ideology. The acceptance of queer people and brown people is so extreme and it must be eradicated, while also telling me that this actually extreme ideology, I just have to accept that it's here and I just have to deal with it because music should be for everyone. Like Hayley Williams from Paramore talking about how she doesn't want transphobes at her concerts. That's too radical. But these people who actually want to kill trans people, that's fine. They deserve to be here too.
Yeah, man. I think, that's a sentiment that is becoming more and more pronounced and more. Again, this guy makes music content. You see Anthony Fantano. Love Anthony Fantano. But he's a little bit more like, I've been around. I can kind of make whatever I want and talk about whatever I want. So he'll be a little more outward and open with it. But I assume this guy is 30,000 subscribers. Probably prefers to not talk about politics and drive a wedge in whatever audience he has. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of business models, is don't talk about it so that you don't lose a customer base. And I will talk about that when I talk about comedians like next week or something. But yeah, man, I think it's getting to a point where it's impossible to ignore. It's invading everything. My favorite show, South Park, did a whole season this season just talking about like Donald Trump and the various characters of the administration and the various fucked up shit that they're doing. And they, in the very brief like interviews they've done about it, said like, well, we'd like to talk about pop culture, what's going on in the world, and just also primarily trying to make each other laugh. But it's impossible to ignore this. This is not just in the background. Oh, the government's doing government things. They're forcing it on everyone. Ironically, because these are the people constantly talk about getting things shoved down their throats, which again, very Nick Fuentes-ish, if you know, catch my meaning, very Benny Johnson-ish, if you catch my meaning. And they're doing it, and people don't want this shit shoved in their face. And when they have it shoved in their face, they reject it. I mean, there was that viral clip that went around from like, what was it, the World Cup or something a year ago, that there was a dude who was celebrating, and there was an Israeli guy who was like, had Israeli flags on him supporting the Israeli team, who was like, oh, don't make this political. Well, don't say anything political. And the guy wasn't. He was just like, yeah, like, we're winning. We're doing good, whatever. We beat Israel. And then the guy was pissing him off so much, interrupting his moment on the news, that he was like, you know what? Fuck you. Free Palestine. And that's what happens. When you shove this underbelly of conservatism, the racism, the bigotry, this shit into people's faces, they reject it wholesale and go, no, fuck this. All right. So before I end here, I just wanted to say a little bit of a congratulations to Usha Vance, because she is pregnant. Usha Vance, we're very happy to share some exciting news. Our family is growing. Usha is pregnant with our fourth child, a boy. Usha and the baby are doing well, and we are all looking forward to welcome him in late July. During this exciting and hectic time, we are particularly grateful for the military doctors who take excellent care of our family, and for the staff members who do so much to ensure that we can serve the country while enjoying a wonderful life with our children. That's JD writing that. Yeah, I love the comments here. A new baby couch. The child is JD from South Park. It's obvious, this person says, called it. It's obvious JD and Usha will stay married and should probably convert and or get pregnant again as his 2028 campaign heats up. She's just as ambitious as he is, but I hope that Erica Kirk stuff becomes a meme because it will hurt and humiliate them. It's nice having the free healthcare you've priced most Americans out of, isn't it? It's the military healthcare. It's socialist. That's so great. Who's the father? This is a tremendous HIPAA violation. I love this meme of Elon and baby Vance. Yeah, so Usha's pregnant. And I don't know, does that go into the whole Charlie Kirk is a time traveler that Candace Owens is peddling?
Why did Charlie think he was a time traveler? He said, as I showed you in earlier messages, that he was a time traveler and he had to find me. Is that just something people are saying to their homies in text messages?
So she got these text messages saying, like, Charlie said to her, like, I'm a time traveler. You're my home. I finally found you. They sound like romantic messages. Like he had a crush on her. Here's my call. Charlie Kirk is a time traveler. Knew he was going to die. So he came back in time from after he's dead to impregnate Usha Vance, to have an heir for the Charlie Kirk throne that we all know is so important. Everyone knows about turning points. People Okay, can you hear me? Yes. Here, the secret terrorists are the woke deep state is trying to silence me. Charlie Kirk, after he died, or did he, is a time traveler, came back in time to impregnate Usha Vance so that he would have an heir to Turning Points, because Turning Points is so important to America. Because people didn't just learn about Turning Points when he died. People didn't just hear his name for the first time when it was announced that he died. Like my mom, like probably a lot of people in this country were just like, who is this guy? Why do we care? Speaking of like Candace Owens and this whole right-wing world, I just wanted to bring up this, which is Gavin Newsom had Ben Shapiro on his podcast. Why does he have a podcast? Why does a governor have a podcast? Why does he sit, a Democratic governor of California, sit down with Ben Shapiro and then get owned? He conceded on, he said, ICE is not a terrorist organization. He said, Israel did not commit a genocide in Gaza. He said, and let's watch it.
Have now been dragged into this conversation, some into the conversation.
This notion of genocide.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Israel did not commit a genocide in Gaza. There's no
look at him. He's telling him what to say. You're going to agree with me now.
Standard by which Israel committed a genocide in Gaza, just on a factual level.
Just as a legal and factual level.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is your opinion of this?
My opinion is,
like, Ben took over the interview. So just the fact, let alone what he says, and the fact that he walks back on trans stuff, not that he was ever good on it, but just the way he's been tweeting his fucking press office and shit. Like, oh, I'm a big man. I can stand up to Trump. Very fucking Andrew Cuomo coded. And just to get owned by Ben fucking Shapiro in the year of our Lord, 2026, is an embarrassment, and it is fucking disqualifying. He went from 2028 potential and probable to, you better not try to force this motherfucker on us. All these clips are going right in the fucking attack ads. All these clips. And this, a last thing, because I found this just seconds before going to air. I want to talk about the Anna Kasparian apology thing, but I'm going to do that next week. Candace Owens put out a tweet saying, because Dave Rubin's put out a tweet. So the Lance from the Surfs, this space affiliate, breaks it down. Dave Rubin claims Candace Owens openly hated Charlie Kirk, so she reveals he's secretly been a pedophile groomer, and she knew about it for years, but told no one, and he may have had an affair with Peter Thiel. So this is Dave Rubin here at the bottom. I haven't said it publicly before, but it's finally worth mentioning because Dave Rubin's trying to cleave her off, right? There's this whole right-wing civil war, pro-Israel versus anti-Israel. That's really the dividing lines about it. And she goes, Dave Rubin goes, I haven't said it publicly, but it's finally worth mentioning. Last time I saw Candace at my home in 2022, all she talked about for an hour was how much she hated Charlie. And then Candace says, this is completely and utterly made up. Sheer fiction. You guys are so positively desperate to rewrite Charlie's history that we are moving to fantasy. But since the internet is now interested if it's cool, I'd like to share with the story about why I decided to stop being friends with you after you bizarrely opened up to me about how you hired a young Christian male who used to work on my show at PragerU. You told me his parents were overbearing Christians who were concerned about him going to Miami to work for a gay couple. Sure enough, the next time we saw you, you told us the story about how you and your husband just knew that he wasn't shot. It's like Milo revisionism, taking Milo Yiannopoulos' story and putting it on Dave Rubin. Encouraging to experiment with guys and explore his sex life. You told me and George that you had encouraged him to go on a date and have his first kiss with a man, saying he's a groomer. Like this is next level of infighting, and I'm fucking here for it. I'm fucking here for it. I want them to fight. I want them to fucking eat each other. Again, this is like little cadre with Andrew Tate and going to the clubs. They're going to start fighting each other. Cavicular, all he cares about is fucking outlooking everybody, mogging people. He's bashing stones against his jaw to fucking shape it and shit. The dude took so much like testosterone or whatever it is, like steroids, that he's sterile. So like whatever women he's attracting, he can't do anything with these women what is his goal? What is his goal? But anyways, folks, that's going to be my fucking hour for this space, the Leftist Collective, where we talk about any and everything, as exemplified by this last hour. And next up, we have Carlos with the Difficult Truth, giving us some real, actual news about what's going on in the world today, instead of me ranting about crazy shit. Bye-bye.
so caught up in the day-to-day, just keeping your head down and fighting to survive. We float by each other like ghosts every day, ignorant to the struggle, the fight with one another, complacent with the fact that our systems are broken, with the fact that the top 10 will always be first in line, with the fact that we are killing our planet and allowing them to keep us divided. We must stand together and rise up. It's time we wake up, and that is a difficult to learn truth.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Tuesday stream. I hope everyone's having an awesome Tuesday. Thank you to Devil's Advocate Productions for the awesome content. Round of applause. Thank you. Appreciate the content always. Folks, it's the top of the hour. Just to reiterate what Alex was saying, if you haven't done so, do all the things, folks. Like, share, subscribe, press the little emoji or emotes. Spread the word. We're here now Mondays through Thursdays. That's right. Mondays through Thursdays. There's live content. There is syndicated content. There is something here for everyone at this space. So please help the channel by spreading the word and subscribing. Appreciate that. Welcome, everybody. Dakota, Dave, Etchbox, Johnny, Carly, welcome. John Lithium, Groove Dragon, welcome. I hope everyone's doing okay. I love the hoodie. This is an old hoodie. This is a very old hoodie. It's actually a hoodie that was passed down from my friend, and I've had it for decades now at this point. It's just an old, trusty, reliable hoodie. Doesn't get any better than that. All right, folks, we got plenty of stuff to talk about. Most importantly, we're going to continue hammering the point on what's been happening in Minnesota. It seems to be like ground zero for this American fascism, and I think it's worth continuing to talk about. Tweety, welcome. Gonna listen and drive. Appreciate that. That's probably why it looks so good. True. Yeah, round of applause to Alex. Always appreciate the show. But first, we have at least one clip that we will start off with. This is the Danish MEP. In case anyone was confused about how the Danes and Europe feels about Donald Trump's consistent threats to annex Greenland by any means necessary.
Let me put this in words you might understand. Mr. President, fuck off. Det var næsten sådan ordene lød, da jeg for et år siden stod på den selv samme talerstol og sagde meget klart, at hvis Trump...
I'm sorry, colleague, this is against our rules. As much as you might feel, or the room might feel in this, we have clear rules about cuss words, language that is inappropriate in this room. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it is unacceptable.
Oh, boo. Please, 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 this is not the time for mealy-mouthed civility politics. Oh, he said a bad word.
Even if you might have strong political feelings about this.
These aren't strong political feelings about this. This is a response. This is a response to a bully threatening the sovereignty of one of your members. This is the EU, is it not? Yeah, here come the peril-clutchers. And please don't swear when someone is threatening war in your country. Yeah, it's a bad look when you use when you drop the F-bomb. It's a really bad look. You know what else is a bad look? The president of the United States constantly threatening to annex your country. It's not profanity if that's all he understands. True. Nonetheless, I think that encapsulates the feelings when Trump is trying to threaten the sovereignty of another country. Seriously, F off. And honestly, I don't see why they felt the need to chastise this guy. But anyways, good on him, by the way. Good on the Danish representative. Good on him. Fantastic stuff. All right, folks. Let's actually go over this blog post that came from the ACLU, pointing out some pretty disturbing stuff, and I think the main theme here is going to be operational security, or OPSEC. Folks, we really need to be careful. Whatever we post online, whatever we think is safe, it's not. The Fourth Amendment generally requires the government to get a warrant before searching your private information. That tracks. But government agencies are circumventing the intent of the Constitution by simply buying sensitive and personal data from private companies. That's right. They can just buy your data. Today, the ACLU published documents obtained from the DHS, shedding light on how ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, and other parts of DHS have bought access to huge amounts of highly sensitive location data harvested from people's cell phones that enables the government tracking our movements over time. So, fantastic stuff. Good stuff. JK, welcome. He only got a polite warning when MEPs talk against Russophobia. The microphone gets cut off. Everyone should be talking like that. True. Ladybug, welcome. We filed a FOIA against DHS in 2020 for records about its practice of purchasing bulk access to cell phone location information gathered from smartphone apps. In 2022, we posted thousands of pages of previously unreleased documents, but our litigation continued, and today we are publishing the additional records we've obtained over the last several years. Although the DHS announced in 2024 that it was ending its contracts with data brokers for access to bulk cell phone location data, recent reporting indicates that the agency is getting back into the business of mass tracking Americans' phones, giving these records renewed relevance. Yeah. So if you thought this was just about undocumented immigrants, you know, the brown people, the bad ones, right? You'd be wrong. You'd be wrong because they are tracking anyone and everyone. In fact, just last week, 404 Media reported that ICE bought access to a social media and phone surveillance system that is designed to monitor a city, neighborhood, or block for mobile phones, track the movements of those devices and their owners over time, and follow them from their place of work to home to other locations. Yeah. Maybe later. It addresses the intent to cause harm before the actual crime is committed. Yeah, exactly. This is Minority Report. This is Minority Report level stuff. When we published the first set of records we obtained from DHS, we highlighted some major revelations from the documents, including the huge volumes of location data at issue, how revealing the data can be about individual lives, and the self-serving attempts of the government contractors and DHS itself to minimize the quite obvious privacy implications of this surveillance. Yeah, I'm thinking of a crime, a list. Excuse me. The new batch of documents further underscores the privacy concerns and legal questions raised by this practice. No kidding! No kidding. And this is, again, not even new. This is not even new, folks. Underscores the privacy concerns and legal questions raised by this practice, reinforces the pressing for need for strong legal protection like the bipartisan Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, which would end the government's pattern of circumventing constitutional protection by purchasing data instead of obtaining a warrant from a judge. Yeah, but like tomato to me, I think the Fourth Amendment should apply regardless. I think that the government shouldn't be allowed to purchase data, private data, regardless. I think the Fourth Amendment should protect, ideally, should protect people from, and not allow government agencies like DHS to buy private data. It doesn't matter whether or not, you know, Meta wants to sell to the government. That's irrelevant. They shouldn't be allowed to in the first place because that is a huge violation of privacy. By purchasing the data instead of obtaining a warrant from the judge. Yeah, you would ideally in a accurate representation of the spirit of what the Fourth Amendment is supposed to do. You should not, as the government agency, you as DHS should not be allowed to buy private information from any company, whether it be cell phone records, social media, whatever. You should not be allowed to buy that without the warrant of, without a signed warrant from a judge because you're looking for a specific crime or whatever, right? Like, there has to be a articulable reason as to why a judge would sign a warrant for you to be able to purchase that data or obtain that data from the companies. However you want to complete that operation is besides the point. But it should require a warrant regardless. The only thing inaccurate from the Minority Report was the precogs. My data is for sale. Penny for my thoughts. Cops use drug money and cars to fund their data plan. Nadia, welcome. Among the new documents is a 2-page legal memo from ICE providing our most detailed look into yet into the agency's attempt to craft legal justification for purchasing access to highly sensitive information without a warrant. The memo claims that the purchase location information is different from cell phone location data at issue in the Carpenter versus U.S., an ACLU case in which the Supreme Court ruled the government needs a warrant to obtain cell phone location history directly from the service provider because of the privacy of life those records can reveal. The ICE memo, which is heavily redacted, appears to attempt to distinguish the purchase location data from the cell phone location data at issue in Carpenter on a ridiculous technicality that this newer data is tied to phones' mobile advertising ID known as MAIDs or ADIDs instead of phone numbers or names, but that is a distinction without a difference. ADIDs are unique alphanumeric codes assigned to each device. Although some have described these identifiers as a way to target advertisement without identifying individuals, that promise of privacy is illusory. The entire industry now exists to enrich ADID-linked location data with personal and historical information. The combined data reveals a highly sensitive information about users' lifestyle, routines, the people they meet, and these companies selling this location data to the government know this. They plainly say so in the marketing materials. What you do and where you do it, it defines who you are. Fantastic stuff. According to a Gravy Analytics solicitation that ICE received, because our patterns of movement between home, work, school, and other frequently visited locations are unique, the government agents can easily identify us by tracking our phones. Indeed, that's the entire point of this surveillance. Substituting ADIDs for phone numbers is little to prevent such tracking. So yeah, they are very, very invested in knowing what you're up to, because when stuff like this happens and they want to investigate protesters, i.e. dissidents, it makes it really easy to just to just track you and put you at whatever location of a protest, for example. So again, the underpinning lesson here is operational security, folks. Operational security. You have to understand that these are very real things, and now more than ever, it is important that we are aware. Similarly, nothing prevents federal agencies from identifying and linking this location information to PII they obtained, personal identifying information they obtained separately. Indeed, DHS privacy officer raised this exact concern. CBP should address how ADIDs become linked to an individual during the CBP analysis process, as well as retention of ADID in the vendor system within CBP systems and associated linked personal identifying information. In another document, Secret Service personnel also voiced privacy concerns, pointing out that one of the cell phone location data tools might in fact contain PII. That's right. Reasonable articulable suspicion is a legal standard that allows police officers to stop and briefly detain a person if they have specific articulable facts suggesting the person may be involved in criminal activity. The standard is less than probable cause, but requires more than just a hunch or intuition. Yes. And I would say the same concept, the same concept should apply, in theory, in a perfect world that respects the Fourth Amendment, that respects the spirit of the Fourth Amendment. That you would need this type of standard, right? You would need to articulate to a judge why you need this data. Government records illustrate how invasive the tracking can be. In one document in ICE's possession, fantastic, the data broker Ventel explains how its data aided in tracing one device observed at multiple locations throughout US and Mexico. In multiple cases, Ventel provided geofence capabilities, which enable law enforcement agencies to identify every device in a specified area. Fantastic. CBP tracked phones to locations of law enforcement interests and monitored travel patterns. Secret Service email exchange explains how the data could be used by investigators to identify mobile device carried near popular border crossing points into the U.S. and pull up the historical location data for those devices, viewing where they've been preceding months. A technology the public is aware of has been used for the last decade. Maybe it's been used for longer. Today, the tracking is instant with fiber optics and AI. Yep, and of course with the amount of data that's just out there, it's so easy. And DHS pays handsomely for all of this with taxpayer money, so we're the ones footing the bill to track ourselves. We're the ones footing the bill, giving the state this amount of power. Us, the taxpayers, are footing the bill for all this. Customs and Border Patrol entered into contracts with one company, Ventel, in 2019 and 2020, totaling over $2 million, as a renewal subscription with another platform, Babel Street, in 2020 came to nearly $3 million. The Secret Service entered a 12-month contract with Babel Street for over $600,000 in 2019. Recent reporting indicates expenditures have continued, with ICE signing up yet another surveillance vendor, Penlink, this year. Fantastic. Yeah, pay for the phone and then tax to be tracked. Yep. I think I found some waste, fraud, and abuse here, don't you think? I think we found some waste, fraud, and abuse. Nobody expects that by carrying a phone, they are somehow consenting to let the government make a record of their every move. No, but we should all be assuming that that's how this works. The government scrabbling out for legal loopholes should not be allowed to cover for the massive privacy violations that this technology enables. Congress can end this warrantless mass surveillance now that the passage of the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, which would require the government to obtain a warrant from a judge before getting access to invasive data. That common sense protection is within reach. The legislation passed the House in 2024 with strong bipartisan support, and there's no good reason it couldn't advance further this year. State legislatures can also take up the fight to ensure that state and local police can't pay their way to pervasive location surveillance. Yeah, I mean, it's already bad with these. It's already bad enough with these cameras. With these AI like automatic license plate readers or whatever the heck. That's already creepy enough as it is. Montana did so last year, and other states are poised to follow. The government should not be allowed to purchase its way around bedrock constitutional protections against unreasonable searches of our private information. There should be no end run around the Fourth Amendment. Right, like, I would say that it is against the Fourth Amendment, right? Like, the whole entire point is that there should be no unreasonable searches and seizures, right? And, like, yeah, I understand that this was written in a time where the internet didn't exist, but it's the same concept. It's the same concept. We should not be subject to unreasonable searches, whether it be digitally or physically, at all. So I would argue that there is no workaround. Purchasing the data does not mean you shouldn't be allowed to purchase the data at all, because that would constitute a unnecessary and unreasonable search. Because in all those data that they're buying, the overwhelming amount is just of personal citizen data. The flock cameras, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. That's exactly what I was thinking about. The flock cameras. That's right. all this to say is that, folks, paying attention to operational security is more important now than ever. This is a public service announcement, okay? Now more than ever, we should be paying attention to operational security. We should be paying attention to what we post on social media. We should pay attention to what we take to protests. I believe in recently, even on this space, I believe it was Vizora having a conversation with Matt. They were discussing certain things, and I think I managed to remember catching something about Faraday bags. That is a consideration for operational security, to make sure that you have your phone in a Faraday bag, so that it is not as easily trackable while you're perhaps in a protest area. If you need if you need to have your phone with you. Remember when we were told that only the bad guys should worry about mass surveillance? Yeah. 1984 remembers. Matt, welcome. Make a note. Carlos watches my show. I do. I may not always be in chat, actively in chat, but I'm there. Only on this space, folks. Seriously though, that is a very important thing to bring up. Is Faraday bags like this, to not be as easily trackable when you're in a protest area. I've already opened the dock house and just notified people about how they're being used. Getting out of the country is a matter of survival. I mean, I don't blame people for leaving. Unfortunately, that's not the option for everyone. I wish. So all this to say, the stuff that's been happening in Minneapolis is kind of like ground zero, as to, it seems to be like at the epicenter of this kind of fascist takeover here. They are going to look at people who protest ICE. Make no mistake, this is a false pretense to say that these people committed any crimes for showing up at the church to protest the ICE goon who is a pastor there. These aren't criminals, these aren't terrorists, they're protesters. And now they want to investigate these people. The DOJ investigates anti-ICE protests at Minnesota church. I mean, I would just frame it like there would be no anti-ICE protests if ICE didn't exist, you know? At any point, ICE can just go away. But anyways, the U.S. Department is investigating. Justice Department is investigating an anti-ICE protest that interrupted a Minnesota church service over the weekend. Oh no. Faraday bags are good. Yes. A group of protesters entered City's church in St. Paul, Minnesota on Sunday, January 18th, alleging that Pastor David Eastwood serves as an ICE St. Paul field office acting director. Not alleging, I think he is. The protest was held less than 2 weeks after the fatal murder of Renee Good, who was murdered by an ICE officer on January 7th. The Twitter post on January 18th, Attorney General Pam Bondi said the DOJ is investigating the protest as a violation. This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal. The right fighting this is only going to spotlight the law they are trying to use. Yep. Of the FACE Act, a federal law that prohibits the use of force, threats, or physical obstruction to block people from reproductive health care or access to religious worship under the First Amendment of religious freedoms. I mean, like, is irony just not is irony just not on the vocabulary? Is this just not on the repertoire here? They're trying to use a law that was put in place to protect people from making sure they're able to get reproductive health, like abortion, or access to religious worship under the First Amendment. So first of all, no one's blocking. There's no like use of force here for protesting a church. Because one of the pastors there is an ICE Gestapo goon. My argument has always been a dot on the map. If they're mapping the protesters, make sure the numbers are overwhelming. ICE cannot deal with so many protesters. Religious services that had protection for centuries. Yeah, but this is not that. Protesting a church because they're hosting a Gestapo goon is it is not in violation of this whatsoever. This is obviously ridiculous. The same limitations on being able to flee or big parts of why 6 million, about half of the global population of a certain ethnicity, were killed in WW2, despite many or more being able to read the signs. That's true. Not being able to save everyone is not an excuse to save no one. True. Ignore investigators that should be in pursuing the ones that inflame their followers. I just spoke with the pastor in Minnesota whose church was targeted, Bondi wrote in a Twitter post. If state leaders refuse to act responsibly to prevent lawlessness, which, again, protesting ICE, okay? Because, like, just to be clear, this is not a protest against the religion. You see, this is the trick that they're playing here, okay? With this law, with this law. They are not protesting the church because of anything that has to do with religion. They are protesting because of of ICE. That's what's happening here. So make no mistake about it. That's right, the church is just a backdrop. Like if this ICE goon was a firefighter, then they would be protesting the fire station. St. Paul Police Department and Public Information Officer Nikki Milhausen told USA Today that officers responded to the church, but by the time they arrived, a group of 30 to 40 protesters had moved outside. The department is actively investigating the protests as disorderly conduct. Fantastic. A pastor, whatever happened to love thy neighbor? Wrong Jesus. They don't follow Jesus. they follow GOP Jesus. Has anybody seen GOP Jesus? It's by now at this point like years old at this point. Like I wish I was kidding, but it's still so relevant. It's still relevant till this day. It's still relevant to these days. Like, you want to know what the Jesus they follow?
Say unto you, whoever welcomes one of these little ones in my name might be letting in a murderer or a drug. Let's get her to a detention center, you know, so we can figure out what's going on.
This is 7 years ago, by the way.
I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. And behold, now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done that. Do unto others as you suspect they might want to do unto you. What is a man profited if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye, but ignore the plank in your own?
True.
Because of her emails. Yes. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. If you want to be perfect.
Yeah. So that's basically GOP Jesus. That's the Jesus that they serve. The White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, said President Trump condemns the protesters' actions. President Trump will not tolerate the intimidation and harassment of Christians in their sacred place of worship. Again, this is a flat-out lie, and this is how they're weaving this Christian nationalism into this. This has nothing to do with Christians. This has nothing to do with Christianity. Okay, Carolyn Leavitt is lying. This has everything to do with protesting ICE. That's what this is about. Okay? Doesn't matter what Carolyn Leavitt says, doesn't matter what Trump says. This has nothing to do with intimidation of Christians. Okay? These people are so desperate to be victims. It's incredible. It's incredible. The right has been running so much astroturfing, etc. The churches have been discrediting religion as a whole, hence the steady rise of atheism. Yeah, that tracks. 1000%. 1000%. In recent weeks, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has been vocal about this contempt about how, oh, thank God he's been vocal about the contempt, about his contempt about how the federal government is handling Good's murder. Not death, murder, just to be clear. Yeah, I'm so glad Tim Walz has been vocal about his contempt, you know. For all the spinelessness, this guy has had for a moment, Tim Walz gave me just a little bit of hope, by initiating the steps to mobilize the National Guard, the Minnesota National Guard. But till date, he has done absolutely nothing meaningful. Really. I've had the federal government's handling the federal government's handling of Renee Good's murder has been to dismiss any investigations into the murder. That's the government's handling of this, by the way. Notably, the opening of an investigation into him, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, in connection with the conspiracy to impede ICE work in the state. We'll get to that in a second. In a statement with USA Today, Walz's office said the government continues to urge protesters to do so peacefully. Well, thanks, dude. So glad. Thanks, dude. While the people have a right to speak out, and he, meaning Walls, in no way supports the interrupting of a place of worship. Again, this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating. Like, this has nothing to do with the place of worship. This has nothing to do with the church. Okay, this is ceding the point. Why are we talking about church? Okay, the church, as someone pointed out, I think it was Etchbox, correctly pointed out, is simply the backdrop. This is conceding to this nonsense BS narrative that the administration, the regime, is trying to paint. That this is somehow an attack on Christians. Okay, this isn't about ICE. This is an attack on Christians. Okay, and Walls completely falls into that by saying, or by putting out a statement saying that he supports people protesting, but don't interrupt places of worship. This has nothing to do with that. Okay, again, if this guy would have been a firefighter or whatever, that's where the protests would be. They would be at the fire station, or they would be at the place of employment of wherever. It just so happens to be that this guy is a pastor, a Christian pastor. That is secondary to what is happening here. The fecklessness of the Dems needs to end. It really does. Like, it really does. Talking about his feelings, not orders, to the Minnesota National Guard and state police to arrest terrorists murdering Minnesotans on Trump's orders. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Yeah. There's no notes. 10 out of 10. Like, this is exactly it. Raising awareness. Oh yeah, that's ours. Look at that. That's our motto. As of January 20th, USA Today was unable to confirm Eastwood's alleged role with ICE. St. Paul, Minnesota office City's Church did not immediately respond to USA Today's request for further information on Eastwood's role. DHS declined to provide information on their agents. So yeah, he's definitely a nice guy. If that's the case, then like he's definitely a nice dude. 100%. DHS will never confirm nor deny any attempts to dox our law enforcement. Like, just to be clear, that's not a thing. Okay, these are public servants. These are public servants. You can't dox your local police officer when they're doing their job as a local police. That's not a thing. Okay. These are public officials, whether it be ICE, whether it be police officers, whether it be HSI, whether it be FBI, whatever. That's not a thing, okay? We should know who these people are, okay? We should know who these people are. The Dems are COINTELPRO. Nothing associated with the party can be trusted. Well, I agree. The Democratic Party is lost in space, co-opted, captured, whatever you want to call it. Useless, feckless, all of these things. It begs the question, why are they hiding their identities? Wait, this one. Border Patrol expansion is ICE. Original patrol had few regulations. Yep. ICE doesn't even need to exist. ICE doesn't even need to exist. ICE. I'm older than ICE. I'm older than ICE. DHS will never confirm nor deny attempts to dox our law enforcement officers. They're not law enforcement. Doxing our officers put their lives at risk and their families in serious danger. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? DHS Secretary Assistant Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement obtained by US Today, doxing refers to publicly provided personal information on an individual online, often without their consent. Well, thank you, USA Today. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Right, ICE is an invention on the war on terror. Yep, it was exactly correct. Exactly correct. They're all Proud Boys, 100%. I think the leader of the Proud Boys is rumored to be an ICE, and that came out recently. The leader of the Proud Boys is rumored to be an ICE. So yeah, this is. You ever wonder why we don't hear a lot about the Proud Boys and all these all these far right militia groups like the Oath Keepers and all that? You ever notice that? We kind of, yeah, Enrique Tarrio. You ever notice that they've been kind of silent? Yeah. Methinks a lot of those people, have decided to just switch colors. That's all. And enter in a new profession where they can brutalize minorities and get paid for it. So I would wager real American dollars that a lot of these people, a lot of these ICE recruits are Proud Boys and Oath Keepers and all these people, all these far right people. Yeah. White supremacist militias have joined. Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There have been several reports of ICE agents having very obvious like Nazi tattoos and whatnot. So yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a good point, Groove Dragon. Turning Point has been doxing people who speak ill of Charlie Kirk, but now all of a sudden we are clutching pearls on about public agents. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to be scared of. When bootlickers try to justify breaches of right to privacy, yet this logic is suddenly lost when defending ICE terrorists. Of course, because those are the good. Those are the goods, right? Those are the brave men and women protecting the nation, keeping the nation free of crime, free of crime. So piggybacking off that last section there, DOJ serves subpoenas to Walz, Frase, and other Minnesota officials amid immigration crackdown. I hate the framing of some of these, of a lot of these articles. This isn't immigration crackdown. This is straight authoritarianism. This is terrorism. Okay. Enrique Tarrio, white supremacist who is of African Cuban heritage. Yep. Nazi tattoos are illegal in the military. On paper, no, they're not legal. On paper, you shouldn't have. You shouldn't be able to serve if you have those type of tattoos or affiliations on paper. The Justice Department has sent subpoenas to Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey and other state leaders, escalating its investigation into whether state officials conspired to impede law enforcement during the administration's immigration operations, according to a document reviewed by NBC News. So, in other words, they are wielding the Department of Justice against their political enemies, right? What wasn't it the same people that were hemming and hawing about the Democrats wielding the DOJ against Trump or whatever for political purposes? Yeah. Ethnic cleansing, yes. It's propaganda in a way, even if they're not really cops. Yep. There's the subpoenas also were sent to Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, the office of St. Paul Mayor Cowley Herr, and 2 counties, according to the document and the person familiar with the probe. NBC News has reached out to the office for comment. In a statement to NBC News, Frey sharply criticized Trump administration and accused the Justice Department of misusing its power. Well, no duh. No duh. When the federal government weaponizes its power to try to intimidate local leaders for doing their job, every American should be concerned. We shouldn't have to live in a country where people fear the federal law enforcement will be used to play politics or crack down on local voices they disagree with. Well, it's here. It's here. So what are we going to do about it? Right? In Minneapolis, we won't be afraid. We know the difference between right and wrong. And as mayor, I'll continue doing the job I was elected to do, keeping the community safe and standing up for our values. Well, I don't know how much power the mayor has. But if the mayor has the ability to mobilize local police, then they should. In a statement, Ellison said the subpoena was for records and documents, not for me personally. Everything about this is highly irregular, especially... no duh. No duh. Especially the fact that this comes shortly after my office sued the Trump administration to challenge their illegal actions within Minnesota, the state attorney general said. Let's be clear about why this is happening. Donald Trump is coming after the people of Minnesota, and I'm standing in the way. Ellison added, I will not be intimidated, and I will not stop working to protect Minnesotans and from Trump's campaign of retaliation and revenge. The investigation comes after an ICE officer murdered Renee Nicole Good, a citizen and a mother of 3, during an immigration enforcement operation. The murder sparked protests and led to clashes between demonstrators and law enforcement in scenes that have drawn national attention. German YouTubers have been saying it out loud, Hey Wolfie and some others. Yeah, if anyone would know. Cops in Minneapolis arrested 3 ICE agents for disorderly conduct. Oh, wow. Yay. What about murder? What about just to be clear, they should be arrested. I'm not gonna completely poo-poo on that one, okay? I'm just saying, like, what about the murder of a woman in broad daylight? Can we get some arrests for that? Please? The federal statute invoked in the investigation into Minnesota officials has been rarely used and has roots in the Civil War era, which the irony, man, the irony just keeps happening. But it was on a list of statutes in a memo for Attorney Pam Bondi last month, obtained by NBC News, that offered a roadmap for federal prosecutors to harass and persecute dissidents, or what they say are political agitators. Okay, but let's be clear, this is a roadmap for cracking down on dissent. That's what this is. Federal officials are also investigating Good's partner, wife, to determine whether she may have impeded a federal officer moments before she was murdered. Oh, well, thank God. Let's investigate the wife. We talked about this the other day. But yeah, let's investigate the wife, not the murderer. No, that guy's good. That guy scot-free. We really have to look into whether or not the spouse had broken any laws. Okay, just to be clear, there's no video evidence of that. Her screaming or her yelling at an ICE officer is not impeding anything. Okay, it's on video. Waltz had previously said the only person not being investigated for the shooting of for the murder of Renee Good is a federal agent who shot her. Great. Quick question, Governor Waltz. Has your office decided to investigate? Because as it turns out, you don't need the federal government's permission to do a investigation by yourself. There's plenty of publicly available evidence that the state of Minnesota can review and press and pursue charges against this officer. There's literally no mechanism holding that back. That's it. Is referring to the ICE officer murderer, a war vet. Oh, this, come on. I hate this. I freaking hate this, man. The way the mainstream media, like, I don't care that he was are we supposed to, like, make this is supposed to be, like, a good thing? Like, look, he's a war veteran, okay? And spent a decade working at DHS, okay? So let's cut him some slack, okay? He's decorated. No, bro, he just murdered a woman in broad daylight. The objection is to their lesbian relationship. Yeah, I bet that I bet that factored in. And just to understand, like, the brutality of what's happening here, and that status will not protect you. That's right, Groove Dragon. Yep. And just a reminder, just to kind of touch on that, Groove Dragon, before we finish this. Just to touch up on that, the same people who were clutching pearls and saying the left was making fun of Charlie Kirk, and they were really mean, are the same people who are gleeful and mocking the death of the murder of this woman, and of course mocking her wife as well. So those are the same people. Just so that we're clear, those are the same people. So don't be afraid, folks. Like, don't give them a single inch, okay? Don't give them a single inch, okay? There's no need to play nice with these people. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? Makes one wonder what people like Ross have been doing overseas in the name of American freedom. Just freedom things, you know. Just freedom things. Little war crime here, a little war crime there. Last article, folks. Your status will not protect you, okay? If you think that this isn't going to affect citizens, it is affecting citizens. If you think that you having legal status is going to protect you, whether you're a citizen, whether you're a legal immigrant, it doesn't matter. Scott Dow of Minnesota says agents pointed guns at his family and his 4-year-old grandson as his 4-year-old grandson watched and cried. If you haven't seen the video, it's pretty horrific. They forced this guy out of his home with basically no clothes in sub-freezing temperatures. Federal immigration agents forced the door open and detained a U.S. citizen in his Minnesota home at gunpoint without a warrant, and then let him out in the streets in his underwear in sub-freezing conditions, according to his family and videos reviewed by the AP. It's on video, yes. Chong Lee Scott Thao told the AP that his daughter-in-law woke him up from a nap on Sunday afternoon, said the ICE were banging at the door of his residence in St. Paul. He said he told her not to open it. Mass agents then forced their way in, pointing guns at the family, yelling at them. I was shaking. He said they didn't show any warrant. They just broke down the door. Amid a huge surge of federal agents into the Twin Cities, immigration authorities are facing backlash from residents and local leaders for warrantless arrests, aggressive clashes with protesters, and fatal shooting and murder of the mother of 3, Renee Good. ICE is not doing what they say they're doing. No kidding, said Cowley Her, the St. Paul mayor, and is is it Hmong American? In a statement about Thao's arrest, they're not going after hardened criminals, they're going after anyone and everyone in their path. It's unacceptable and it's un-American. If I may, I don't know. This is about as American as apple pie, right? This is pretty American. This is pretty American. Thao, who had been a citizen for decades, said that he was being detained. That as he was being detained, he asked his daughter-in-law to find his identification, but agents told him they didn't want to see it. Instead, as his 4-year-old grandson watched and cried, Thao was let out in handcuffs, wearing only sandals, underwear, and a blanket wrapped around his shoulders. Videos captured the scene, which include people blowing whistles and horns and neighbors screaming at the more than dozen gun-toting agents and to leave Thao's family alone. Thao said agents drove him to the middle of nowhere and made him get out of the car in frigid weather so they could photograph him. He said they feared they would beat him. He was asked for his ID, which agents earlier prevented him from retrieving. Agents eventually realized that he was a citizen with no criminal record, Thao said, and after an hour or two, they brought him back to his house. They made him show his ID and left without apologizing for detaining him or breaking his door. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security describes the ICE operation as a targeted operation seeking 2 convicted sex offenders. Yeah, okay. Okay. The U.S. citizen lives with these 2 convicted sex offenders at the site of operation. The individual refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd. He matched the description of the targets. Yeah, so that's not true. That is not true at all. Thao told the AP that only he, his son and daughter-in-law, and his grandson live at the rental home. Neither they nor the property owners are listed in Minnesota Sex Offender Registry. The nearest sex offender listed as living in the zip code is more than 2 blocks away. I mean, like, again, this doesn't need to be fact-checked. We know they're lying. Like, the fact that they even had to, like, entertain this is wild. Why are we entertaining any of this? It's obviously a lie. The only thing that we need to focus on is the fact that this is a common occurrence. Okay, this is becoming more and more common. This is happening to citizens. This is happening to undocumented people who have no criminal record. This is happening to documented immigrants. It does not matter. Your status will not protect you. Okay. Your status will not protect you, okay? If you are a person of color, you are on the menu, okay? The DHS, of course, did not respond to a request from the AP seeking the identities of 2 convicted sex offenders or why the agency believed they were present in Thao's home. Like, why? Why do we need a statement from these people? Why do we need a comment? From the DHS. It's a lie. There's no reason to entertain this. Thao's son, Chris Thao, said the ICE agent stopped him while he was trying to drive to work before they went to detain his father. He said he was driving a car he borrowed from his cousin's boyfriend. Court records show that the boyfriend shares the first name of another Asian man who had been convicted of a sex offense. Chris Thao said the 2 people are not the same. The family were particularly upset that by Chong Li Tao's treatment at the hands of the U.S. government because the mother had to flee the U.S. from Laos when communists took over from the 70s, and since she had supported American covert operations in the country and her life was in danger. I mean, here we are, right? Thao's adopted mother, Thao, was a nurse who treated CIA-backed Hmong soldiers in the U.S. government's secret war from 61 to 75 against communists. Oh. According to the Hmong Nurse Association website, Chow Thao, who passed away in late December, treated countless of civilians and American soldiers working closely with U.S. personnel. Chow Li Thao said he's planning to file a civil rights lawsuit against DHS and no longer feels secure to sleep in his home. I don't feel safe at all. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. You are a person of color. That's your crime. The crime here was that he was a person of color and he didn't look white. That's the crime. Let's be honest. This is how they normalize their actions. Yeah. Welcome, Christian. Kristina, sorry. All right, folks, it is time for me to get out of here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you guys joining here. If you want to support the channel, folks, this is the best way to do it. Okay, please spread the word far and wide. We are here Mondays through Thursdays. We have live content, syndicated content. There is something for everyone here at this space. So definitely you can help us out by spreading the word. Check out my show every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can find me on Twitch and YouTube every other time. Same username at Difficult Truth. I appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you all. Movie Night Extravaganza is up next. As always, folks, please stay safe. Please take care of each other. I love you all, and I hope to see you guys in the next one. See ya!
Tonight, we're discussing an early entry from the South Korean director, Bong Joon-ho. The 2003 crime thriller, Memories of Murder. On previous episodes, we've talked about Bong Joon-ho's more internationally acclaimed work, including Parasite and Snowpiercer, very early on in the show. Although Parasite was based in South Korea with a Korean cast, the film was rooted in the global phenomenon of income inequality, which allowed it to be a rare international film that pushed so far past the so-called Asian market or other international markets that ended up being the first foreign language film to win Best Picture. Throughout his career, Bong Joon-ho has been careful not only to do films with Korean casts, and in movies like Snowpiercer, Okja, and Mickey 17 last year has directed in English with very international casts. Memories of Murder is Bong Joon-ho's second film after his feature directorial debut, Barking Dogs Never Bite, in 2000. Unlike the more recent films, this is probably the most specifically culturally Korean of his films. Memories of Murder is not sci-fi or a horror film or a monster film. It's not abstract at all, in fact. It's the true story of a series of murders that occurred in Hwasong, which until 2019 went unsolved. The Hwasong murder was South Korea's first modern serial killer, although not technically South Korea's first serial killer. The first one was a spree killer in the 1970s. A series of 10 murders and 9 rapes later increased to 15 murders and over 30 rapes as the murderer Lee Chun-jae confessed to 4 murders that happened in different towns between 1986 and 1991. He was already serving 20 to life in prison for an unrelated rape and murder in 1994 of his sister-in-law after his wife left him. That's when police, who had not previously had Lee Chun-jae on their suspect list for the other murders, had a DNA match for bodily fluids found on one of the victims. Memories of Murder stars one of Bong Joon-ho's favorite collaborators, Song Kang-ho, who would be in most of Bong's movies from here on out, as well as Kim Sang-seong as a detective from Seoul, Kim Ro-ha, Song Jae-ho, and Park No-sik and Park Hae-il, who would later on both go on to be in The Host.
그리고 갈대밭에 숨어서 여자가 지나가길 기다려. 피까지 흠뻑 맞으면서. 그래도 너한텐 그 모든 게 즐겁지. 짜릿하고 즐겁지. 그래서 어제는 여자 몸에 이런 걸 씌웠어.
Memories of Murder is a very unique police procedural, especially because of the special facts of the case, including the brutal graphic nature of the killings and the fact that it was unsolved. Means that it lacked the ability to have a satisfying Hollywood-style ending where anyone faces justice.
She has to die. No fucking Hollywood ending.
Thank you, Say.
It's also very unlike anything that director Bong has made. His movies are very abstract and very conceptual, usually, whereas this film is grounded in the firmest reality. Bong's own politics as a left-leaning artist who often goes after power in his films meant that there was not going to be any flinching away from the brutal reality of policing in South Korea. Our protagonists, if you can call them that, in the Hwasong Police Department brutally beat the suspects and torture them, even as journalists continually report on their actions. These murders happened during the time period where South Korea was transitioning from a brutal dictatorship into a flourishing democracy. In 1979, the longtime dictator Park Chung-hee was assassinated in a military coup and replaced by an army general who was forced by pro-democracy protests into transition by 1988 into having democratic elections. The murders in Hwasong began on October 1986 and ended in 1991, with a break in 1989 to 1990 when Lee Chun-jae was actually on trial for burglary. I'm actually really not sure how they didn't catch this guy. So during a time of great upheaval in South Korea, at least in the urban centers of Korea, this more rural part of Korea, although it is pretty close to Seoul, now with high-speed rail you can get between the two in 17 minutes, although regular trains still take an hour or two, was experiencing a series of murders at the same time the more advanced police departments and military were specifically doing crowd control. This gets referenced in Memories of Murder when the police are trying to get more people to keep everyone off the streets on a rainy night. When the next killing in the pattern should happen, there's nobody to call for backup outside of their tiny precinct. And the free press is just starting to come around, so our police officers are not used to having journalists report on their brutal torture methods. One of the saddest parts of the film is somewhat fictionalized. The initial suspect in the real Hwasong murders is a mentally disabled local man who likes to follow women around. He's not the murderer, but he gets repeatedly beaten by police and eventually confesses that he saw the murder. But before he can really give a definitive account of what he saw, he's hit by a fast-moving train and killed. There is a real disabled man, Yun Sung Yao, suspected of these murders, who was basically strung up in the legal justice system from a coerced and tortured confession, and languished not on the train tracks, but in a South Korean prison until 2019, when the real murderer was caught, believed to have committed a 15th copycat killing, the rape and murder of a 13-year-old girl. His extreme physical disability, he suffered from polio as a child, and his status as a vulnerable outsider, an orphan who came to live with family after his parents died, made him an extremely easy target for police who beat him repeatedly, kept him awake for 3 days with no food until he confessed. He was freed in 2020, although the police, he said, only gave him a 60% apology, saying an event like his beating and torture could have taken place, but they don't specifically remember. In a weird twist, the actual murderer, Lee Chun-jae, testified at his trial, admitting to being the one who killed the 13-year-old girl. Lee and Yun knew each other. Yun was best friends with his brother and neighbors with their family. The film begins and ends with shots of children, and Bong Joon-ho had a final shot where the detective breaks the fourth wall and looks directly at the camera in order to meet the gaze of the unknown murderer who he assumed might be watching the film. Lee Chun-jae later admitted to watching the film, fulfilling Bong Joon-ho's ambition with that final shot. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are 2 more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of PROTONIC Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Kristina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Kristina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Kristina. Sean McGrath is the co-host of Unkind Rewind, as an actor, writer, video creator, and one of the minds behind cinequote.net. I, of course, am your host and the guy who's remembering all those murders from the 80s and 90s, Forrest Miller. It's pretty amazing they didn't catch the guy until 2019. His semen was everywhere.
Wow. There we go, folks.
That seems to be always your intro, Forrest.
It's kind of evergreen, really.
Every movie he's ever talked about, he always begins with "the semen was everywhere."
It was a dark and stormy night, and the semen was everywhere.
Exactly, the famous intro. Sean, welcome.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the show. Your partner in Unkind Rewind's been on a few times, but this is your first time being here. So welcome.
I'm off the leash.
You are.
I can say anything. And Kristina, you are probably overdue for a visit on the Unkind Rewind.
Yeah, the problem is I just can't pick a movie to save my life.
Yeah,
She's an obsessive rewatcher is the problem.
Yes.
It's probably the hardest part about that podcast. It's narrowing it down from the hundreds to 1 or 5, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, it is really a difficult thing to kind of mine your childhood.
Yeah, I really had to go deep. And then, I'm happy that I came up with the sting, but I don't even, I pulled that out of I don't know, just come on. I need one more movie.
I think The Sting is the oldest movie we've ever done on that show.
It's also the oldest movie, oldest English language movie on Netflix. Apparently, people keep telling me that.
Oh man, that's so sad.
Right?
That is very sad.
There's other ones. I think Bicycle Thieves is on there, Italian movies, but it's out of English language, Hollywood movies. Apparently, that's the oldest one and has been for a few years.
God damn, Netflix, get with the program. Well, once they buy Warner Brothers,
I was gonna say, don't worry.
Don't worry.
They'll sort it right out. Yeah, exactly. And of course I was on for Pump Up the Volume, which was great at the time. I don't think you could even stream it easily, and they've actually done a re-release for that one. That was great. That was
gonna have to go meet somebody in a parking lot to get a copy of Pump Up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a
but it'll be remixed with another movie, right? It's like when you buy CDs from the guy at the parking lot of Walmart, and you're like,
oh yeah, and if you and if you look at the artwork, it's mixed with another movie or something. You're like, what? I don't remember that scene.
I like the idea of going to Walmart where they already have that giant discount bin of movies, but you're like, you know what? I'm not going to go in the $5 bin. I'm going to go to the parking lot. That's where the
exactly. That's where the real deals are. You say this is where the real deal is.
You got movies and you get your pet vaccinated because they always have the trucks that come around sometimes. At least in my local Walmart, they have a vaccination truck that vaccinate your dog.
Well, rabies is making a comeback because people think that
because of these mobile vaccinations.
Yeah, they're a lot of people are afraid that their pets are gonna have autism. I'm not kidding.
You know, it's bad when Pump Up the Volume is going to share a disc with another movie, and at the checkout, or the spindles, the really cheap movies that are on a spindle at checkout.
Yeah, it's 3 Chuck Norris movies on one disc. Exactly. Yeah, it's okay.
It's Pump Up the Volume, and God damn it, turn down the volume. I'm trying
exactly.
Volume, pop up
That's
the
remember that
volume,
one?
pop
That's
up
the famous
volume.
movie.
Dance. Sorry.
All right, enough of
It's,
that. So moving on. This movie. No, we're
here
done.
anymore.
We're done with this. This topic
Alright,
is
I wanted
over.
to
I'm
Alex
officially
doesn't
decreed
live
it.
here anymore.
I have a surprise.
Okay, all right,
I have a
good.
surprise for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what's
over
that?
at Cinequote, we just published a pack of 10 former Movie Night Extravaganza movies.
Ooh.
Wow.
So maybe people that
As of right now, you can play 10 former episodes, pick mostly at random.
All right.
And then at the end of each game, it will link directly to your YouTube episode.
Nice.
Fantastic. So so people that engage with the show, whether it's live or in podcasted format or streaming later, whatever, they can check that out on your award-winning asterisks. I'm not sure if you guys have actually won any awards.
Yeah, we won something in
internet game.
Latvia, but we couldn't pick it up.
Okay. it's like a non-extradition award.
Yeah.
Why? Because it was really heavy, or just kidding.
We couldn't get there. Yeah, there was a junta.
Mm. Yeah. Is that the did you get it from like I don't know, like Argentina or like 1960s Brazil or something? This,
Right.
Yeah, it's made its way to Latvia.
It was really like Battle of Algiers, but more award oriented than anything else.
Yeah, one day.
Thank you. Battle of Algiers, everybody. All right. So, yeah, Memories of Murder. This is interesting because for me, I saw the host pretty early on, then Snowpiercer, and then Parasite. I went back to Memories of Murder, and this was one of the ones that I would say for me in 2020, where I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to be watching some movies, can't do anything else. This was I believe it was a Criterion watch. And I was, oh my God, this is like amazing. How come I've never heard of this movie? And I was really glad to see you pick it because I think it's the kind of thing where we think of director Bong as kind of doing like one thing that we like him to do for, but you know, this is pretty far afield from even Parasite or especially in anything else like Snowpiercer. And it's very grounded. Right? It's a very grounded story. So I was curious, Sean, because you were the one that picked this, because what we try to do to bring people on for the first time is we let them pick the movie themselves. That doesn't always happen, especially
or we never
ever let them pick it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Especially Letterhack. We never let him pick.
We'll never let him pick. Never.
Goes along with the ride. We're too far into the bit. We can't change it.
Exactly.
Hey, he
been
did get
years.
to do Big Lebowski though.
But he didn't pick it though. We were nice. We were like, I bet he would like this.
And Conan, the list that you supplied me was gorgeous. There were so many bangers on that list. It's a powerhouse of a list. I mean, it was almost overwhelming. And as I kind of scrolled through it over the course of a couple weeks, because that's how long it took me to get through those, there's so many good movies on it. I was like, whoa, Memories of Murder just spoke to me, just yelled. It was almost like that movie was capitalized on the list, and it wasn't.
Sure. Yeah.
Did you put it bold and italics, Conan?
Exactly.
Like,
that's because I put in 72-point type, right? Yeah. No, well, I think that's that. So there's a couple things that I think this show does well. And one thing that I really like that we do is when we pull something that people should know out and kind of give it the deep dive. Because there's a lot of shows that like do the new releases and they do the big movies, and we do all those things as well. But that was one where I was like, oh, hell yeah, that's great. Memories of Murder. Let's go, baby.
I think you guys do a really good job of walking that tightrope between your Barbies and your picnic at Hanging Rocks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that Memories, spoiler, is going to be more on the latter than the former when it comes to that. And I don't know. If,
but then you have like Parasite. His later work, right? And Mickey 17. Like those are big international movies.
Yeah,
like
very
it's interesting to go. It's interesting to go back in somebody's filmography and like grab something that people haven't seen or might not have seen, right? Like I think a lot of people have seen Memories of Murder, but like not as many as seen his like English language movies or Parasite. And it's like it's fascinating to go back in somebody's filmography to like the early days.
And I haven't. You mentioned it in the intro. I haven't gone back to see Barking Dogs Never Bite, whatever that one is.
Me neither. I've still never seen that one. Just like I've never seen for Director Park. I've never seen JSA. What is it? Justice Society of America or something. Like it's the military one. This first one. I still have not seen that one. I've seen all the rest of them. Some of them used to be really hard, but
was this a first time watch for anybody? Memories of Murder, or had everybody here seen it?
I had seen it, but I think what was it, like 2022? I think it was the first time I saw it, and it was while we were getting ready. I'm trying to remember what we were trying to get ready for. I can't even remember at this point.
Well, you did Parasite and you did Snowpiercer, but neither was before neither.
No, it was it wasn't that. I can't. It might have been when we did The Handmaiden,
Night?
and then I was like, it might have been like,
and you did like the South Korean cinema deep dive.
Yeah,
okay.
It might have been that. Yeah. But I remember watching it and being like, yeah, this is bleak as fuck.
Also, lots of kicking. There's a lot of kicking in this film.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's, the flying spin kicks. There's entire compilations that people have made of each kick. Like they've made like they have a flying kick compilation or whatever that they made for this movie.
They got like sound effects like with ice slipping on ice or whatever, you know, like
all the Looney Tunes sound effects.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about kind of that. Like this movie feels very cyclical. Like it feels like we have these moments. Like I mean, South Korea seems to be doing a little bit better than we are, but we have these moments where it's like we have these incredibly authoritarian crackdowns and moments of like police brutality that this movie feels like it speaks way more. Although, you know, we don't have a police captain that like holds the person back and says, hey, stop hitting somebody. Like, I think a lot of times American cops are just left to their own devices on that. But it's like we go through these cyclical periods of like law enforcement brutality, right? That at least in America. And this movie feels like it very much speaks to that, because without having like a morality to it, really. Like, I mean, obviously it's bad that they beat up a mentally retarded guy to the point where he's like,
they're like brutalizing him. Yeah. it's like almost played for dark comedy because it's so insane, you know, and the fact they like take a break to watch some shows too, which, you know, relatable. There's so much going on in this movie in the background.
Yes.
Like
I'm glad you
the
said that.
texturizing of it, because they never really spell out the fact. I mean, you kind of hear about it in the background. You hear about it on TV. You hear about it when they want backup. There's nobody to do backup because they have a protest going on, and it's like you know, the giant democracy protests are happening, and the other police that would normally join in cracking down, or in this case, you know, it's when it's raining and they're trying to get people off the streets and they can't get anybody off the streets because of the democracy protests, because all the other police that would normally come in as backup are cracking skulls in like the town square in Seoul, which is just 30 minutes or 30 miles from where this takes place, which is also very funny that Song Kang-ho's character has this inferiority complex vis-a-vis you know, the capital of Seoul. And then you actually look at where the two places are now with high-speed rail. You can get between the two places in 15 minutes. They're not far away from each other at all.
Yeah,
was that the case? Did that exist at the time of the movie being made, though? Or
no,
I was gonna say,
but it's still like it's a 45-minute drive. It's not like
it's right, but it's all in perspective too. You know, it's like, look, how far away is Jersey City from New York? Really?
Or like It's basically like Long Island, like Nassau County to New York City, right? Like, they are two very different places. I mean, there's like farms. Yeah. There's like farms in Long Island, and there's, you know, certainly not in New York City. So it's kind of the same thing in that way. Like, you know, like you're in a
and that's played up big time in this movie. Yeah, you're right. Like it's like it's something where it's a plot point, really. And it's also interesting for someone, you know, like for people like us that come from a Western experience, to just see how things operate in other countries, right? In that same way that Anatomy of a Fall was like, wow, French courts are crazy. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And how much are we getting and not getting, not being French? And spoiler, I'm not Korean. It's something I've had to, you know, deal with and come to terms with these last years. But how much would, say, the political atmosphere of what Forrest was talking about would be apparent if I'm watching this movie now, and I've been there, or I lived through those years, and what is Bong trying to say with all that? There's so much happening in the background, even when it's like main characters. It's not just extras filling the frame.
Well, it's it's like a movie like even like Top Gun or something, where the Reagan era of it all is kind of overpowering in parts of it, and it's like if you live through that period, it's a different experience, I think, than if you're in another country and you're like, planes go zoom. I love it. Like
the planes did indeed go zoom. That's correct.
Not that there.
Can
I think
confirm.
there's a global moment, that a lot of things are happening in the world during this time period, but especially in South Korea, where first in 1979, I believe, Dictator Park, who's like the famous dictator that was got literally murked by like one of his security guys, and then the security guy took over for the next like 8 years and was basically running like a military dictatorship. And then people finally said, all right, we've had enough of this fucking dictatorship stuff going on for like decades here. A lot of it with American assistance, to be honest, because the Korean War, and we kind of created South Korea, helped create South Korea vis-a-vis like North Korea, right? Like, so, but like, so there's like all of that happening, and there's this transition to democracy. They never really say it, but you can tell the entire time with journalists suddenly coming around and the TV going like, hey, the cops have tortured somebody who came out, and like that's not something I think that the cops would have even thought about a few years before that.
Yeah, more than likely they wouldn't. That's the context is everything, right? Sorry, I was more checking out how I could almost be this guy if I move over this way.
Yeah, you kind of do fit.
Yeah, the tie even works a little bit.
Yeah,
there's such a chip on the shoulder of these characters, especially Park, our main guy.
I can't believe it's Roger Rabbit. Sorry, I can't believe it's Roger Rabbit with the subtitle "Too much semen everywhere" right now. I just need to.
I think that may have been cut. I can't quite remember if they cut that in the final.
I apologize for our audio listeners who have no idea what I'm talking about, but yeah, Sean, please continue.
For the audio listeners of.
Well, Forrest was talking about how our kind of protagonist has this chip on his shoulder about this big city detective coming to help him out. And is introduced, basically his introduction to that character is jump kicking him down a hill.
It's an amazing introduction.
It's an amazing.
That's how I want to introduce myself, just going forward in life. Really,
I'm so glad that you brought up the kicking in this movie, because this is the kickiest movie I think I've seen outside of like, say, any type of martial arts.
Outside of like Kickboxer. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
everybody kicks, everybody gets kicked in this movie, and there's such a level of just kind of corporal punishment that permeates all levels of this movie. Cops get beat up by civilians. Cops get beat up by their superior officers. Cops get beat up by their partners. Suspects are constantly getting beat up in this movie. And even like in the kind of the karaoke party, how close to blows the two lead detectives come in this movie, and then how quickly they're back sitting across from each other enjoying a drink.
Yeah.
It's the level of violence to how quickly it's diffused, I think, is some type of cultural touchstone that I wish I knew more about in Korea.
It does seem like there's probably some background behind it that we don't have that context for, right? Yeah. Because it is pervasive, and it seems to change on on a dime practically.
There are moments though where you see like snippets of like really fast snippets of cops cracking skulls in like the town square, and you see that and how fast that escalates, and like how that's kind of at least at some points that's their job. It's just like, hey, people are out, let's beat them up. Like
yeah,
it's like there's so much that you that isn't really like talked about in this, but it's like shown, there's so many just quick montage cuts, or like on TV you'll see different things. Like it's pretty insane. And no one ever is like, hey, this is what's happening in Korea at this time. It's Bong Joon-ho. A lot of this movie I was fascinated by. I watched an interview here. I'll put up the interview, like this part of the interview, but he was talking about how he's like kind of meditating on the 80s in Korea just in general, like his like obviously when he grew up. So yeah.
So this film was based on real events in Korea, late 80s, early 90s. Yeah. Was that a time that was it something that was very disturbing to you at the time, or just why did you decide to make a film about that?
연쇄살인이라는 어떤 스릴러 장르이기 전에 1980년대에 관한 얘기죠. 너무나 혼란스러웠던, 방금 장면 보셨다시피 혼란 그 자체였던 그 시대를 어떻게 보면 다루고 있는 건데.
So before the film is this one genre of serial killers, thrillers. It's basically about the chaos of the 80s. As you saw in that clip, it was really about that time that was just chaos in itself.
크라임 씬 자체가 전혀 관리가 안 되잖아요. 요즘에 한국 경찰은 전혀 저렇지 않죠. 뭐 CSI 이상으로 완벽하게 통제하고 전문적인 프로파일러들도 있고 모든 과학 수사를 하고 하지만 저 때는 엄청나게 모든 것들이 혼란스럽고 무능했던 것들이 뒤엉켜 있었던 시절이었어요. 그것이 제가 또 고등학교를 다닌 시절이고 그때 벌어졌던 사건이죠. 범인을 잡는 데 실패했던. 그러니까 우리가 왜 실패했나. 그 실패했던 시대의 우리의 모습을 돌이켜보는 그런 80년대라는 그 키워드가 되게 중요했던 영화였어요.
So at the time, they couldn't manage the crime scenes at all. Of course, the modern Korean police force, they're completely different. They're able to completely control the crime scenes. They have professional profilers and have a lot of forensic tools in their hands. But during the 80s, there was a lot of chaos and people were incompetent. And that was when I was in high school, and that's when all those serial killings actually happened. And so this film was sort of a reflection on why they failed to catch the actual killer, and a reflection of how Korean society functioned in the 80s. The keyword, the 80s, was a very important aspect of this film.
The 80s.
One of the hardest working women in translation, right there.
I know. It's gonna say he's like talked for like. I was like, is she taking notes of all this? That's like. I was suddenly thinking of how stressful it must be to be a translator. I'm like, that sounds terrible.
Well,
I think she was
like
with him, right? She's been with him for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like her.
Because you could go back to like even like Snowpiercer, when Bong like does speak English. He just, I think when he has a lot of thoughts, like when they kind of come pouring out of him, he prefers not to. But you will see interviews where he does speak like, pretty fluent English. Like he knows a lot, but he has that lady come with. I don't know when it's like, I don't know when she's first started being his translator, but it's been quite a while.
Yeah.
Well, she seems very comfortable with his cadence and what he's trying to say. So like that implies a longer relationship than just like, hey, what are you doing? Can you translate for us here? Yeah.
She gets to walk on stage when he wins an Academy Award. So that's nice.
True.
Yeah, she was there.
Remember when he made him kiss?
Yeah.
That was great. That
was
very
the first
relatable.
time that Oscars have kissed.
I forgot about that till right now.
I think so. Yeah, it was banned. The Hays Code banned that actually. So
I think mainland China didn't show that part. Mainland China, I believe, cut the movie that Ang Lee won for when he won his Best Director for Brokeback Mountain. They didn't reveal what movie he had won for.
I still like
Oscars because isn't the director of Crash in like a lot of trouble right now, from what I've heard?
Paul Haggis? Is he I don't know, probably. I'm gonna.
It's still insane that that mainland China made a Tibetan guy get swapped out for Tilda Swinton.
I thought you were going to say it's insane how Crash solved racism single-handedly, which is.
I thought you were going to go like with Doctor Strange with that one because.
I'm saying.
There were so many different
Doctor
ways
Strange, they made Tilda Swinton, because they didn't want a Tibetan guy on,
It's just because Scarlett Johansson wasn't available. That's the only reason.
or Emma Stone.
But it's also interesting with the Tilda Swinton thing. Like,
thank you.
She's been in pretty much all of Bong Joon-ho's, like pretty much all of Bong Joon-ho's.
She's culturally
international.
We'll say,
international. Like she's a muse for Bong Joon-ho, and he said it like a bunch.
Absolutely.
Let's see, super chat. The period of student riots and flying drop kicks against the police.
Exactly. Who can forget? That's what they called it. It's the official era. Yeah.
Fuck the police coming straight from the underground.
I mean, I think like when the dark ages of physical media are fully complete, you will get Memories of Murder on the same disc with Kickboxer or Bloodsport.
Like someone is like, oh, there's a lot of kicking in both these films. Let's put them on the same one.
We did like a word bubble, and these two movies came up the most.
In the 4K version of like SLP or EP mode on a VCR. Thank you. That is, by the way, that is the nichiest reference I have made on this show in a long time. But that's where it's like, hey, we want to fit 3 movies on one VHS tape.
Gotta go,
you know?
EP. Gotta go.
Yeah.
I want,
and you could, but boy, it didn't look good.
Yeah.
This will never happen, and I think if they did it, it would bring unfathomable evil into the world. But I would like to see a this sucks. I'd like to see a DVD commentary of the actual guy, like Lee. He's like in his 60s now. That the actual guy who did the murders, and I would want to hear a commentary where he's talking about like.
No, they got this all wrong. I didn't do it that way.
Yeah. Well, actually, here when I strangled her with the brassiere, it was a gray brassiere, and in the movie, it's a white brassiere.
I think I think just taking a second.
I don't know
though,
if it was. Yeah.
Forrest, like you mentioned in the intro, like when I first saw this movie, this was a case that hadn't been solved.
Yeah.
Probably saw it 10 years ago. The insanity of a movie having a kind of ribbon wrapped around it in this way is. I can't think of a good example in American film or something like that where, oh yeah, they eventually did figure it out. And this cold case that this movie has examined is now stored away and considered case closed. It just blows my mind when that came up in the last few years.
But I also don't know how like they didn't catch this guy. Like in a way, like obviously there's a lot of chaos, but like hearing. Because the guy said it himself. Lee Chun Jae is the guy. He said himself, "I don't know how the fuck they didn't catch me." Like, I
mean, look at your subtitle there. It says it all.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, it's not just there was blood everywhere of his and his victims. There was semen everywhere. He raped 30 women, and none of the times he like didn't. He always just came and just left the semen there. Like that was.
Did they not have DNA testing back then, or like?
Well, they had DNA tests. I mean, it's in the movie. They had DNA testing. They didn't actually have to send it as far as America. They actually just had to send it to Japan, which is a closer boat trip than having to go all the way to America to do it. But
how jacked up is that? Too, by the way, to have to send it over to your oppressors. But anyway.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's such an indignity to be like. We're just such a podunk police force that we can't properly handle DNA. Yeah. So we have to send it to mom and dad to take a look at and then have them, send it like first class mail, right? Like, let's just wait for the mail.
Like Cologuard or something, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean,
our new sponsor. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh boy.
America is also like, a long-time oppressor of the Korean people. Like, they kind of took over. They were, in the same way that like
yes,
we took over
not
for the
quite as much as the Japanese, as outlined in the classic movie The Handmaiden, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I talked about this when we did The Handmaiden. They actually they learned their torture techniques. The American military learned torture techniques and learned how to do bacterial warfare. So they would on the Korean people, and then of course denied that we ever did that. But they did the exact same thing where you'd put smallpox on a chicken and then take the chicken feathers and just rain them down on a village to give
work for the Native Americans. Why not?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why we had to relearn that from the Japanese. By the way, we already knew how to do that. I guess
we've lost so much.
It's like you drop blankets. Maybe you drop blankets down. And like, oh, we're not trusting these blankets, but chicken feathers.
We know you can't get us with the blankets. We know that one.
But yeah, so there were 10 known victims, and then 4 other ones that were not in Hasong, like the town. But like a lot of these, right? The first one, there was a negative semen reaction to Lee Chun Jae. Evidence found strangled by hand. Semen blood type was not able to be determined. Then again in 1986, blood type couldn't be determined. So all the way until basically
strangled by hand. We are talking about the victim here, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. So until 1990, so 4 years later. A middle school girl was murdered while she was walking home, and they finally figured out the blood type was B. And then that's like the big evidence they had. And then they have because like in the movie they show this, one woman survived and gave a description of the person, and it's what they used for the kid to like, you know, basically you know, his haircut and everything in the movie, not knowing who the kid was going to turn out to be, but they dressed him up and he looks just dead accurate to this guy. But now he doesn't look like that because he's, you know, like 60. But like at the time,
time, yeah, he's very young at the time of these killings. The real guy, right, Forrest? Like he's early 20s.
And he's in his early 20s. He had been in the South Korean military during this time where it was a military dictatorship. So they basically had free reign to do whatever the fuck they wanted. And he was very, I don't know. There's a lot of these weird things. Like this isn't like a justification or whatever, but like his thing is that he was like, he said he was very bored. And he was sitting there and there was nothing to occupy him. And he had been a military person. He had been brutalizing people in the military, raping women in the military. Like he had all of those things. And then he was expected to go into this town and get like a factory job. And so he got a factory job, but then also was like, okay, I'm like, life is terrible. I'm bored. And I'm also a psychopath. Like, yeah, like in the clinical sense, right? Like he's just a deeply like mentally ill, fucked up individual. And he just started like raping and murdering. But the thing that I understand it, I guess, but the thing that's weird is that he got taken down in that village for burglary for a year. He was in prison for a year. He finally got off. And during that time, there were no murders. They released him and then the murders started up again a couple weeks later. And it's just like, dude, you don't think that maybe the guy that you just released from prison that burgled like an old woman's house and tried to strangle the old woman might be the other guy that's like, I think he tried to strangle his landlady or something. And they're like, oh no, it must be a different guy. It must be like his neighbor, right? His neighbor is the guy that was mentally, well, he actually isn't mentally disabled. He's physically disabled, but in the movie he's mentally disabled. He lived next door to that guy. They grew up together. They're like the brother of Lee Chun-jae was best friends with I think his brother. Like they had like these familial ties because they're both kind of outsiders in this village. And it's like nobody thought to ask that kid.
That's why I think it's so just amazing that Bong Joon-ho didn't make this movie after everything that what you just talked about has come out, because this movie is such an example of police negligence and incompetence. And it's really strange for a drama to kind of, obviously we watch like, something like The Other Guys, and you can see like how bad cops are when it's a comedy.
Yeah.
But I can't think of an example where our protagonists are so inept at kind of what they're doing from the very first scene of like trashing this crime scene and letting a tractor go through in another scene. And
you get the more sophisticated, sole detective, right? That volunteers for this case, who ends up being pretty much, a little bit better, but like also pretty fucking incompetent. Yeah.
Well, so this goes back to the larger point of it being a police procedural, but showing that the procedures are inherently flawed. And that's just not a thing that I'm used to seeing, certainly. And I think we're not used to seeing as Western audience, because it generally speaking isn't allowed. If it is, it's played for laughs, like you mentioned. By the way,
they called
Adam McKay coming up next episode.
wasn't Zodiac never caught? Actually, because the only thing they had for the longest time to go on was like a drawing of someone that looked exactly like this guy that they should have.
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is on it. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying in this case, Lee Chun-jae looked exactly like the drawing, and it's like I don't know. It makes me want to like scream a little bit. But they called him the South Korean Zodiac killer because they only had a drawing to go on for the longest time, and the drawing looked a lot like it was the same kind of court style.
But and again, I know we're gonna go through the plot, so I don't want to jump ahead. Yeah. But near the very very end, which he's like interrogating the little girl, like what do he look like? I don't know, just kind of plain,
Yeah.
I which is. First of all, the least helpful thing you could say, little girl. Thank you.
But it's like, yeah.
See,
secondly, not wrong. If you look at the picture, okay, I guess he's kind of like.
Wait, let me. I'll pull it.
I guess. Yeah.
But you'll see why.
While you're pulling that up, this is another super chat. Chables are first in line suppressors backed by the U.S. By the people who don't know what those are conglomerates, industrial conglomerates, usually run by a family.
No other choice.
Yep, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which if we don't cover for Oscar season, we would definitely cover it some because I love that movie. But
It's really fantastic, that movie.
I really like it.
But yeah, like you could see why this person would be known
So
as.
this is the real guy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it's like
But he looks like the actor who was also in The Host, but was not as like they really dressed him up to be like a little fancy boy in this, and in The Host he's really he's kind of a lot more grimy and like he's the brother or whatever. But in this case, like you see the actor that they they see the haircut they gave him, the style they gave him, the way they dressed him up. He looks a lot like Lee Chun-jae.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to figure out like how they based it before seeing that there was this sketch that like it's like, all right.
Did he have the sketch to go?
Yeah.
Maybe they did casting based on the sketch. Just
Yeah,
so
he
style him like that.
Yeah, but it's an actor that he works with a lot in South Korea, but they stylized him to look a lot like.
Yeah. I've seen him in like a bunch of things. Yeah, but I'm just saying like when they cast him. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was. I'm pretty sure this was the first movie that
Paul McCartney got lucky. Nice one.
I think that there's an interesting like tidbit here too, where when they're talking to the disfigured young kid who they think is a suspect, and when they kind of deduce that he wasn't a suspect but in fact a witness, he says that this guy is handsome, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's his like go-to descriptive word for who the killer was. Yet to somebody with a disfigurement and maybe a mental, issue, almost anybody could be.
That's going to be
handsome.
Anybody, exactly. Yeah.
Whereas when we meet,
he says it a bunch of times. He's like, I'm just like he. Although he is, he's mentally challenged. He knows he's not a great-looking guy. And the police rub it in every single time because they think that the motive, obviously, like the motive that they paint onto him, because they're just trying to get it, like
whereas
we're out of here.
Whereas when we get that that kind of end scene with the little girl, and she says he's so ordinary, there was nothing special about him. She doesn't say he was handsome because he wasn't, right? He was just plain as you could get.
Yeah.
This guy's so haunting. He scared the hell out
Plain
of me.
Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then like he's in The Host, and he's completely like you could say it's the same guy and the same face. He's the brother in The Host,
but it's like a totally different dude, right? Because of
well, but
because
also
of the
the mentally disabled. The mentally disabled guy is also in The Host and is not mentally disabled, and it's like it's crazy to like I don't know. It's like when Ben Stiller takes out his Simple Jack teeth, kind
of. You never go full retard.
How we get to cover that movie is just. Anyway,
I covered it one time with
you sure did. Yeah.
And this table that I'm on right now fell in the middle of it, and I had to catch my laptop with one hand and keep streaming with the other. Yeah. So in October 1986, 2 women are found raped and murdered in a ditch near a field. Local detective Park Duman, I think it's I don't know, maybe Park Duman, not having dealt with such a, I'm going to call him Detective Park, not having dealt with such a serious case before, is overwhelmed. Key evidence is improperly collected. That's an understatement of the year.
That's who did the detective write this? Like, who? Come on, what are we doing here?
Police's investigative methods are suspect. Understatement of the year again. The forensic technology is near non-existent. Still crazy though that they're literally they're 40 minutes outside of the capital city. Like the one place that like they would have better gear, but the gear is all being used to just beat down protesters at this point. Like it doesn't not relatable at all to this moment.
What? Yeah, what are you talking about? I've been asleep for the past week.
What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I
just woke up from a coma.
Who's the president?
Yeah, exactly. What?
I always thought it'd be really funny.
The reality show star.
Wake up from like 2014, and he wakes up, and you have to like break the news to him.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh.
Hart claims he has a way of. I'm so happy that handsome black guy is the president. Oh man, I got something bad to tell you.
Wait.
He is a person of color, I guess. He's orange. Park claims he has a way of determining suspects by eye contact. Not very good at it. His shaman eyes are
the shaman eyes. Yeah, the Kim Carnes song.
That line is great. Like I love the line shaman eyes, but I don't know if he's the eye of a shaman, that shaman is blind. That shaman needs contacts,
and he keeps leaning into it like over and over again too, which is so funny. It's just like, all right, we get it, that's your thing.
It's all he has, right? Like that's what I mean. I like the first couple of times I was just like, oh, you know, like it didn't hit me as starkly. Like that's all he has. Like there's nothing else. He's like, oh, don't worry, I can look at the guy, maybe I'll figure it out. He learns from his girlfriend that a scarred, mentally handicapped boy, Baek Kwang Ho, resides in the town. I'm gonna like murder all these names, like, but whatever. Baek Kwang Ho resides in the town and decides to question him first. He finds him and uses his eye contact method, instinctively thinking Baek is responsible because he's he's the first guy that
Can we really call it a method? Is it a method? I mean, what defines a method? Like, can you please tell me what
it's a Jared Leto method? Like, what are we talking about here? You know,
honestly, Jared Leto's method might be more logical, frankly. But okay,
I think I'm
gonna send you a dead rat and a used condom, Conan.
No, the closest method we have is Timothée Chalamet putting contacts in his eyes to fuck him up and then putting glasses on top of those contacts for Marty Supreme. That's basically the level of that Detective Park is working with here. Park is a partner. Cho beat confessions out of Beck and secretly recorded him talking about one of the murders. I couldn't stop thinking about the Mr. Show bit where it's the good cop, bad cop, and like you know, our good friend Saul Goodman he comes out and he's like, well, I think his first is David Cross. He comes into the room and he's like, my partner is a real asshole, and he's, you know, sometimes he has a real temper, and then fucking Bob Odenkirk comes out and he's like, okay, I get it, you're an asshole. He's like, he said that about me. He said that about me. Like,
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But yeah, so his partner is off the chain a little bit. The entire movie.
There's no chains in sight with that guy. There's exactly. Yeah,
there's very few scenes where they kind of work any kind of good cop, bad cop dynamic.
Yeah.
So much of this movie,
first one.
Yeah. So much of this movie is just these men operating from their id, just base instincts. So quick they are to kind of like strike and hit and whack people upside the head. And then they just jump to, oh, it's time to eat. So let's sit here with this suspect and watch television and eat noodles. So much of this movie's humor comes from edits like that.
No, it's so good, and again, that's part of the being a police procedural of the style that we haven't seen, or at least that I certainly have never seen depicted in a movie in that way, which is just sort of like, wow, this is both hilarious and damning at the same time. Where, you know, it's like not since Police Academy. ...
What was the name of like the fictitious TV show within, well, obviously it's very fictitious, it's in Simpsons, but like when Homer Simpson became a character, was it like Super Cops? It was this really dumb cop, and he had the character name of Homer Simpson, and so Homer's then watching a cartoon or like a TV show where it's a
I know what episode you're talking about, but I'm trying to
and he keeps like dropping his gun and it's going off. I mean, it's a really, really inept cop. And I think that's when Homer wants to change his name to Max Power.
Yeah.
Max Power.
Which is my favorite, one of my favorite Simpsons meme pages is Max Power. And
and that's because the name Homer Simpson has been so
Police
tainted.
Cops.
Police Cops. Thank you so much.
Cops.
Yeah.
That'll be in the flea market buy of it'll be Memories of Murder and 3 seasons of Police Cops.
I mean, it really does. There he is. Yeah. Wow.
The Three Stooges directed by Takashi Kitano.
It's like this character.
Would watch, by the way. Would watch. Just FYI.
Yeah, it's like this character is like thrust in the role of Clarice Starling, right? It's like as if Jodie Foster was just constantly dropping her gun and having it discharge and like stepping on pools of blood. I mean, Clarice Starling does almost everything right in that movie, and is able.
And they still indicted her.
Yeah, and is able to kind of go head to head with a criminal mastermind, and yet to have Park Do-man, our protagonist, continuously be so bad at his job and not know it.
Yeah,
I really
it's such a unique take to this to a movie.
Park Do-man, I feel like is the name of if I was gonna make it like a guy that had like done the other guy's thing and like discharged, like done an office pop or something and gotten his gun taken away and has gotten demoted to being like a dog catcher or something. Park Do-man. That would be my.
There he goes. On meter duty.
By the way,
again.
I forgot to say this earlier in the thing, but it's kind of it's not like in the synopsis that they're talking about. There are so many moments in this where the background people, either just kind of characters that come up, either I think a bunch of the suspects that they have pictures of, as well as like the like government officials. Like there's a lot of people. Some of the villagers, like they're all crew members. Pretty much.
They're people that worked on the movie, right? Yeah.
But Bong Joon-ho basically wanted all of his crew members because he wanted everyone to get as hands-on as possible, including himself. He's in a part of it too. I can't remember what part. He's like in the background in the scene. He wanted everyone to get into like the acting part of it so that they could, because this is only his second movie. Like he's still finding his style pretty much. So so everybody pretty much that was on the crew is in the scene or two, and they're all like pissed about it. There's a making of documentary that's really, really amazing. Here I can pull it up because I took this clip of it, but this is the making of documentary, and they're talking about like throughout this they're talking about making the cast act.
뒤통수 나왔었어요. 뒷모습이지만 이제 꽤 크게 나온 거죠. 재밌었던 거는 이제 사진 기자인데 이제 내가 머리가 좀 커가지고 그 촬영 감독님이 사진 기자라 하면 이제 사진기가 제대로 보여요. 프레시도 터지니까 보여야 되는데 내가 머리가 커가지고 그게 잘 안 보여가지고 막 농담처럼 이제 이거 뭐 어떻게 좀 해봐라 그랬었던 기억이 이제 재밌었던 기억이고.
오케이. 자 이번에는요 주먹을 한번 자 주먹 자.
저는 프리프로덕션 때 공정 감독님이 그 박보이하고 맞선 본 남자로 출연을 하지 않겠냐고 했었는데 처음에는 제가 안 하면 안 될까라고 고사를 했었거든요. 분장팀에서 머리를 깎지 말려고 일부러 막 답답한데도 머리 좀 묶었어요. 굉장히 민망하죠. 괜히 출연했다 후회가 들어요. 시골 아가씨답지 않게 세련되고 두 번 하시 못할 집 같아요.
역시 최고의 압권은 그 한성근 조감독이 선본 남자 설정으로 해서 양복에 넥타이 메고 딱 하는 게 있어요. 그게 정말.
He's so young here, by the way.
It's crazy.
Yeah. 내면 연기가 어떤 거다 이런 거 한번 봐주시고 연기는 저 정도는 돼야지 그래도 나올 수 있다. 다른 모든 배우들한테 한 번쯤 경종을 줄 수 있는 그런 의미에서 제가 나왔으니까 자 한번 냉정하게 제 연기를 한번 봐주세요. 누구에게도 자신 있습니다.
있어야 되고.
자 그럼.
기타리스트는 우리 촬영부의 그 친구가 이제 머리가 좀 장발이라서 그 당시 분위기하고 좀 맞는다고 해가지고 픽업이 돼가지고 출연을 하게 됐죠.
꽃피는 봄이 오면 꽃피는 봄이 오면 내가 들어온다.
보면서도 굉장히 즐겁잖아요. 우리 그 친구 보고는 500만 배우야라고 항상 얘기하는.
제가 출연한 장면은요, 그 방송국 장면이었어요. 여경이 그 엽서를 보낸 그 사람을 찾으러 엽서를 확보하러 방송국에 들어와서 그 경찰서에 그 전화를 하는 장면이었고요. 그때 제가 DJ 부스 안에 있었고 그 작가로 저희 연출부에 정영아 씨가 있었고 그리고 PD 역할을 그 상경 씨의 매니저인 국세현 씨가 했었어요.
본 감독이 미리 얘기를 며칠 전부터 얘기를 했었어요. 나는 못한다. 뭐 그랬었는데 막상 또 닥치고 보니까 또 해야 될 것 같고 그래가지고 의상팀한테 넥타이 갖다 달라 그래가지고 넥타이를 잡아 협디 넥타이 이제 내고.
I mean, maybe
Family
it's a
affair.
testament. It's a testament, I think, to Bong Joon-ho that I didn't pick up on any of that.
No, none of them seem like somebody's cousin or something. You know,
No.
somebody's nephew.
Once I knew about it, I tried to go back and see as many of them as I can. The one that really stuck out is the photographer with the giant head. The guy's head is so big; it's like bigger than the camera. And
I mean,
he
if it's
never
big-
turns.
Big head.
Yeah.
If it's
I saw
bigger than the lead
Biker
actor's
have
head,
that problem.
that's a problem. I mean, the lead actor in this movie's head is phenomenally sized.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Song Kang-ho.
Song's got a
It's
head.
crazy. This is the first collaboration that they did, but he was discovered by when we talked about past lives. Her father.
Oh,
had
Celine Song's
discovered-
father. Yeah,
Celine
that's right.
Song's father had
That's right.
discovered Song Kang-ho for this like gangster movie where he started he was like this nobody kind of background tough guy, which is funny that like this role is obviously like he's that but a cop pretty much.
Yeah.
Not very tough, but he's like, you know, they spend the whole movie like punching each other and shit. Yeah, so Seo Tae-yoon, a detective from Seoul, volunteers to assist them. However, he and Park's methods clash and they get into a fight during a party. Well, before that even, I don't know why they didn't even write this in. The first thing that happens is he's decided to walk from Seoul to this rural part of Hwasong, which is like, you know, already 40 minutes. And then this seems like it's on a rural, like, because like Hwasong is like a city. So this is like on the rural outskirts even of that. And he's walked the whole way and he's trying to, which you never want to do when there's like a serial killer going around. You're like, hey, lady, trying to get her attention to get directions, and she's running, and they end up
Here's some
falling
random
down
guy
the
you've
hill.
never seen before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, great.
And then she thinks she basically thinks she's gonna get raped by this random guy, and then pulling over his car, Park sees that and then immediately starts hitting him. He's not very good at fighting, which is probably why Park gets in a lot more shots than this guy does throughout the movie, I think.
It's like the equivalent of trying to whip out your driver's license as fast as possible when you get pulled over.
Yeah.
Like, just don't reach.
And that's
into
the
your
first. That's
jacket,
the first flying
whip
kick.
out your driver's license.
I was gonna say that is ground zero for drop kick. The drop kick zone.
I mean, yeah, I love how many drop kicks there are in this movie. The fact that you just said
Parkour.
that this is
Parkour.
this is their first collaboration.
Yeah.
Kind of blows my mind because you see the comfort in the performance in a lot of ways and how good Song is this early in his career and how good Bong Joon-ho is in his second movie.
It's very assured.
I cannot overstate just how mind-blowing that is to me, that this is this guy's second movie. I think that this movie is really, really, really good, and it's probably better than that. Right? Like, this movie is so good, and I don't even have the vocabulary to kind of explain a lot of the reasons why it's so adept and well-paced and structured and doesn't feel too long for being 2 hours, 12 minutes, and is kind of a long story to tell and a gritty, gruesome story to tell. And yet on this viewing, so many times I just was like emphatically sighing of, oh my God, this is good. This like
Nyung Han Song is the father of Celine Song.
Right, and he's the one that did number 3, which is like one of it's like his fourth movie, I think, and like that's where he was sort of.
But
like,
his first movie, I think his first movie that he had more than a background role. Like
it wasn't just a backup player. Yeah.
You're saying Suspect number 3?
I think the movie as translated is called Number 3. I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I've got it watch listed, but
Okay.
because he also was in it's a smaller part. He's not a principal, but he's in Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance by Director Park, as well as Joint Security Area, aka JSA, which is
so number 3 was only number 3 was only 6 years, 1997.
It's
so it would've been
97.
6 years before.
Right, and then
This
Memories
is
of Murder is
2003.
2003. Sympathy for Mr. Vengeance is 2002, and JSA is 2000. I think there's a couple others in between there that I haven't seen. Thank you. Those are South Korean movies I have seen. I'm going to Neutron. Give me the audience.
I saw you guys had done The Wailing, right?
Yeah. We did a while back. I think Conan was on tour when we did it.
I was on tour when you did it, but yeah.
Have you guys ever gone back to do Chaser?
No.
The movie that Na Hong Jin did before Wailing?
No.
Talk about a movie that blew my mind. I saw it at the Portland International Film Festival. Shout out Piff. It is like a spiritual cousin, Chaser. It's a spiritual cousin, I think, in many ways to Memories of Murder, except it takes place over one day.
I liked The Wailing. I thought that was a great movie.
The Wailing is really great. This is like when we talk. I've often talked about like the directors coming out of South Korea as being these, somewhat of these, connected to the directors that came out of Mexico, maybe like 10 years before that. We had that big like unveiling of Del Toro, Coran, and I'm forgetting the last one, Inarritu. And when we talk about South Korea, we always talk about Bong Joon-ho and Chan Wook Park. I think the third guy on the totem pole is Na Hong Jin.
Okay.
And I wish that he would do more stuff. And I'm so jealous of you three and anybody listening to this right now who hasn't seen Chaser, just how amazing it is. It is so good.
It's officially on the watch list. I'm very excited.
There was something so like surreal about The Wailing. I haven't seen. I don't think I've seen his other movies, but like there's something
That's what
so
shows up on
mystical.
Tubi after you watch Memories of Murder, by the way, which I was like, okay.
Really?
Which I can't believe I rewatched this on Tubi. I was like, oh, I fired up Criterion Channel. I was like, where is it? And I'm like, oh, it's on Tubi.
Leave the Tubi. Tubi gets a lot of shit, but you know what?
Tubi sounds like it would be like a villager in this movie. Like,
he's a suspect that gets roughed up by the cops. Yeah.
I mean, there's obviously with The Wailing, we have so much more supernatural bent to it than we do with this movie. But there are some really great scares in this movie, especially for women who have to walk alone by themselves at night.
Yeah, which is scary no matter which country you live in. Yeah.
The head that pops up out of the grass.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming, and it still got me.
There's also like I think there's a fascinating like weird like global thing to that kind of feeling. I mean, obviously, women aren't safe in walking home at night in most like the vast majority of countries, but there's something about like the serial killer as this like deeply like mentally psychotic and disturbed and a shadowy figure, right? Like it's crazy that these people, but like it's crazy that like these serial killers doing the same kind of spree killing, the same kind of like psychotic episode of like having this double life where it's like they have to be normal in the world at some point. Some of them don't do a very good job of it, but like be normal in the world as well as being like this deeply shadowy, like evil, malevolent, brutal figure at the same time. And it's like some of them never get caught. And that's like even more terrible. Like, they never caught Jack the Ripper.
Wait. First of all, we all knew Jack the Ripper was Laszlo.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, Laszlo.
I almost said, what are we doing in the chat? I almost said It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. By the way, I'm ready for that crossover.
It's Laszlo.
That'd be a great crossover. Jackie Daytona gets hired at the bar. Look, you want me to write this? I'll do it. Let's go.
Frank, it's Laszlo. I think it's Laszlo. Charlie. All right. I'm Jack the Ripper, Charlie.
Anyway, moving on.
Frank gets suspected of being Jack the Ripper.
Right, exactly. Yeah, somehow managed to pull that off.
I remember a survey a long time ago that overwhelmingly women said that the first thing that they would do if they were a man or like in the body of a man tomorrow would be walk around at night with headphones. And that's such a terribly sad and yet realistic response. Men, of course, when asked the same question, said that they would fondle their boobs.
I mean, this can't be right.
I'm gonna have to dig up the source material on this. I don't think it was a like family feud. We asked 100 people type of question.
Right. Show me.
I do remember the stark reality of women saying that like just feeling like I'm able to walk around at night with headphones. And I live in New York City. I walk around with headphones at night all the time. Yeah. And you know, unfortunately, I can admit that like I don't even think about it.
Yeah.
And the sad state of affairs that this movie exposes is just like how much of a how vulnerable women walking around at night when there's a psycho out there can be.
But at the same time, right? Like there's this deeply reactionary urge to blame the other, right? Like whether it's a mentally handicapped guy or, you know, in a lot of cases it's been like a queer person or something, like someone who seems like they don't fit in this community, like within that like time frame. And this movie does a really good job of like, this guy seems like he's like in any other context, he's the harmless kind of village, not like village idiot, but he's like the harmless, like kind of every kind of town has like a mentally.
I'd say he's the village idiot. I don't think that's too much of a stretch to call him that for this movie.
But I feel mean doing that. But like, and the real guy is not mentally disabled. He just had a really bad limp, and they're like, oh, this guy's got a limp. That he's the guy. He's limping, and it's like I don't think that's how that works. They're like, oh no, like, and then they beat him. They beat him so like for 3 days straight. And then he was like, okay, I killed somebody. He didn't even say he did he was like, I killed somebody. And they're like, well, you guys got it. They didn't give him any food. They beat his limp. Like, and then they're like, oh, we're the good guys in this situation. Like, we're going to catch this murderer. And it's like, you guys put a guy in jail for like 20 years for having a limp, essentially. You know,
there's so much of that, like the vilification of the other. And you know, you look at like the Salem witch trials and people who are persecuted for looking different, and even like, God, I hate to bring this up, but like the state of fear that some albinos live in Africa, or some countries where albino is akin to
a devil.
Yeah. That's happening today. That's happening this year. And certainly Bong Joon-ho touches on it in his movie set in the 80s. But yeah, it is sad. And like the second victim, of course, is hung up.
He touches on it, but we don't get the justice that seems like he wants for the victims, which is good. The justice, you know, by hoping to publicize this and eventually solve it, like the justice is absent for this mentally disabled person who, while this movie is being filmed and while everyone's kind of acting these situations out, they're like, oh, we're not going to show that he's the actual guy, you know, just got thrown into a cell and nobody really heard from him for the next 20 years because they had him just locked in a prison cell on flimsy evidence until his neighbor was finally like, oh, I did all the murders. Oh, and you know the 13-year-old girl that you guys blamed on my neighbor? Yeah, I did that one too. I did all of them. And then he didn't actually face justice because it was like 6 months after the statute of limitations. So he's in jail for the rest of his life, sort of voluntarily, because he's not going out for parole, because he's like, dude, if I was paroled, like they would just go, oh, that's the guy that murdered all those women, and it's not like I would have a good life. Like I'd rather live in prison, which is like, maybe you shouldn't have killed all those women. But he's like, yeah, I'm not going to go up for a parole, you know, any kind of parole thing, because it's like, I'm just going to be the guy that murdered all those women. It's like, yeah, you did that. Like he's like, so I'm going to stay in prison for the rest of my life, and that'll be my life. And it's like, I don't know, man. He confessed to 30 rapes and like 15 murders, including his sister-in-law, who was 18. And then he helped the dad look for the sister-in-law after he knew where she was. He fucking killed her and put her in a ditch. And
Very common murder trope in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe because this case has been solved somewhat recently, we're not hearing about this guy. But where does that rank? Because I feel like I should know about this guy, right? Regardless of having seen this movie. Like, how come we're not hearing about this guy when we talk about the, Gacy and Ed Gein and
the crazy thing is he's not even the most prolific serial killer in South Korea. Actually, the most prolific serial killer was the same year this movie came out. Killed far more people.
Jeez, really?
Yeah.
Okay. This is.
But maybe in 20 years we'll make a movie about that. And
if talking about
kind
this
of
movie,
American export.
Yeah.
If you didn't think talking about this movie could take any more dark turns, thank you for
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Got worse.
Well, I was trying to figure out. Well, first I was trying to figure out if this was the first serial killer in South Korea, and this is the first modern one.
Yeah.
But before that, there was a guy who went on a gigantic fucking spree. But his spree was, killing like rich older couples and like elderly couples and like prostitutes at the same. I guess he was an all class kind of murderer, but he was basically robbing houses during the dictatorship and like
murderer.
Yeah. And it's like I don't know. So that guy, I guess, was technically the first spree killer, serial killer, whatever. But this was the first like modern one, and it was the first one, obviously, after South Korea actually did become a democracy. I mean, not that but so much of this movie takes place around that, right? Like, I mean, even just like watching the cops and the cops realizing like, there's now a press that will report on like beatings and will ask you questions about it, and like, they're completely unprepared for the reality of like, hey, did you torture those people? Because of the dictatorship, you could just go, yeah, and if you talk about it, I'll fucking torture you too, bro. Like, that's not something that happens to journalists, I think, in a democratic society. I mean, sometimes, but
Forrest, as you mentioned
not
earlier,
these guys, not these kinds of cops.
The village idiot who was exonerated got what did you say, a 60%?
This guy was not this guy doesn't have any kind of mental
problem.
Issue.
Well,
like,
the guy
he's a limp.
He had polio.
He has a limp. Okay, so the guy
he had polio. He was a polio
Limpy.
victim.
We call him
He
Limpy.
was a polio victim who was also an orphan. His mom and his dad had died right before this, and so he moved to Hosong a little bit for that to live with family and his brother. And because he had this limp, he was a mechanic with a limp, so he was still managing to work on cars and like equipment and stuff, but not like he was really struggling. And that's the person that they found, not the guy next door that
I mean, in hindsight, you look at this case and you think, not only the correlation between the real case and how could they not have figured this out, and the movie, where how could they have not figured this out? How do we not have, these guys find a suspect that they can really latch onto by the end of this movie? I think is one of the reasons that like perhaps it's not as well known as a lot of Bong Joon-ho's movies, is because there is that innate unsatisfaction to it that you really kind of have to be a movie nerd to appreciate.
You're right. It doesn't resolve, right? It doesn't have any kind of.
I like don't give El Dushi inspiration from the Ree family. This was after Syngman Rhee. Like he was out of power, replaced by Dictator Park. We have Cop Park, we have Dictator Park, we have Director Park.
Director Park. We got Park
Central
amplifiers. What do you need? We got them. We got them all. All right.
But this was after that, and it was Park was like the 70s dictator pretty much, and then was assassinated by his own security. Like it was just a coup. And he got really, really drunk with his security team. And there's the famous picture of him slain pretty much. He's like on the ground and he's like very bloody. And he got really, really drunk with his security team. And they're like, well, he's drunk and we can fucking kill him. And we can take power. And it's like, never get drunk with your like, I don't know, like interior
solid
minister.
plan with no drawbacks. Yeah, exactly.
I think they all got, funny enough for this movie, if I remember the story correctly, from like Blowback, they talked about it. If I remember the story correctly, they all got into like a massive brawl, and that's kind of they were already planning to assassinate or like take power from this guy, but part of it was it's a huge screaming match with each other, all the generals and him in this room while they were fucking drinking, and like that amped them up enough to be like, yeah, we're gonna kill the dictator.
The whole movie in and of itself.
And then they had to go tell like the Americans who were like their allies, like, hey, by the way, we killed the dictator that you guys like, but
yeah,
we're the new dictators. Like, I don't think nobody really gave a fuck, but except people in South Korea who went, hey, this guy is not as powerful as Dictator Park. This guy's not as powerful as Seaman Rhee. We can kind of just protest until they give us the ability to vote, and it worked. Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man. So far as the survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Kwan. Oh, wait. All right. I think I missed a paragraph. At the latest crime scene, Park, Cho, and So all arrive to investigate in different ways. But then a local man arrives, pulls out undergarments, and masturbates in the woman's red lingerie.
Yeah.
Cho accidentally, and the line is so great. He says, is masturbating a crime? Cho accidentally steps on a twig, prompting the man to run. They chase him into a crowd. So attempts to find a way to get
wanking
everyone's
a crime
attention.
is the actual quote, by the way, and it's my
Is wanking a
subtitle, just so
crime.
you know.
Yeah.
Just, sorry, let the record show. Snap correction. ...
Is wanking a crime? They say no, but like in a public place, it is. Like here, it is. Like
It's so fucking weird that like you can't masturbate in a porno theater. I'm like,
yeah. Well, that was a big part of it. Was they wanted to sweep up, like the people they considered degenerate, especially like gay men and gay women.
Pee Wee Herman himself. Fucking pissing me off.
Do you think that that scene that Forrest is talking about, where we encounter what we think at that time is our number one suspect, is this one of the greatest twig snaps in movie history?
Yeah.
So great. It's so and it's like
the feeling, like it is the most empathetic face he gives immediately after that twig snap. It is just, I know I fucked up, but I can't react to it.
Yeah.
I felt like I had done that in that moment, like while watching this movie.
And homie's
It's
like
also, though,
mid-stroke too. That's the other thing I know. He's like,
It's holding
It's crazy.
holding the flashlight with his mouth.
It's crazy. It's crazy when it's something you don't want to see. Like you hope the camera switches off and you don't have to watch this guy continue to wank because you're watching it from above. It's like the great like above angle when he's holding the flashlight and just jerking it into this red lingerie.
Ceiling kitty watching you. Yeah.
Out of nowhere, right? Like it's like
considerate framing, we call that.
But it's like, but you're like, I don't want this. I don't want the person to step on that branch and then everyone starts running after each other. Like I don't, but I also don't want to keep watching this guy wank it. So it's like, I don't know.
Lose.
It was really well timed, and then we go into one of my favorite like foot chases in all of at least like the last 20
which I
years.
think is in our intro our this month's I love it because
a good foot chase.
The foot chase ends, you think, and the three of them circle back. And then
dog's barking.
And then there's an alley, and one of them, the most brutal one that for the rest of the movie, they do good cop bad cop one time, and then they keep trying to get this guy back on his leash for the rest of the movie. But that guy sees him and the thing and runs after him, and it's like that one they start hitting each other while they're running again. It's like that. It's kind of like that classic Arnold Schwarzenegger chase in that fucking Christmas movie that he made. Jingle All the Way or whatever the fucking he's trying to get the toy for his kid and he's
and Chris Parnell.
It's that level of slapstick.
And my friend Patrick Ridgewood in that scene together.
I was wondering when Jingle on the Way was going to come out.
Was going to get invoked in this South Korean criminal procedural movie. Yeah,
it had to be.
I am Detective Park. And I'm here.
Sorry, we can. Oh my God! So yeah, if they, I was going to mention if they could have remade this, if there had been interest in doing so, what would that remake look like? And era appropriate would have, unfortunately, Arnie was way too busy getting ready to become governor of California. But that would be the American remake, which like, okay, so is it
All right,
Sylvester Stallone? Is it Arnold Schwarzenegger? If it's like late 80s, like what would be,
it would be funny to keep
Jason Statham.
It would be very funny to keep this movie exactly the way it is, but the detective from Soul is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and there's no explanation. But so
and
it's
his
like
partner's Jason Statham. Oh, it's Memories of Murder then.
No, but it's it's just Arnold Schwarzenegger, and they have that conversation where it's like, is it this hard in Seoul to catch people?
Yeah.
When they start, but you have to think like, is Seoul like an Austrian city? Like, is that?
Yeah. Or you can just replace them all with Muppets. Yeah.
Well, Muppet be except for the retarded guy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
he's the only human.
Yeah, he's the only non-Muppet.
Which includes the guy wanking too. That's Muppets as well. Which I don't know if that makes it worse or better. Actually, to meet the Feebles suddenly. So anyway,
I would feel a lot better watching that. Watching the guy wanking. I think if it was a Muppet.
I think the one of the many brilliant
is wanking a crime
parts about this movie, including that line, is that every time we meet a suspect as the audience, we think it's our guy, and it never is.
Yeah,
but each time that we're encountering this, like the feeble-minded guy, the masturbator, the pretty guy with the soft hands, right? Each and every time that we're encountering, because he's the one that wrote the postcards. To the station, the radio station.
See, the thing is, I never thought it was the feeble-minded guy because it just seems he's too gentle.
Yeah,
like
I'm saying very early.
But the audience reaction, like where the movie's taking you, right? You're built to be taking this journey along with the detectives. Like, well, of course it's this guy now. Well, now it's definitely this guy, right?
Right.
Because
each and every time our shaman eyes fail.
Shaman eyes.
Wait, so I was gonna say, they chase him into a crowd. Park identifies the man first after seeing him bend over and partially exposing the red lingerie underneath his pants. Another one of those great wanking it moments, kind of where it's like stepping on a twig, like he bends over for a second, and it's like they're trying to check the guy for his red lingerie. Despite having already identified him, he acts as if he's using his eye contact method once more and has Cho apprehend him, which I love that. I love that he refuses to give up on his shaman eye method the entire movie.
No. Exactly.
I mean, it's one of the only highlights for him as a detective is spotting that. Each and every time we see our main guy here fumble the ball or lose the thread, and yet in a mine or refinery of 200 guys, he's able to spot the red panties.
Well, he's got panty radar, bro.
He's got those. He's got panty eyes.
I love thinking about like the Larry David eye thing that he does in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Where it's like dun 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 dun. But it's Detective Park doing that. And he's like dun 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 dun. Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man again.
Yes, they do.
Again. Soba is a survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Kwan. By the way, a great recurring bit of this is, so is like slightly better than they are, and keeps going in after they've beaten somebody to a pulp and gotten a confession. Every single time he's like, "Not the guy," and walks out, and they get so mad because they're like, "All right, let him go." And it's like after the guy's literally confessed and they've beaten him for like days. There's the one where they, I think it's this guy, the panties guy, where they have him hang upside down on like a torture. Yeah, and they've been hitting him with a bat. You also have the scene where he's kicking the mentally disabled guy, who he plays himself so sympathetically. I don't know, like that actor is really good in this role. But like he puts on the boot and he puts on the thing so it doesn't leave marks. Like he puts on the thing around the boot, which comes back later as like a sad moment when
yeah, that is a very somewhat of
that was his torture boot.
Well, yeah, it's somewhat of a karmic move for the guy who's consistently to kick suspects to suddenly lose his kicker.
Yeah,
they're all violent, like brutal, like just deeply just despotic individuals, but like there's always that one that pushes it like farther than the rest of them.
Well, and even when they're not being abusive, these cops scare,
which is like 95% of the time.
Yeah, but even when they're not being abusive and they don't want to like abuse one of these suspects, they end up getting him fucking killed. They chase him and they scare him onto railroad tracks.
I mean,
it's just brutal, and like I had almost forgotten that scene.
Yeah.
Like, oh, right.
And how it affects the cut from like
my
his
brain,
bloody
my brain
hand.
My
like
brain went like
clothes
danger,
being
danger,
wrung out.
danger, danger, but couldn't remember if it was that he fell or if the train hit. Like
You
I
just
couldn't
remember
remember what
something
the
was
thing
happening.
was. Yeah, my brain was just like, oh, something like this is the part of the movie that I really was like the first time I watched it.
Not only is it so tragic because he's innocent and he didn't need to be there and he was chased there, but also because he's the closest thing they have to solving this case at that point. He is the eyewitness.
I think narratively and dramatically it works really well. I do feel bad that like the guy that was just sitting in a cage for 25 years like kind of just got that part of his story got written out. Like
yeah,
it's not narratively. It's important to the story, but it's not important to this story, to the movie. It would kind of drag it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think like Bong Joon-ho is still at the end of the day has to make a compelling narrative and a tight movie and not find justice and let this movie be some type of, vindication for a person who was wrongfully,
It's a different movie. I mean, I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying it's like, I mean, how long do you want this movie to be?
You could take that character and you could remake, you could do the Hurricane Part 2 or something
Sure.
like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, the
Call
real guy
Dylan.
also isn't. It's just limpy. Like you just had a little bit of a limp.
Is he still with us? Is Limpy still with us?
Yeah,
He's Limpy in the room with us right now.
He's kind of a celebrity because of this whole story and because he was so badly and wrongly treated. One of the things that happened,
especially.
Yeah, well, one of the things that happened, the police wouldn't admit that they tortured him. They said it might, something like that may have occurred. That was his thing. So he called
mistakes
it
were made. Yeah, sure.
But he also
By you.
he got like got a lot of media attention for publicly saying that he forgave pretty much everybody and just he wanted to just move on with his life. Got released during COVID too. Like it's like got released into the world of like South Korea during COVID, which I imagine is not. Because I don't think they gave him like a giant settlement and they were like, all right, you're gonna live a life of luxury now.
There you
go. Yeah. So Park and Cho continue their tactic and brutally beat the man. Sophie's a survivor of the killer after tracing rumors around the local school with the help of Kwan. Upon learning from the survivor that the killer's hands were noticeably soft, I hope they say that about me one day. So manages to clear the man as his hands are very rough from all that wanking.
I don't know how I know this, but as a podcaster, he had very soft hands.
I like. Is that guy not? Maybe that guy should have used maybe a little lotion or like a little Jergens or something.
Call the masturbator. See what he uses. Thank you.
But if he did, he would be in prison, right? He would be in prison for
I know.
murder.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Maybe it's good that he had rough hands that he was dry jacking with. Infuriated that they lost their suspect, Park scuffles with So until Kwan alerts them the same song the murderer has requested is playing. Another great dramatic moment.
This is the first time we're talking about it. We talked about this a lot before the show, right? But this song. So it happens when the song is playing and it's raining. Those are the two times
does that happen in
deeply
striking
annoying
distance? I feel like in striking distance, there's also a song that maybe it's like Little Miss Hey there, Little Riding Hood. Whatever that song is, also feels to be a tie into a murder. Shout out to the 1994
I think a bunch of
striking distance.
I think a lot. I think they've done that in like a bunch of shows too. I feel like it's a good dramatic tool. This song is Sad Letter by UJ Ha, and it's annoying. I've decided that it's my third least wanted. If I get strangled to death, the top one, right? The top one I would not want anyone to play.
Was Barbie Girl by Aqua?
No, it's
Dr. Jones by Aqua.
Is Never Gonna Give You Up? I don't want to die being rickrolled. So that was my first one.
Forrest, do you have
okay. You'll get strangled to death.
Yeah, let's hear number 2.
Together forever.
Number
That's
two
Presley song.
is just I don't want like Kenny G smooth jazz playing at all. You know, I just feel like that would be boring. No one would remember it. No one would remember my my untimely demise. The third one is Sad Letter.
How about the theme from The Third Man? How about that? Was that be a good one?
I'd love to get strangled to the theme from The Third Man.
Forrest, can you have a top
The hands close. The hands close around my
10 list.
The hands close around my neck, and the zither is just.
How jaunty!
But yeah, sad letter. Is it's just an annoying song, and I don't like it. But apparently people love it in South Korea, even murderers.
Would you ask Forrest? Would you ask the murderer to stop? If
can you change this, please?
Or imagine, you know, like
who let the dogs out?
Put the gun down. Reverse Michael Jackson gif. Or whatever.
That the sketchy kid that we're about to find in this movie, right? He keeps sending postcards with with like the date or with the request to play the song to the to the state like radio station, which is just as disorganized apparently as the police station, maybe more so. I don't know how they play anything. I don't know how they take any requests. Of course, it's disorganized.
They have a bunch of film crew running it.
True. No, so they get in there, and I would give the guy a separate postcard, and I would hand it to him, and it would say, please stop playing the song.
Yeah.
Please pick another song. You've killed 15. If I'm going to be the 16th person, please another song. Please give me I'd even go like the Batman theme. I'd even no Batman, and then pow, ping, just anything, but the
Conan,
sad letter.
Would you give him the rights to one of your songs to get strangled to?
Absolutely. What are friends for? Yeah,
I would. All right. So here it is. I'd love.
Commuter, Dark Passengers. What are you looking for?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I love.
Sorry.
The commuter.
Like, that's my boy.
Thank you. Also, I think it would be funny to get killed, to get strangled while the Muppet Show. What about
Phenomena?
No, that has to. All right, that has to go to number 4. Phenomena goes to number 4 on the list of I don't want.
Okay. For the rest, tune into the after party where we doubtlessly get up to antics just like this. Can we please continue the plot summary so we can move on? Thank you.
Yeah. So they realize it's raiding and arrive too late to find another woman murdered. Bad cops. These cops suck. Parkinson and Cho decide to all work together. Yeah, finally. They decide to work together. We're more
halfway
than halfway
through the movie.
Is this when the captain says that you guys were fighting when someone was being killed?
Yes.
Isn't it where the captain gives them the dressing down?
Well, it didn't work earlier where the captain said, I'll fucking kill you if you guys fight again. They kept fighting.
Yeah.
The captain doesn't notice until he's talking to the guy for like 5 minutes, and they goes, oh, they're fighting, and runs in. But he's drunk a lot, so I like the captain just goes, he's drunk as fuck, and he's just into the trash can. But they're so busy fighting that they can't even hand him the trash can.
I'm sorry, I got my priorities.
This movie is so great for a movie as like just brutal as it is. So Parkinson listened to Beck's earlier confession to a previous murder. So points out that he talks as if someone else did it, and they realize he knew details of the murder because he witnessed it. The other thing is, there was the assumption that they planned out like the confession when they're all in the woods and they're torturing the mentally disabled guy, but they did not plan it out. He just tells them the story of details that he would not know, but also like in a way that makes it sound like someone else did it.
Then
the panties went over her face, and because everybody gets strangled with panties and then a girdle. Yeah. Or as they said in Parasite, so metaphorical. They go to Beck's father's restaurant, only discover a drunken Cho there. Yeah, they said they're gonna work together, and then he's drunk at the place. They're not at the meat place, the place where they have the meat, burnt meat sometimes. As people make fun of Cho on the TV. Imagine you go to the place and then you're like watching TV and they start making fun of you.
They start getting goofed on. Yeah.
By teenagers and the guy on TV. Being like,
and these civilians have no qualms about starting fist fights with cops.
No.
Yeah. I wish I lived in this town. So it doesn't seem to be like many consequences. I mean, everybody's so busy getting beaten up no matter what. Like, there's not like specific consequences for that. Baker Revs partway through the brawl and joins the fray. Yeah, the mentally disabled guy joins the fray too, swinging a wooden board at Cho's leg and accidentally piercing it with a rusty nail. Park and So chase Beck and question him, but he gets frightened and runs into the path of an oncoming train where he's hit and killed. Wait for it. Hang on. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it again. Park and Joe chase Beck and question him, but he gets frightened and runs into the path of an oncoming train.
That's what we were waiting for. Okay.
I don't think it had the courtesy to give a whistle.
Bravo, Forrest. You really timed that one.
I don't think that was. I don't think it was the steam engine from Stand By Me that hit him. It looked like a commuter train.
Boop boop boop. The commuter. It could.
You're building a strong case. Yeah. Train.
Is that the theme song from Train Dreams?
I'm right here. I don't know why they get in a cave. Yeah, come on. I'm right here.
But yeah, that segues into kind of the last chasing of the suspect, right? Because we're following him. We're doing our surveillance now, right? We're in surveillance mode after this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing stakeout suddenly. And what happens during
By the way,
stakeouts in all these movies? Somebody falls asleep.
When the rusty nail pierced his leg.
When it happened, yeah, it did suck. I didn't think it was going to lead to an amputation, but
I mean, look, I can't say much about it because I think last summer, not this summer, but the summer before that, I stepped right on a rusty nail in my room that was I had a board that had fallen off the thing. I accidentally stumbled over it, and then I went right on the rusty nail. Realized I hadn't had a tetanus shot in 10 years, and I could have been this guy. So they should have taken him right to the hospital, as the doctor said. Though Park learned that Cho's leg will have to be amputated because the rusty nail caused tetanus.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think we have to worry about that anymore. I think that's a vaccine we don't have to worry about anymore, guys.
He could become Sergeant. If you get tetanus, you become Sergeant Lockjaw.
There we go.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Acknowledged.
Take a shot.
You like rusty nails? I love them.
Don't be riding one.
I'm gonna get this material workshopped out before we do the movie. Don't worry.
You find out Stephen J. Lockjaw has been the Hassan murderer of the entire time.
What a development.
Wow, least surprising thing ever. I still think it was the retarded guy. Leaving Park feeling guilty about what he had gotten his partner and best friend into. They discover a trace of semen on one of the bodies. Just a smidge of semen. Because of a lack of forensic technology. This is one of the worst time periods to be a cop because forensic technology exists. But you
don't have access to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're in South
Korea.
My
full case exists,
Right.
You're in the country that America nuked, and not in the country that they essentially genocided the part of it. So it's we gave a lot of forensic technology maybe to Japan, but I don't know. I respect that they cut Japan out of the story, and they're just we sent it to America.
Yeah.
No. We don't need to open up that Pandora's box.
But because of a lack,
I don't think that Pandora's box ever closed. But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
So because of lack of forensic technology, every 6 months it opens again. The sample has to be sent to the United States to confirm if suspect Hyung-gyu is the killer with
Soft
DNA
hands.
Evidence.
Cream of some young guy, right?
Creamy hands, certainly.
Kind of looks like Rock Lee from Naruto a little bit. So tries to follow Hyung-gyu, but he dozes off and misses his chance. Bad cops, even the good one. That night, Park's girlfriend walks through the forest, watched by an unknown figure in the shadows, but a younger girl passes by. I mean, classic Leonardo DiCaprio style move, where you see the younger girl and you're my attention is you look 225 for me to murder, and I'm going after this one.
This is old.
Killed instead.
This is old Band-Aid back you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
The young student that Seo had put,
like, is this inappropriate for you to be doing this? Yeah, like that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so sad that the
yeah.
coin flip that basically we see him make the murderer in that moment.
How much money have you lost in the coin toss?
Well, one of these lost their lives. That's a lot. They've lost everything.
Yeah. Well, they do the thing where it's the two girls. It's not in this synopsis, but there's the two girls that are using the buddy system, and the one day the other girl doesn't walk her home from school, the guy's waiting for her.
It just looks like, I mean, I don't know how the village is set up, but could there be a more like Disneyed evil path? This is the sleepy hollowest of all forest paths.
It's like Mr. Toad's Wild Ride to the right and Space Mountain to the left. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it has almost like a fairy, like like in a Disney movie they have like the hollowed crossing or whatever, where it's like the fairies are. Like that's where the guy's masturbating. And then they have the scariest path going through what in America would be a cornfield, but here is a rice paddy.
See, instead Disney there'd be Six Flags probably in reality. But anyway, moving on.
And then a cockatoo going. You have to wake everybody up.
Exactly.
Where is that?
I need to get.
Did I
need to get it as
I don't remember if I thought I did. Oh no, I couldn't. Yeah, I didn't. Anyway, move on, please.
So Bill tries to find a younger girl passes by, Leonardo DiCaprio, blah blah blah. Next morning, her body is discovered. So I keep wanting to say SEO, like the optimization YouTube thing. Sees a Band-Aid on her waist to recognize her. It's the same schoolgirl that he befriended while investigating the murders. Enraged at the loss, so his frustrations finally flow over and he snaps. Yeah, finally. I feel like
I asked my Korean friend who
quite
said
a few times.
His name was Suh.
Okay.
Suh.
Okay. I've been saying it all wrong.
You got
sorry.
We'll
start the show over.
Anybody who started with anybody whose name is Suh. Well, this one's for you.
Suh, dude. Suh. He attacks Hyung-gu until he's interrupted by Park bringing documents from America regarding the semen sample. Thank God. I really wanted to know how that turned out. However,
regarding the semen sample, lesser known sequel to Regarding Henry, by the way.
That is a tough.
That's
a tough way to wake up.
Yeah.
Is to like have your door kicked in.
The best way to wake up is semen in your cup. I like the idea of having like an urgent, what the government says, like urgent kind of things, right? Where it's like a government documents enclosed, semen sample. He attacks Young-gu until he's interrupted by Park bringing documents from America regarding the semen sample. However, the papers state the sample does not match Young-gu's DNA. I want to touch on the fact that like one of these semen samples of the guy that actually did it came back negative.
That's awful.
It was just like a false test, I think, in like the 90s or something like that. So there is precedent to like maybe he definitely still did it. You know what I mean? Suh shouts, sorry about that, buddy. Suh shouts that the documents are lying and the documents are lying. Even though he said he kept saying throughout the movie, documents never lie. But now the documents are lying. That he knows Hyung-gu is the murderer. Documents started lying as soon as Trump took off. Park uses eye contact method on the suspect. Yeah, buddy. That's really
the canonically established magical procedure, right? Yep.
I mean, look,
his eyes see Oppenheimer.
It is a narrative convention, but it is still just kind of perfectly timed that we see the kind of transference of good cop and bad cop here, where Suh from Seoul, the big city cop who's been right about almost everything and has been able to kind of rein in his aggression, is now the one that wants to shoot a guy handcuffed who has kind of been exonerated. And it has to be our buddy. Yeah, who has the softest hands champion of Seoul.
You can't shoot him, he has soft hands.
He couldn't fight back if he wanted to. His hands are too soft.
Just getting absolutely pistol whipped in the rain.
Yeah.
And now we have our guy who is like the worst cop of all time, who is so bad that in the first like 10 minutes has to be instructed by a criminal how to use the typewriter. Like what a cool little touch that was.
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Where he's like, you have to hit that button, dude.
Yeah.
Now
how do I open PDF?
Yeah. How do I where's Clippy? Now has to be the adult in the room to like keep this fellow cop from shooting a handcuffed innocent man. I mean,
a handcuffed innocent, like I mean, if I had to guess the age, like 19, 20 year old, like
he's the K-popiest of anybody in this movie.
And yet looks like he looks exactly like the sketch. You know what I mean? Like it's, I don't know. I just feel like it's crazy, like the K-pop look, because it is. But like the K-pop look, even like it looks just like the guy, the sketch. Like his haircut.
I think I mean, I'll go on a limb here. I'll say that the actor they have playing this guy feels demonstrably better looking than the sketch we have of the real guy. I think that they went and they got a pretty boy.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Well, but it's more about like the style, I think, of the hair and stuff.
Oh yeah.
The real guy, for some reason, now that he's older, looks like Asian Glenn Greenwald to me. Is just he does.
Wow.
But see, like,
oh wow. Okay, that's what we went with. Sure.
Look,
all right, let's go with that. Okay.
I mean, look, I'll show you. I'll show you.
No, please don't. Can we? No.
Tell me this isn't Asian Glenn Greenwald. Oh. Okay. No, literally, I like the last paragraph. Suh attempts to shoot the suspect, but Park stops him and lets Hyung-gyu go. In the end, the crimes remain unsolved. While visiting the crime scene years later, in 2003, as Iraq is getting invaded, Park Do-man, now a businessman, learns from a little girl the scene had recently been visited by an unknown man with a normal face. That's got to be like the best kind of serial killer. Like, be like, I'm so happy I look so normal. No one ever. I don't know. He looked fucking normal. He's not like he looks like the opposite of Steve Buscemi.
Yeah, it's not John. It's not John Merrick, the Elephant Man, showing up to like revisit past crimes.
I was thinking of
the Elephant Man.
I was thinking of Fargo, where every time they described Steve Buscemi, I don't know, kind of funny looking.
There's a funny looking guy.
Yeah.
Hey, he's
the little girl had asked the man why he was looking at the ditch. And it was told, get in the ditch. No, it was told that he was reminiscing about something he had done there a long time ago. Murdered another little girl. The film ends as Park. Imagine if it's not that guy and it was just like a guy that a long time ago like stashed his cigarettes in the ditch.
His drugs,
was, like, thinking about
it.
Yeah. The film ends as Park, realizing this, looks straight at the camera, seemingly using the eye technique method to spot the killer among the audience.
Yeah.
Audacious
ending. Audacious ending. And fascinating.
And apparently seen by the actual fucking
in
murder.
One instance, it was actually true.
Yeah,
it was.
I still have a hard time wrapping my head around that.
That's crazy.
I want to know what the guy's reaction is. That
Well,
doesn't look
from what
like
I
me
heard,
at all.
well, from what I heard, the real killer's reaction to this movie was not one of guilt or shame. It was one of like, yeah, I mean, I saw it. It was fine.
Yeah, good movie.
And that's again,
that is pretty funny. Like you're watching the movie about like your crimes and how like you're evil, your massacre through the village, and you're like, pretty good movie.
Oh, lol, that was me.
Yeah, and then you went home.
You're
and
probably
you made
wondering
TV.
how I ended up here.
Yeah.
You went home and you made a TV dinner and you went to sleep. Like
Yeah,
this
exactly.
wasn't a guy that saw this movie and then called the cops and was like, you know what, I got the shaman eyes. I felt guilt. It's time to fess up.
Gave me the shaman eyes.
He calls up Homer Simpson, police cop, and he turns himself in.
Exactly. Very affecting ending. I again, all the more so because of how the way the story actually in real life worked out. I think it's astounding ending. Also astounding, of course, is Letterboxd social media site for film lovers talk out with and to each other about the films that they love, maybe the films that they didn't love, maybe the films that they did a shorthand review, just referencing how many dropkicks are in their movie. Answer, quite a few.
Quite
a few. So many dropkicks. And of course, it's not statisticals and Eberts of the world. Everyone gets to chime and opine about the movies that they love. It's a bottom-up democracy. For the purpose of this bit, this is best expressed succinctly. That's right, where they're collected weekly by yours truly for presentation for Forrest and the panel. And that's what this is. These are the Letterboxd one-liners for Memories of Murder. Let's go. How did 3 detectives get outpaced by a man stroking his Johnson in the woods? 0 out of 10. Unrealistic.
Well, what part's unrealistic? The he's stroking it in the woods? I feel like that's a pretty realistic part of the movie. Who wouldn't be stroking it
I mean, your heart rate is already pretty high. It's like you've warmed up. These guys haven't even stretched, so I could see how they would outrun him.
He did outpace him, though. He can move.
Yeah, he did.
Come on, Robo Penis, let's go.
Think how free to have like red women's panties on and not like restrictive boxers.
That's true. Yeah, it's more free.
He was able to.
He goes full Inspector Gadget, and a helicopter comes out of his dick and just starts going. He takes off. We'll never catch him. He has a helicopter dick.
Wow. Okay. If I were the detectives, I would simply not let it rain.
Do they have that power? Is that a power they have?
That's a really good point.
You know who we need? Michelle Yeoh in this movie, because you know what? Madame Morrible, and flipping around, Wicked Witch. Yeah, she controls the weather. Okay, that's all I have to say. She can make it out, rain.
Get Halle Berry in here. Where's Storm? Sort of right out.
Well, maybe if they never played that song, it would never rain, right? Like
that might be easier than the. Yeah, that would be easier.
Here comes the rain again.
Well, I'm happy to have that song and not the other one stuck in my head then. because park is melting in the dark.
What if it was that reminds me Yakety Sax for getting strangulated too?
Oh Lord.
I would put that on the chase scene. I would put Yakety Sax.
Right. Before the strangler gets to you.
What if instead of that song, right? Every time it's like the radio, it's like a song plays every time he requests it, and it's "We were at the beach. Everybody had matching towels. Nobody went under the dock, and there they saw a rock." And you have to be like, "The song's playing again. A girl is getting murdered."
Right.
It's the rock lobster murderer.
Well, in this movie, it's the rock ball gag that he
sure.
Wear.
Yeah, there you go. I like to think that dude just enters every room by drop kicking someone.
He does.
Yeah.
That's the only exercise he gets the whole day.
It's only joke. Don't take it away.
Well,
from
that's not fair. He also sometimes beats people, but not as much as his partner does.
Yeah, a little bit.
They keep holding the partner back, and it's like I don't like. It's not working.
Beating. Memories of drop kicking.
Yes.
Here we go.
The drop kick Murphys.
I think the zeitgeist on this movie is out, and it's drop kicking heavy.
There's a lot of kicking discourse.
Instead of pistol whipping and shooting, if American cops just drop kicked people, I feel like they'd have a little bit higher of like a, people would be like, well, I don't think that they should have brutalized anybody, but that drop kick was pretty cool, right?
I feel like we should reach out to people from Korea and be like, did you think in Memories of Murder there was a high amount of drop kicking? And they'd all say, what do you mean?
Do you think there was a high amount of drop kicking? Not particularly, not compared to my daily life.
That's kind of low for me. Song Can Go, cock gaze in a bathhouse is truly something I didn't expect to see today.
I forgot that scene.
That's amazing.
It's the same technique that Paulie Walnuts uses to try to find out in The Sopranos if Big Pussy is indeed an informant. He takes him, and then Big Pussy doesn't want to take off his robe, and he says, "Pussy, why don't you want to take off your robe?" And he's like, "I swear."
That's true. That is what happened in that show. Yeah.
But there's some great moments. I mean, I don't know. Have you guys been to a Korean spa?
No.
I've been to Japanese spas.
I've been to the Korean spa both in the city, and then I really like this one in New Jersey. And it's like, I don't know, like everyone's in kind of these really tight quarters when they're changing and stuff. And like part of you is like, I could imagine like a guy just looking down and then being like, okay, and then.
I mean, I've been at the locker room of a 24-hour fitness where everyone's saggy old man balls are just out getting aired for extended periods of time while they have a conversation. It's like, oh, what are we doing here? Can we like not?
Korean spas take that to the next level because before you go out there, a lot of times there's like pools in the changing room. Usually, like that you could just sit in and like adjust your body to the temperature. But everyone's like, I'm just gonna do balls out.
That's where they.
Pussy, why don't you want to take off your robe?
My man's drop kicked him over a table in the middle of an interrogation. How can you not like this movie? It's true. That's real.
Secret agent, man.
Yeah. The funniest movie about police brutality ever made.
It's this, and then it's the new Naked Gun. I feel like.
Yeah. It's got it.
He's like,
it's on the board.
He's like, he's one of the people that you beat up and shot. You're gonna have to be more specific. The white one. Okay, that narrows it down.
How is your brother, Tommy? Yeah.
Super good. Usually you hit a bong, but this time bong hits you.
By the way, I keep thinking about Liam Neeson reading the thing going, man's laughter must have been quite the joke.
Can't believe an actual comedy film won the best comedy at the Critics' Choice Awards. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's almost unheard of.
First.
And any job, you should be able to drop kick someone once a year.
St. Patrick's Day.
I would really love if these were picked randomly by you guys. And
oh
it
no,
just
they're
happens to
definitely
be
not.
It's not.
Oh,
it is
let me
absolutely
assure
not,
you.
man.
We're also really getting to the
hard work.
We're also really getting to the marrow of how people envision the word dropkick. Is it one or two words? Is it hyphenated?
Yeah, and I have to say, not to put
Murphy's.
Open up the bathrobe too much on this. These are the choicest ones. There's many more that were not worthy of a brand. Let's put it that way.
Okay, fair enough.
It's my own self-imposed hell doing this.
I absolutely trust you and curating this.
By the way,
some of them are much harder than others, and not the ones you might think. But anyway,
it goes right perfectly with the movie Dropkick Murphys. I'm a sailor peg, and I lost my leg.
All right, yeah.
I got
tetanus in the country. I lost my leg. I'm shipping up to Boston. Oh.
BGH said, "Fuck jump scares. We doing jump kicks." We did indeed, and we celebrated.
Chicken is great.
Yeah.
Those are the Letterboxd one-liners. For Memories of Murder, please follow the show at our Movie Night Extra Letterboxd HQ account, where you can get summaries of all of the great episodes that we do of this show, as well as attendant short-form content, lists, theme months, all that great stuff that we do on here in Letterboxd format. Too much semen everywhere. Forrest Miller at Always Flacco.
Semen everywhere, but not a drop to drink.
I really hope you keep that for every other movie.
It's happened on for Adam McKay and for Josh Olson. What kind of show are we doing here?
Today we're covering Sophie's Choice, and as always, Forrest with too much semen everywhere.
Every semen everywhere all at once. Every semen everywhere all at once. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Bukkake.
Yeah, I got it. I told you I got it. So you can follow him on the Letterboxd for movies just like this, as well as other stuff that we do for the show, as well as many other things. He's logging.
I only log movies. I only log movies with semen.
Moving on, but is wanking a crime? No, I guess we're not. At Conan Neutron, that's me. You can find me on Letterboxd.
They say no to him, but like kind of. Like
it depends on where you do it. Is it wanking with intent? That's its distribution with intent.
I hope that penis isn't loaded.
I mean, one would imagine there's intent, but not criminal.
No, like if you get caught by a cop, like Jackie, at least in America, in a country with freedom, if you get caught in a forest clearing just wanking it by cops, I feel like they're taking you in at least.
They have to tell you. It's the law.
All right, let's finish this bit.
At Conan Neutron, highbrow, midbrow, populist fare. Follow me along for the Criterion Challenge, of course. Closing the loops, all that good stuff. At Conan Neutron. Memory from Cats. Kristina is at Kristina. You can follow her on Letterboxd as well. I don't remember the last time I saw you log something, but you were a pretty good terror for a while. And it's award season. It's award season.
And also this week,
that's
20 years later, Bone Temple, baby.
What's going to happen? The Bone Zone.
Take him down to the Bone Temple.
Wait. Hold on a second. I had this is so Christina's letterbox. Let's see. Do we still have it? Hold on. I don't think we have it.
Uh-oh.
Damn it. Okay, I was gonna find a lock.
Her letterbox is wanking's no crime.
Exactly. Did we delete that one? Maybe we deleted that one. Well, whatever. I'll just throw this one up here because it's evergreen. So.
And we know. I mean, we covered.
Oh, here we go. This is Kristina awakening to log.
Wank, magic, wank.
That is a hand.
Wank,
double,
magic, wank.
I'll never forget when watching Celebrity Big Brother in 2016.
You remind me of a wank.
Angie Bowie tells what's her face that David died, and she thought it was David Guess, not her ex-husband David Bowie. And my buddy John Park just comes out of the shower like, "Wrong, David."
Sean McGrath at Hey Mick G. Hey McG on Letterboxd. Of course, you can follow Sean as well for his great show, Unkind Rewinds, co-creator of Cinequote. Let's hit it with the plugs for the love of fuck. Thank you.
If you're watching us on YouTube, please like and subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. And we'd humbly request that you watch the video to the end, because it helps us with the algorithm and helps more film fans to discover the show. We're also monetized. If you want to get your chat questions definitely read on stream, you can always send us a super chat, which will help us keep the show going. Every cent helps. If you're watching on Twitch, you can gift us a free sub on Amazon Prime with your Prime membership, but getting subs on Twitch is always appreciated, and it helps to follow us on there as well. We also have an audio feed, which is available wherever you download podcasts, if you prefer to listen to podcasts rather than watch the stream. That's updated usually the same day we stream, but watching on YouTube and Twitch is the best way to get the show first, live as it happens. If you want to support us with a monthly donation and get access to all of our after parties forever, which go patron only after we do them, you can become a patron at patreon.com/movie night extra. Link is in the description for that. It really helps us keep the show going since we do have some expenses to make this happen. We also have a Discord community. Link is in the description for that. We sometimes watch movies we cover on there. We get into conversations about everything from film to TV shows to related podcasts. We even have a Discord channel for memes. It's really fun on there. You can find us on all the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Blue Sky, Twitter, and Threads. You connect with us on all of those. Talk to us. We'd love to hear from you. Lastly, we recently made a TikTok at Movie Night Extra where we're putting up short-form clips from the episodes. Okay, passing this to Conan so he can tell you about his music and this week's Protonic Reversal. Conan, who's on Protonic this week?
Yes, indeed. Pal Jenkins from the Blackheart Procession, currently in patron-only queue, goes to general feed tomorrow. Great discussion. Blackheart Procession is back. As do I. Yes, it was a lovely conversation. I'm there playing the Modest Mouse Cruise thing, the Frosty Floats or whatever it is. And so he's really... He makes knives. The man's a knife expert. And like we talked about knives for at least 10 minutes, and it was very interesting. So it's a good episode. Highly recommended. Patreon.com/Protonic Reversal, $1 a month advance access. Of course, ProtonicReversal.com for the archives, always free. No ads, no sponsors, no kidding. That's in the general feed tomorrow, so get it wherever you get your podcast. William Goldsmith of Sunny Day Real Estate and briefly the Foo Fighters for the Color and the Shape era is going to be back on the show this week on Thursday, so tune in for that. Thursday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, 6 Mountain, 5 Pacific. Conan Neutron, The Secret Friends. I am so close to being able to announce these dates that I'm just going to go ahead and announce them because it's going to be on Monday. We're going out with Red Cross in spring. We're playing with them in Long Beach, San Diego, Phoenix, Austin, Houston, New Orleans, Jacksonville, Tampa, Orlando, Atlanta, Nashville, and Los Angeles. And we're doing 3 dates with Mike Watt and the Missing Men before that. So if you're not in those places, don't worry. There'll be a lot of other stuff in summer coming up, but we're doing a pretty comprehensive southern run that also includes, for them, Little Steven's Underground Garage Cruise. We are not playing that, but we're going to be on it. So I'm going on a cruise. I've never been on a cruise in my life, but I'm going on a cruise with Little Stevie Van Zandt. And can you not now, please? And like Social Distortion and the Buzzcocks and so on and so on. So yeah, that's pretty fascinating. So,
you know what Steven Van Zandt's going to say to you? What? Conan, why don't you want to take off your robe?
There, you tied it back. Great. So that's going to be announced. So pretend like you're surprised when you hear about it on Monday. Let's put it that way. There you go. Very convincing. We got a few days to work on it. So.
When I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Anyway, very excited for that. Should be good. There's some other stuff coming up with Secret Friends as well. Going to be another big touring year. NeutronFriends.bandcamp.com. Way of the Neutron, still new record. Find out all the various things. Caterwaul announcement in 3 weeks. Stay tuned for that. Caterwaul.org. We're finally going to be, yes, the tour. The tour dates.
I say you guys the actual champagne ad. It sounds like AI. Like it sounds like they cut together like an AI version of that. We're supposed to Paul Masson. It's like I could hear.
We Paul Masson knows a place where tour dates are announced at a later date. So cool. Yeah, that's oh, and I don't know when this is gonna air, but I'm going back on Unkind Rewind on Sunday to talk about Life Force. Which is Toby Hooper's follow-up to Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which is insane. If you haven't seen this movie, it is... Look, just tune into the episode. We'll talk all about it. That's... Mum's the word. Because, Sean, you haven't seen it yet, have you?
No, this is going to be a new experience.
Dude, I am... That's thrilling to me. I'm not going to say anything more.
This is bonus. We've only done this one other time where we've had a guest know the movie that we're going to do. And
Excalibur,
Conan,
right?
With Excalibur, with Chad Burns. And now we are doing it again with Life Force. And I don't know what I'm getting into here, man.
It's gonna be great. I'll leave it at that.
This is the face of somebody who doesn't know what's coming.
Conan, you're laughing Kristina at this point on Unkind Rewind. You can't. Kristina can't think of one movie she hasn't watched.
Kristina has to get her voice back and then come on the show.
Yeah, she should. Yeah. I've been saying it for a while. Speaking of Kristina, tell me what's going on in your world, Kristina. What do you got plug-wise?
Well, I went over live react to Golden Globes. That was fun while showing off my own Golden Globes, you know. And
my word, wow. Okay. Is that premium content?
You guys didn't think wow. Literally, everyone kept making jokes. The entire stream. And I didn't seem to mind. That's why I was
got a pair of Golden Globes right here.
Exactly. Did my show today. Went over the fact that South Carolina is once again trying to push an abortion ban, which, believe it or not, guys, I'm probably, knock on wood for me, I'm leaving this god-awful forsaken fucking state and moving back to Jersey. Cannot wait.
There you go.
Better.
Well, have you considered
pull up the Sopranos theme right now? Do it. Let's do it.
Have you considered poor Lindsey Graham? Poor Lindsey Graham has to keep talking about women's vaginas, which he finds pretty gross.
I know.
He's not.
And of course, tomorrow, Forrest and I got our show. Right.
Yeah.
Absurdity.
You got a show.
Forrest, you gotta add that as a promo because you also host another show.
Yeah. Apparently, so do I. Hey, Sean, I went on as a guest, then ended up co-hosting the MFer.
Yeah.
It's fine. We were talking about award stuff. It's not a big deal.
In my defense,
you're a consummate special.
In my defense,
guest,
I was drunk at 1 p.m. and fell asleep.
You were drinking even before that. You started drinking after the show.
No, but he's talking about the third time he was drinking.
I know.
In my defense, drop kick.
Please.
Drop kick.
Exactly. I would love. By the way, I'm not saying we need more gifts to take this show off track anymore. But if we had gifts of any one of the many drop kicks in this one, I would be fine.
Yeah, I'll look it up between our Golden Globes. Show them off and after party and this God damn it! I had another thing I wanted to say, but now I can't.
It's been really erudite. It's really gonna tie the whole show together.
Yeah. Also, we're gonna have fucking.
You really tied the show together, man.
Do you know the famous clip of the guy getting his head crushed from 5 Questions on the early Daily Show with Craig Kilborn, where he would ask, and I think it was from the story of Ricky O, where a guy's head was just crushed.
Oh yeah, I just finally saw Ricky O last month, and I was like, oh, that's what that's from.
That's from. I think you guys need to do Song Kang Ho drop kicking a guy down a hill as the lead into Movie Night Extravaganza.
It's so good.
Wow.
Movie kick extravaganza. All kicking movies. Challenge soccer.
We're the drop kick extravaganzas, you know?
All right, so Absurdity
Cowan
Space is what,
Soccer.
tomorrow, right? Yeah, that's just
6
tomorrow.
p.m.
Absurdity
Great.
Space
Tune in.
is at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Are you
Eastern
sure?
time.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Not
Okay.
6:30?
Yeah. 6. Well, if I get drunk, who knows?
Yeah.
Going in.
Absurdity Space can be anytime you want it to be if you drink enough. Yeah. Great.
Well, I mean, my whole life is an absurdity space. That's why I named the podcast that. By the way, we're having Adam McKay on. We're taking off next week. I need a nice week break. I feel like we've been churning out content in the content mines, and we're
coming back with two big guests. Big guests.
We're coming back with on that, instead of doing it Tuesday, we're doing it Friday, and in a strange thing where most people are still going to be at work, but it doesn't matter. You can watch it later at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central Time. 11 a.m.
Ireland.
Yeah, he
11 Mountain, 10
a.m. Mountain Time.
Pacific.
Yeah. I always forget. I always forget.
6
Well, Mountain Time is like, all right, we're on the east. That makes sense. The central part of there's like mountains. There's mountains everywhere, bro. Why do you guys get them? I mean, it's because it's the Rockies, but like
Mountain Time is the like certificate of participation of time zones.
Mountain Time is what a guy that has a distillery that makes like Mountain Dew, like
Mountain Time,
moonshine
maybe.
style. Yeah, he's like, I'm on Mount. It's Sam Elliott. He's saying, I don't come early. I don't come late. I come on Mountain Time.
I'm on Catskill Mountain Time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm right over here, bro.
So Adam McKay coming on. We're talking about my favorite Fellini movie, Nights of Cabiria. With him, it's going to be great. It's been a while since he's been on, so this is going to be him coming on again. So great.
To actually talk about a movie.
A little small guest, Adam McKay, and then another tiny guest, Josh Olson is coming on that Tuesday.
Writer of History of Violence, co-host of the Movies That Made Me podcast with Joe Dante. We're going to be doing our first Michael Mann. We have never done a Michael Mann movie on this show.
That's fucking crazy.
Thief. We're doing Thief, which is great.
Wow.
I need some rest because podcasting is the hardest job in the world. Some people say podcasting hardest job in the world.
This is why Hassan Piker needs to come on the show because he would agree.
Many people have said this, especially right now in this.
It's like it goes podcasting, being a Sherpa in like the Himalayas and
ditch digging,
one of those things. Being a first responder, a little bit down here.
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, I'm a second responder. I respond after 30 seconds. I see what the label is.
Yeah.
All right, Sean, what you got?
If you like movies, you probably are going to be pretty good at Cinequote. So the app is out. It's on iOS. Right. It's on the Google Play Store. On it. Yes. I will find a time to get Memories of Murder on Cinequote, but it's a new movie every day. It's like Wordle, but for movie quotes. It's pretty self-explanatory once you get on there.
And the link to it is in the show notes. It's there. And the link to your website where we could see an Intel commercial, a Jameson commercial.
Oh, sure. Yep. I am a semi-retired actor, so you can see all the stuff at HeySeanMcGrath.com. Also tune in and listen to former guest of this show, Josh Dugan, and I talk about old movies from people's childhood on the Unkind Rewind podcast. I've had a blast being here with you guys. This was my first ever Blu-ray that was gifted to me by my friend Jason. And I was able to crack it open for this. So I did physical media for this evening's movie.
Physical media. Definitely once.
Physical media. The kids won't know what that means, but hopefully the four of us do.
Yeah, well, the kids today, they're about iPad.
They're all ticking and they're talking.
Exactly.
Not
they're about streaming and twerking. That's it.
Not anymore. What's his fucko's TikTok now?
Oh yeah.
All right.
What happens?
Anyway, this pick is talking. Don't come a knocking.
Sean, do you have any final thoughts for Memories of Murder, please?
I loved it. I'm so thankful that this was available for the picking. I mean, we didn't even get talking in terms of all the little tiny things about like how great it is to add like digital mites on a corpse's face, just how unsettling that was, or to go from like poking
I think we're playing with digital mites in Alabama anyway. Sorry.
poking a dead thigh to like meat on a grill, and just how much like fun they were having with the edits. I can't believe that this is a guy's second ever feature film.
Pretty mind blowing, frankly. Yeah.
I haven't seen the Barking Dogs Don't Bite or whatever. I haven't seen but that was apparently like not a popular film even in South Korea. It was like kind of just flopped onto the scene, and then everyone was like, oh, this is the one. This is the one. And then The Host, which like I don't know, that movie's fucking amazing anyeanyway.
The Host
but, like,
is great.
I can't imagine being like South Korea, but being South Korean in like 2006 and like seeing there's crazy stuff going on in the filmmaking industry during this time period, right? Like starting in the 90s and then like the mid 90s and then going into like the 2000s. Imagine being a South Korean person and going to the movie theater and seeing The Host. Like that shit would probably that would be probably the thing that you like tell your grandkid.
And like, when you have all kind of decompressed from Korea, I am so jealous that you have not seen Chaser and how amazing that movie is.
Got on the watch list.
It is.
I'm stoked to check it.
Tour de force, and I don't even think I'm overselling it.
All right, Kristina, final thoughts.
Well, believe it or not, this was a first watch for me, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It has everything: kicking, semen, things you love in a movie, you know. And
probably some other things. I don't know.
And shitty cops.
We didn't even mention the peach pieces of a peach.
Yeah.
I thought Kristina was going to go kicking, semen, more kicking, more semen.
Oh, wait. Memories of a Murder, part 2. More kicking, more semen.
No.
I like
this title. Yeah.
At some point they're like, oh, we figured it out. He has type B blood. Okay, well, who is it? We figured out that it's type B blood. That's all we've come to. I also both this movie and Parasite, weird uses of peaches. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. Not since Call Me By Your Name.
You know what, Conan,
Oh, true.
maybe you should have directed Call Me By Your Name. Maybe it would have been a better movie.
I might have enjoyed it more.
Can I just offer one
Kick Me By Your
director
Name.
edit to this, like a director cut, where he gets the report from the States and he's looking through it and it says testing positive for kicking, and he looks up slowly at
Park
and he realizes this whole time.
I thought you were gonna say
that's good. It's good.
Just as they're like about to make love, Timothy Chalamet in Call Me by Your Name drop kicks Army Hammer.
I mean,
speaking of peaches,
would have raised it a full star for me.
Yeah.
Who cared the teaches the peaches? Fuck the pain away. Fuck the pain away. Conan, Neutron, host of Protonic Reversal, and co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza. Let's hear those final thoughts.
Yeah, it's a movie about failure, ethical gray areas, and kicking. And, you know, there's that quote in America, they catch criminals using their brains. Here we rely on our feet. Boy, do they. So, an absolutely stunning crime procedural. It changes moods from high humor to deep despair to nail-biting thriller. I think Song Kang-ho here is great in the role of the lead detectives. You know, he's got absolute trust in his own eyes. Amazing. Meanwhile, suspects are bullied, tortured, kicked, and intimidated in the name of finding the truth about a rapist and murderer. And
which they don't.
They absolutely don't. Another detective comes in from the big city who is more concerned with, you know, say, evidence. And the whole thing happens during a time of great political unrest. So it's wild that the whole thing is based on a true story. And the craziest thing is the crime has been solved, and in real life, the killer saw the movie. And I just can't get over that aspect of it.
It's like, wait, is this fucking play about us?
Oh, this seems. Have I seen this one before? This seems kind of familiar.
Well, it's like mafia people always love mob movies because people just like seeing themselves on screen. Everyone always talks about that. So he's like, "Wow, I can't believe it! My rapes and murders look so much better in 4K."
It's like if David Berkowitz saw Summer of Sam,
right,
and then
exactly.
and then turned himself in or something.
My mom was almost a victim of him.
Whoa.
Yeah,
he's currently.
Yeah.
He's currently incarcerated 2 towns over in the Walk Hill Correctional Facility that my best friend, one of my best high school friends, dad works at. And they were like, oh yeah, we've talked to David Berkowitz a couple of times because he's an inmate.
He's the reason why serial killers can't profit off of their crimes and shit.
Anyway, great movie. If you are watching this in like real time or close to when this episode drops, I guess go to the People's Platform Tubi to watch it. I don't know where it will be in the future.
Or come to my apartment.
Or come over to Sean McGrath. I hear he has a physical copy of it. That's,
or take
I'm in. Let's do it.
Great.
Take a black light and just follow the trail of semen. It'll lead you to...
Woof. Okay. Also, live listeners, tune in for the after party. We're going to go over the Golden Globes. Not
Johnny's sticking around for the for our golden.
Yep, I saw him.
Our golden peaches after party. Well, we will see you. We will see you over there, peaches and pears.
We got a week and a half to tighten up before McKay comes back and realizes it's a terrible mistake.
I want to.
Jesus Christ.
I want to cutely call all of our listeners peaches and pears. We'll see you over there. Don't follow the semen trail. I am going to my room.